Testing, 1, 2, testing.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
We are here for the conclusion of the 550 no-limit hold'em Colossus. Only 16 players remain in this fierce battle for the WSOP Europe bracelet and the first place prize of 161,000 euros. The cards are about to be in the air and it's going to be an unforgettable day of poker action where a new champion will be crowned. And now, over to our amazing team of commentators. Let's shuffle up and deal.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the World Series of Poker Europe Colossus final day, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit and broadcaster for this event, and with me I have my right-hand man, my co-host, the cash game extraordinaire, Alan Giveaway Goat Finn.
What's going on, mate? How are you?
I'm great. Very good this morning now, this afternoon even.
Nice.
Just doing some homework here about who is remaining. That's the side table. I didn't get around to that now, but I have a lot of info there from our feature. Got some big names still in the field, of course, as you would expect. This is a €550 buy-in. Really great numbers for this one. 150,000 plus for the winner. I'm delighted to be in the booth on this Monday afternoon. Welcome wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. This is the 5th day of myself and Alan's coverage. We've got today and one more day tomorrow, and then we'll be handing you over to the pros, the GG Poker commentating team. So I'm really happy to be bringing this one to a conclusion, and indeed we will be commentating on the 10k GG millions tomorrow, so that's a massive one. Can't wait for that. But we got to get through this first. This is going to be action-packed, Alan. Got a lot of...
Yeah, I'm very, very excited, bro. Very, very excited.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Got out to the garden, done some Iceman breeding. It's getting colder out there. Got my eggs. I've got my steak ready downstairs. I've got my berries. Tip-top Magoo. Let's go. Cards are about to be in the air. Georgios Sulaftis will be your chip leader, kicking things off. He's got 76 big blinds. That's a man that needs no introduction. He's got well over $1 million in live tournament winnings on his Hendon Mob. We've got William Trum, who hasn't had, looks like he only has a couple of K on his Hendon Mob, but like I said before, don't let that fool you. He might be a cash game wizard, just like Alan over there. Who knows? And we have Andre Ricci with 45 bigs, commentated on him before as well. He has well over $1 million on his Hendon Mob. Pascal Block with 31 bigs. Ong Sam, Tito Franci Forte, Johan Na with 5 bigs, and Zoltan Franci with clear short stack. 16 players remaining, playing only 2 bigs. Johan with 5 as well. They've got a lot of work to do, but anything is possible to spin and win.
Can you say that sentence again? One more timing?
Camera action. Cards are about to be in the air. Let's go. Shuffle up and deal. Come on. Our new to this channel, be sure to give it a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about our merchandise store or the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com.
All right, okay.
Unreal, Alan, that we see so many names getting down to the last 16, the cream rising to the top once again. I was getting reports from Killarney there last night, some of our friends getting massive results. Big shout out to Connor there. I think he came second in Finton's Festival, the Irish Poker Tour in Killarney, so well done to him. So to give that an honourable mention at the start, and Mark McDonald taking down the trophy. One of our greatest of all time Irish grinders. The grind is on, and that's what's up. All eyes on the Colossus today. Going to be chasing that first prize of €161,000. Top 14, all getting a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. And that means, Al, kicking things off, we've got a big, dirty bubble on our hands.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
How are you this morning, sir?
I'm doing all right. Doing all right, man. I had a couple of bits to do this morning, and yeah, watched an episode of a series and following before we got on this coverage, and yeah, I'm prepped, ready to go. Gonna be a long one, but as I said, it is what it is. We'll take it as it comes, bro.
Need to shake the leprechaun's hand.
Yeah, I see someone saying the mic sounds bad. Well, I did a test there just before we started. If it is throughout the day, let me know. I'll refresh the page. We have had excellent sound quality for the most part. As far as I'm aware, I've had no complaints. Got a brand new headset with everything rigged up to the nines. But be sure to let me know. We want to give you the best quality production that we can. The big shout out to the Kings production team who go above and beyond 24/7. Yeah, no rest for the wicked, Al. I was doing a lot of college work myself yesterday. No days off just yet. For sure. It'll be Halloween and Christmas around the corner then. Cards are in the air. Let's go. Vamos, me filo. Good luck to all remaining players. We'll be giving shout outs and codes away again today, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Just got sent 10 codes, people. So we'll be doing another 10, I believe. Just let me double check. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, 10 codes seems about right. So yeah, we're going to do it on the final table as per usual, guys. Whatever, each elimination, we'll be giving away 1 to 2 codes depending. But yeah, you'll have to stick around for that. But there's definitely going to be some giveaways in terms of codes for the raffle that's going to be held on October 10th. iPhone 16 Pro and a MacBook Air, for example, are up for grabs alongside many, many more. So yeah, free roll to get to win the codes, people. And if you do win the codes, information will be sent to you with what you need to do in terms of registering an account on the King's Shop. But as I said, I will forward on that information if you are a code winner later on.
The code bearer strikes again. Ace King takes that one down. Shout out to Johan. I'm not a real fish. Bird, Apocalypse, the moderators, helping us. Good stuff, lads. Thanks a million. 16 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €7,100. I mentioned already this is a €550 buy-in with massive field. I think it was 2,700 runners that came up on the screen there.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff. Kicking things off, the blinds are 80k, 160k, 160k. There's not many players at this feature who haven't had at least a few 100k in live tournament earnings, which is just a testament to how great these structures are, that some of the better players can battle all their way through a field of nearly 3,000 runners, 3,000 entries.
Yeah, you gotta dodge a lot of mines, as I like to say, bro, in this sort of bigger field format.
2,799 to be exact. Couple of shorties to kick things off. Nice to see a lady still in the field. Franzik is all in for 265 here. I've been watching poker flat out with all the series on GG, etc. The W Coops. So much action to take place at the King's Resort this week.
265.
Warming up things nicely. We're into our second week now.
Cool. 265.
Super asked, is this live right now? You bet your bottom dollar we're live. Live from the King's Resort in Prosvidov on a 1 hour delay. Normally you have a 30-minute delay, but for an event like this, we've got a 60-minute delay. So Richie and Suloftis are two of the biggest names at this feature table. So they're the ones to watch out for. Again, looking hard to do a prop bet today, Alan.
We'll assess it. We'll assess it later.
Maybe we'll do something at the final table if the stacks are somewhat even. So Volancic flopping well here. Suloftis with the same hand.
7 pass.
Sure.
You're liking this with the King Jack. You think you're probably going to have the best hand. Obviously, happy to not see he's up against better, but you think you're home and dry here for a triple up, essentially. This one just going to be going to Splitsville pretty much all of the time. Rancic does have runner heart to take down the entire pot, all right. Fern will seal the deal. Chop it up, boys.
Ashan.
Did you get to grind much, Alan, or did you just take a pause for the cause?
I honestly just took a pause for the cause, bro. I spoke with Metagame about that, or whatever, the company I work for, and yeah, I'm pretty consistent when it comes to volume goals and stuff like that, bro, on a month-by-month basis. It's something that's a high priority for me to adhere to, both on my own behalf and obviously the contract that I'm under. But, you know, kind of had 3 days this month, bro, where the power was gone in the house from like 9 a.m. up until 6 p.m. Had family visiting the start of the month for probably maybe 10 days, I believe, maybe 10 to 14 days. And then you had this opportunity of doing comms here for, you know, more or less 6 days out of the last 10. So, yeah, kind of explained that situation to them, and they were completely understandable, bro. As I said, consistency for me with volume is kind of, as I like to say, a no-brainer. So, you know, given that we had 2 or 3 days off in between, bro, I kind of just like did some coaching, you know, didn't really play much. And yeah, just didn't really prioritize it, man, because not often I'm in a situation where I get to take some time off for this reason with a break day or whatever in between, you know. So didn't really grind much, but at the same time, I wasn't too overly keen on it, we'll say, given the circumstances.
Roy Keane. Keen for victory. Well, it seems like you were keeping busy nonetheless, Al, still doing coaching calls, and I seen you pumping out more content. So if you are new to this channel, obviously we've been talking about what Alan does for a living. He's a cash game player online, predominantly on GG. You can follow him on Alan F Poker on Twitch, of course, and YouTube. He's got some awesome content on there. Poker says, hope you guys had a good relaxing Sunday to prepare for these 2 days. I got 2,500 words done yesterday for my module. I was very happy with this. I'll have to give ChatGPT an honourable mention on that one. Fam in the big blind here. She is just going to fold. Actually, like that fold, you will see a lot of players complete there against a player who has that much chips. He can put a lot of pressure on you post flop. Maybe I probably might see a flop for one big, but because we've like around that 20 big blind zone, do you think that's a little bit too tight to be folding there, Al?
I mean, I do agree with the immediate instinct of, oh yeah, this is probably a standard call, but given that you mentioned the dynamic of this guy being the chip leader or one of the bigger stacks, you flop an ace, you flop a 4, can get a little bit dicey post-flop, man, in terms of, you know, being out of position and whatnot. So I don't mind it. I don't hate it, put it that way, but I do agree. I do think I might have called in that situation, like you mentioned yourself.
It's important to note that I would be way more inclined to call with ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, ace 5 than ace 6, ace 7, ace 8 offsuits. I hate those combos.
Yeah.
They've just put me in a world of hurt for well over a decade. So Rancic getting the opportunity to shove 3 bigs now before the blinds hit him is actually a pretty nice pickup, all things considered.
Yeah.
Around to NA. Or nah. Nah. He could be priced in here. He's got his big blind invested. There's a big blind anti-invested. That means you've 320 already out there. It's going to be 475 total, so it's going to be less than 2 big blinds more. The problem is we only have 5 big blinds ourselves.
Yeah. He does call.
Hurts us a lot, Al, but I think we have to spin and win here. Okay, we're going to be down to 3 big blinds ourselves, but say la vie.
Apre lui prima il fish.
Pocket says Trum looks exactly like Mark Chapman, sport presenter on BBC. I mean, they're absolutely twins. Don't know if I'm too aware of that guy, but Queen 9-9 is the flop here. The King 4 needing help. Vrancic could be set to double up second time already today. Turn is an ace. That will seal the deal. And now he's back to 1.2 million. Spin and win indeed.
Yeah, bit of an annoying spot there, right, with the King 4, Dan. You know, having the offsuit, it feels kind of a little bit more worse, obviously, in terms of like possibilities post flop, King 4 and stuff like that. Suited combos, I imagine it's going to be a pretty easy call. But yeah, I mean, price wise, but I think with the big blind ante is that extra incentive to probably feel more inclined that you're priced in. And you know, there is going to be some Queen 10, Queen Jack, even some Queen 9 suited, stuff like that, that he will still jam under the gun there. You might be ahead some of the time, but obviously equity wise it's going to be very, very close in terms of you know, calling it off with King 4 there.
Yeah, we'd prefer if we were suited. I don't think we've to call with any two, but the King is just going to be good enough.
Yeah.
Even if we are off suit with the 4, with a bad kicker, it's just the price.
Yep.
The price is right. Higher or lower than a 4. Richie in the cutoff. Jack 4 suited. The suited Robbie. Gonna let that one go. Some of the time we could open this on the button, but off this stack depth and we're unsuited, I'll just be inclined to let it go, especially last 2 tables of a prestigious event like this one. Now shoves for 550, and this is a spot where Vrancic has posted his big blind and his big blind ante, and for 550 he's now getting a okay price here, Al, but he's unsuited, and this time it's that little bit extra. I might be more inclined to let this one go.
It's nearly a mirror image of the previous hand in terms of the price you're getting, but yeah, it's kind of, again, suited possibility here. I'd obviously call. Offsuit, it's not going to be great, but as I said, man, it is similar to the previous hand already, but he does elect to fold, and that's a big pickup there for Nat, to be fair.
Yeah, it was 400k more for Vrancic that time, and he's only 810, so it really does cripple him again when he gets that extra orbit to pick up a hand with 5 bigs instead of committing himself with less than 3. The thing is, if he folds there, Al, he still has fold equity now for the next orbit. If he calls and loses, he essentially loses all that fold equity he just had.
Yeah, agreed.
A little bit less he's going to have to call there as well. It's amazing. That extra 100k just prices him out, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. This is this dynamic of like super short stacks. I mean, it's not often you get 2 of them up against each other in general, but like, you know, having them side by side like that, where you have a dynamic blind v blind, where, you know, often shoving whatever the 5 big blind range and kind of having 5 big blinds behind yourself to defend or to call. You know, it's interesting dynamic.
Yeah, it's a real treat to be in the boot with you for this one. There's a lot of spots to talk about, it seems. Not that we haven't been spoiled for choice and spots the last few days ourselves anyway. And I don't think we've been talking enough about the fact that there's 14 tickets for this 10k, so all players have to play. That would make it even more of a fold there with the 9-6.
That's true.
And
That's true. Yeah.
The King 4 just having to call but hating life. But you can pick up hands like, I don't know, aces when you have 5 bigs. It is a possibility. What a pickup this is when we're this close to a 10k bubble.
How much?
775.
All in.
6 and 8 all in.
We do have a pay jump here that's massive as well. You're going from 7,100 to 8,900 if you can just get to 15 remaining. Let's just survive one more elimination here. So Loftus forced the call, of course. It's not going to hurt him too much. Just aces.
Hearts.
Great moment here for Nat. Oh dear.
Say good.
There you go.
Good flop.
Flash draw.
It's never easy.
No, sir.
Ten of clubs on the turn. 3, queen, 6, 10. Hating life here with the aces, even though you are a 4-1 favourite. Ooh,
Almost.
breaks out.
Hold.
Does hold indeed.
Almost.
That would have been rotten.
It would have been, yeah.
Ro
That would have hurt.
rotten to the core. Nice double up nonetheless. Back to 2.1 million now.
870.
Or up to 2.1 million. Nice start to the day. I'm not a real fish says sometimes I hate poker. Join the club, buddy.
Exactly.
Love and hate are just two sides of the same coin.
Love-hate relationship, yeah.
Stratus is in the house. What's up, Stratus? Huck to it to you, sir. GM. Good morning. That was a fun one we commentated on Saturday, the mini main event. Very fast, action-packed final table. Was it Marical or Campesano who took it down in the end? It was Campesano.
Campesano, yeah.
He
Italian
came
player.
back time and time again. That was a really fun heads-up battle to commentate on.
Yeah, I just remember that Queen 9 hand where he just ripped the flop where Campesano had top pair. That was probably the, I don't know, the deciding one. That was a little bit kind of questionable to just jam that, but he did take it down, bro. Mr. Campesano from Italy. So congrats to him.
Would you overall prefer for him to just call on the flop or to go for the check raise? Because if he goes for the check raise, he's pretty much going to have to make a huge bet on the turn. Stack to pot ratio is getting close to 1-to-1. You don't want to check raise the open ender there and then just check fold on the turn or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I mean, definitely just, if he is going to raise the flop, bro, just jamming it. It's funny because if Campesano just has a air hand, he's just going to fold, and that's the end of the kind of hand itself, you know. So unfortunately, he did run into Campesano's top pair, but I just, like, again, calling is completely fine. Raising to a normal size and is probably preferred. I'm just not a big fan of jamming there, because you're really just not turning your hand face up, but hard to see what value you're going to play that way. Mostly going to be what he had, something like that, but you know, still had decent equity to get there. Queen was live, King was live, 8 was live, you know. So you had outs, but didn't get there. But yeah, that hand for sure was probably the big turning point, I would say.
Fam taking that one down with the kings at kings. And once you've check raised the flop, are you just giving up on the turn if your opponent calls because they're going to have a 10 or a jack a lot of the time?
I mean, it's probably worth considering, but at the same time, you could still potentially get better hands to fold. Just depends what raise sizing that he might have done on the flop in terms of filtering down Campesano's range, I guess. You know, them sort of hands on the turn, bro, can still stay barreling because you can put a lot of pressure on 10x, get like ace king, ace queen to fold, even though you block that with the queen in your hand. But there is some call folds, or we'll say bet call folds on the turn, and you still have equity to improve to the nuts. So check calling, I probably would checking the turn. I probably would never do with that hand. But yeah, I mean, Campesano's hand, he's probably never going to fold anyways, so can't really be too results orientated. But I think the check jam on the flop, not a big fan of, and how he played it.
Yeah, it just seemed like a lot of chips. Just blew his load a bit prematurely there. It's just he had so much chips, he was bullying, and that was just a huge spot for him to apply maximum pressure, but it just didn't work out on that occasion. Blinds have gone up here. Small blind is now 100k, big blind is 200k, with a 200k running big blind ante. Fantastic score for the two of them nonetheless, and Campesano, the winner, taking home €203,000. And on that all-important gold bracelet, of course. Loftus with the min, Jack 10 suited. Richie going to call with sevens. Stone Resto says poker is the definition of an ambivalent relationship. That's a big word like marmalade. It's a big word like marmalade.
Better you read that word than me, bro, because I would have had a stop pause moment at least 3 or 4 times.
It's what we go to school for, Alan.
You can go to school, but it depends what you learn in school, eh? Or what sticks with you.
Yeah. I don't know what way they have education in others, but we were bold in school. Very bold.
Lightly.
I was the class clown. If only I'd have known, I'd be clowning around on a microphone, commentating on the game I love 20 years later. It's okay, Alan. You can stick to your giveaways and your codes. You're synonymous with it. That now. There's another big word like marmalade. As we see the flop of
big
Jack,
flop.
Queen, 8, 2 hearts. We've got action.
$550.
6-bet, 550. 7-4.
He is going to make a C bet here. Might have just seen him go for a check call here on this draw heavy board, Alan, but I guess he's got the good shot, straight draw, backdoor, flush draw to go with his pair of jacks.
Raise.
Yeah, it's one of those hands, bro, that you are out of position here. Although, sorry, he is in position, excuse me. I think either option here is fine.
No,
Either option
Loftus
here is fine.
is out of position.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's betting to 2 players.
Yeah, it's quite strong. It's quite strong to do that. But you know, this ace-9 suited in this situation, bro, is never going to have any way bad equity. Like, worst case scenario, this is maybe against 9-10 or a set. Like jacks, 8s, or queens.
Cool.
But even against that, it's still not performing the worst.
Yeah, I was expecting him to maybe just call Trum in position, but he's just got so much equity. No harm in throwing in a raise. Just call Al this. Nearly 5 million in this pot as we see the turn. Turn is a brick. The brick of all bricks here. The deuce of diamonds. Really interesting.
This might be a spot. Yeah, I was just going to say this might be a spot here where Trum might just consider checking back to realise equity, given he is in position. Now, in saying that, you could put a lot of pressure on Jack 10 here if he stays barreling, but he's a bunch of equity here, man, that if somehow Jack 10 decided to find a check raise here, it would be an absolute disaster to get blown off your hand here. Again, I don't think this is a mistake in betting, but with this much equity, considering checking back turn is going to be, you know, worth considering, as I said.
Georgius is going to have a lot of Queen X here when he calls the raise on the flop, and we have to remember he is under the gun. We are 8-handed, so he's going to have quite a condensed, strong range. Now, having said that, you also could be raising a little bit lighter, considering there's 14 tickets up for grabs here. So Trump going for blockerish type sizing on the turn, just kind of defining his hand a bit. He can have hands like 9-10, he can have set of 8s here on the button, maybe even jacks. Occasionally calls, we block that. He's going to want to be more on the cautious side, considering what's at stake here with 16 players remaining.
Yeah, even just to add to that, bro, is like there's a possibility that Sufalatus might have worse flush draws here, so checking back this hand can have some benefits on a Heart River as well. The stack Sufalatus, so yeah, we'll see what comes here, but he does end up getting there.
That's a get out of jail free card there for Trump. Now, I would have really liked to seen a break. The action fans out there, see what Trump would have done. Would he have given up since he's raised flop, bet very small on the turn? I feel like value would go for a little bit of a larger sizing on the turn in Trump's position. Having said that, stack to pot ratio is now 1-to-1, so he didn't really need to go too big with a made hand on the turn to set up a river jam. This is a huge pot. He's just got to give up at this point. Loftus. That doesn't look like a give up.
A lead.
He's leading for 4 million. Repping a hand that contains a straight. Does have the straight blocker. Unblocks his opponent having hearts. This is really interesting. What do you make of this?
See, the way I perceive this now is that Ace-X is going to be better for the under the guns range here in terms of improvement to better 2 pairs. Stuff like Ace-Jack, Ace-Queen, which, again, Trump might not have here versus what Sufalatus has as the aggressor or the pre-flop raiser. Now, in saying that, Trump can still have some sets here, like you mentioned, bro, but I don't know. It's going to be a close one here. This is a big pot here in terms of calling and being wrong and being left with roughly 2.2 million. Hard to see what Trump is going to do here, bro, but I really, really like this lead on this river for the reasons I mentioned. I think it makes sense, by the way.
This is a really fun hand. I love the lead here as well. I'd be more inclined to just jam if I'm going to lead on the river, because stack to pot ratio is less than 1-to-1, putting maximum amount of pressure. Now, I know if he calls, he's still only going to have 11 big blinds, but it seems like a spot where you might want to go for it all if you've got a hand like Ace-Queen, Ace-Jack, King-10. He's not got much bluffs left in his range here. This seems like one of the combos that he's doing this to. See, we have the luxury of being able to see the cards, but if I'm sitting there and I'm Trump, I am hating life with my Ace-9 and most likely going to put it in the muck.
Yeah, it's one of those spots when I fully agree with what you said. It's basically a bluff catcher here, but in this line, it's very difficult to, find the unintuitive bluffs like Sufalatus has found here, and he does get the fold, bro.
That is an incredible bluff by Georgios Soloftis. Experience at the table. Finds it on the river. Takes down a whopper pot, now playing 15 million.
George.
Gonna have to add that one to my repertoire. What a bluff, what a player. I'm not a real fish, says. Do we all agree that we need to check the turn behind? Yeah, perhaps I would be more inclined to check back the turn and bet. I don't really like his sizing. It looks very blockerish. Doesn't look like he's now. I don't mind it because he's actually also going to freeze his opponent a lot of times. So he's getting to see a river for 1.2 million it was. But once we've raised to 1.5 on the turn, I don't, or on the flop, I don't really like betting less on the turn.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that you know, if you are going to bet the turn, bro, I do think betting a little bit more polar, because like you said, man, it's an absolute brick turn. So that should like impact whether what sizing you should use in terms of like, you know, going polar or check. And yeah, man, it's one of those things that if you are betting that ace-9, you probably should go a little bit bigger. But I honestly think checking that back on the turn is going to be a pretty, again, not GTO solver land, but a high frequency check back, I would say, to realise equity. Just if you get check jammed on, it's an absolute disaster, which is a possibility, by the way.
At some point as well, we have to take into consideration there's 14 10k tickets there. I love that lead as well because ace jack and ace queen most likely going to 3-bet pre. Jack's most likely going to 3-bet pre. When you really break down the range, he's got to have that combo-ish draw. So I love that move by Georgius. I didn't know if he was going to do it. I was like, is he going to just wave the white flag there? But does find the lead on the river. Such sexy stuff.
Cool.
Vrancic shoving all in from the hijack. How did they pick up these hands with less than 4 bigs is beyond me.
Cool.
This always makes me sick, by the way. Kings versus ace-4 and has 44% equity, man. Makes me sick.
Yeah, is that just because there's some kings gone into that? Might be a little bit inaccurate there. It's not a flip, like.
No, I mean, it's still probably 35 to 40, I would say. Maybe there might be some.
Oh, jeez, it's more now. It's because there's 2 kings already gone into the muck. Quick maths would suggest. And we are going. Vrancic has been eliminated. He will take home €7,100 for his efforts. Sad times for the Pocket Kings on that occasion. Back to the chat here for a moment. I am famous for interacting with the chat loads, mostly because I don't have a co-commentator for the most part. We have been brilliant with interacting with the chat, myself and Alan, but tomorrow I need to give a disclaimer that we will not be talking as much to the chat because it's just going to be such high-level poker that we want to concentrate on. Not that we're not getting high-level poker right here, right now. Nice to have with that Jack 10 as well, that you blocked the straight. That's huge. If you break it down, it's probably the best candidate to turn into a bluff there on the river.
I do agree. As I said, man, to find the unintuitive bluffs in terms of combos there, that one for sure makes a lot of sense to do it with, especially after the turn size. And I think KM mentioned that as well, that, well, we kind of spoke about it anyways in terms it's just not that polarizing on the turn where it's a brick or brick of 2 of diamonds. So when he picks that sizing, bro, I'm not saying he's capping his range, but like, does 2 pairs want to pick that sizing? Do straights or sets want to pick that sizing? I severely doubt it. So it's not impossible for him to have like King 10 on the flop as well. But just that turn sizing, man. I think King 10 just mostly calls on the flop and not really raises, unless it's specifically King 10 of hearts, which is only 1 combo. So yeah, man, I think that turn sizing capped his range where he probably never has King 10 and, you know, under the gun can definitely still have it and improve to some 2 pairs with like ace jack, ace queen, and aces, by the way, and aces as well. So really, really nice bluff or donk on the river with that hand.
Yeah, for my money, there's nothing wrong with just checking the turn there with the ace-9. You've got your info there. Was none of the gun open. You've raised on the flop, and you get to control the size of the pot. And we can still bluff on some rivers, and we're in position. Jamie says, how is that this Colossus had so much less players than recent years? Myself and Alan didn't commentate on the Colossus last year, so I actually don't know. I only say what we see. Strata says, Class Clown becomes megastar by announcing poker tournaments. New carrier choices of high scholars. Lady Nomuk says, the boys are back in town. Yes, indeed, we are. Tin Lizzy, possibly my favourite band of all time. You're a fan of Tin Lizzy, Alan?
You know something, bro? The only kind of rock or kind of indie group or whatever way you want to phrase it was Metallica when I was very, very young, early teens. It's not like I'm not familiar with other, you know, that genre of music or that time itself. But yeah, like I've never listened to much Tin Lizzy or, you know, the more not mainstream, but you get what I mean, just that kind of era of music when it comes to that genre itself.
They have a song called Don't Believe a Word, which is very applicable to playing poker, actually, and I think it could be my favourite song of all time. There, I said it.
Nice.
You'll have to check out some Tin Lizzy. You like what you like. Yoda Code says hello.
Indeed.
What's up, Yoda Code? The only thing I might change about that bluff is just shove the river, but I guess he accomplishes the same by betting 4 million. But in my opinion, I want to put them to the absolute test, because your opponent might be thinking, well, if I call here and I'm wrong, I still have 10 big blinds to spin. And maybe that's a bit of a gripe, because the flip side of that is if he bets 4 million and he gets called, he still has 20 big blinds. If he bets 6 million and he gets called, he's now spinning 10 bigs. So it is actually a big difference.
I think that might have played into his perception, bro, that if he gets called, he still has, you know, a decent stack to at least make the money, or not the money, but the ticket itself. So, you know, as you said, that would have been the 20 big blind range, given the sizing that he used on the river, that if it got called, he would have had that left behind. So yeah, I suppose that definitely played into his mind in terms of like you know, these two stacks clashing like that, man. They don't want to miss out on a ticket. It'd be really bad to you know, be in that situation with, like, you know, two massive stacks like that, what they both did, or had, I should say. But yeah, still, man, takes a lot of balls to find that. A lot of balls.
Yeah, maybe 4 million actually looks stronger than the 6.2.
Yeah, true.
Old Trick from the Hat says, will there be time chip cards in the main event? You know what? I don't know. What I will say is, in a lot of places around the world, clocks are getting called all the time, and they have introduced the time chip cards. From the time I started commentating for Kings, which is well over 2 years now, we've never really had too many issues. Tournament director will always come over if the clock is called. There obviously has been a few occasions where it's been a bit ridiculous, but in general, people seem to be okay with taking their time and not being too excessive with it. Now, obviously, there has been exceptions, like I just aforementioned, but in general, they don't really need them. Ralphie's in the house. What's up, Ralphie?
Do you think
no one beats?
Do you think it's a good or a bad thing? Do you think it's a good or a bad thing that that they are being used nowadays, or do you think they're not necessary at all?
I mean, there's a few high-stake regs that are coming to my mind. Watching them play without the time chip cards can be a bit tedious, to say the least.
Yeah,
it's hard to say it's something's boring or tedious when they're playing 100k buy-in or 25k buy-in.
Yeah.
My thoughts on that is, if they're needed, they're needed. If they're not, they're not. And keep playing until they're needed. If it becomes excessive and it's happening all the time, it seems like they have a good stranglehold of the situation, especially at Kings. I'm not too familiar with the other channels and other industries because I'm not the one commentating, so I'm not watching as much. But obviously it became a prerogative in stuff like the EPTs where they had to introduce them, and I believe they've introduced them to the games in Vegas and stuff. They don't know if they use them in the World Series of Poker this year. If it gets to the point where they need them, they're going to introduce them. Cool. That's what my analysis will be of the situation. I think it's nice that you don't need them. People are given that extra bit of time. Actually, you know, they do have the dealer here who's timing everything. So perhaps they just don't have time chips. Are they actually? So they are actually using time chips, Alan. I was concentrated on the action there. So I presume if they're using them for the Colossus, then they will be using them for the main. I stand corrected yet again on this channel. So maybe they've just become compulsory that they need to be used everywhere. I don't know how I didn't see them throwing out time chip cards.
Oh, I saw plenty of them.
Right, okay. It's amazing what you can see and what you don't see sometimes. But if they're using them in the Colossus, then they're definitely using them in the main.
Yeah.
Someone's asking about the buffet. I think it's still going to be a tenner. Just go in and never leave and just keep eating. Kings again here. This time for WSOPE. Best of luck to anyone who's in the chat who happens to be playing the main this week. More power to you. I could pretend that I'm not a bit jealous, but I'd be lying.
Huh.
330 is the bet here. So Loftus really commanding now at this table. It's like that's what I was saying about his experience. He's 1.2 million in tournament live earnings, so not his first rodeo, and he will be more calm and relaxed than some of the others in the field. With the chance to what I presume would be their biggest score of their career. But make no mistake about it, doesn't matter how much experience you have, you can have an off day, and or everyone wants that bracelet. We are on the stone bubble as well for the 10k ticket. And all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €8,900. I think it is nice overall, by the way, now that a lot of these games are using those time bank cards. I just know from what I was saying there, the normal schedule at Kings, they're not needed. But obviously for something as prestigious as this, players will take the piss in that regard and take as much time as they want when they don't need to. So I feel like it's like a strike three rule, and if I seen someone do the same thing 3 times, and I'm like, look, you can't be having a decision every hand. So it is nice that we have I believe they must be just compulsory at this stage in all events. If they're in the Colossus, and did we have them in the mini main? I don't remember seeing them the other day, Alan.
No, I don't think so either, bro. There might be just an exception made for maybe these deeper stacked situations. I'm not too sure. Or just trying to prioritize, you know, fairly for every player to get X amount of hands per hour. Because like that, man, if you're paying for a lot of money up top, which again, it's not like we weren't on previous streams, but you want to make it very fair to every player to get a fair amount of hands and, you know, not have a situation where, again, within reason, to have a tank on a river decision. But primarily it just should be on rivers, man. Like if somebody's tanking, you know, 20 seconds with a pre-flop decision or a flop decision, turn decision, that's where it gets pretty goddamn annoying. I suppose when rivers were, you know, usually the biggest part or biggest decision on that street, you can understand why someone might need to take a little bit longer, but yeah, it's understandable why they bring it in.
So you can confirm that I'm not going mad.
Just about.
Great, phew. WSOPE with a nice rejam there. Standard enough stuff from the ace-jack. I might have been inclined to just limp with the king-queen on that occasion. Just raising to 450 is going to get attacked, and best case scenario, your opponent's just going to flick in 250 and you're going to see a flop, which isn't the worst thing, but you are out of position. So what's at stake and this huge bubble between 15th and 14th, I would be more inclined to just limp my option. Maybe sub 20 bigs, I might consider just jamming myself. It also seems a bit excessive. It's just really hard to play when you're that handcuffed. You don't want to come through a field of over 2,700 and miss out on that ticket. Perhaps, Alan, as well, they've introduced the cards today because there's still 16 remaining in this event. And we were just commentating on
Possibly.
the final table on Saturday. So maybe it's just at the tournament director's discretion. But I would be expecting to see them more than you wouldn't be seeing them. Action time here. Hijack opening with ace-10 suited. KM says he's team Ricci. You know what? He was my favourite coming into the day there as well. Him and Georgius, of course. Nah, knows what's at stake here, the 10k ticket, but Jack's just going to be too good of a hand facing a hijack open.
Keep it on or what? I keep it on?
Pretty sick spot here for Fam. She's going to be priced in for this all in, but under normal circumstances. But okay, she decides she's still going to go with it.
Yeah, it's
I
close.
was going to say there might be an argument you could fold. I might fold ace-10 offsuit. Perhaps ace-10 suit is just going to be a bit too good.
Possibly, yeah.
It is 8 bigs total. I am really griping here if you're going to be raised folding 8 bigs, but nah, it has to be so tight from the cutoff. I feel like a hypocrite even saying that I would raise fold in that spot, but it might just be one of those hands where you could let it go. Not a good flop with the ace-7-7. Fam set to send home.
Yeah, what's up?
And that means the bubble will be burst unless there is that one remaining jack on this river. It is the three of spades.
GG.
Sick for there with the 2 jacks. Nothing he can do.
Voilà, te li ho fatti in pieno.
He has been eliminated in 15th place,
Aspetto, River.
taking home €8,900 for his efforts, and that means 14 players remaining now. That's a really big moment for that lady right there. Fam taking that one down, and we are going to be playing 7-handed on both tables.
Stai sempre dicendo che c'hai valore, però non hai asso perché asso lo betti.
Looks like some of the players are taking over. They're commentating there for a moment. Maybe it was the dealer. KM says that was kind of punty. Yeah, I mean, it's only this year from doing some studying that I realised that that's actually probably to put in your raised folding range with a 10k bubble on the line. And the 10k ticket, if you can just survive one more elimination. Pretty sick. We will be playing till a winner today. 14 remaining, all guaranteed €8,900. No pay jump to worry about just yet. KM says the guy with 8 big blinds on the ticket bubble is not 3-betting all in light from the hijack. No, they have to be really tight in that spot. And that's why, if you've done some quick maths, you probably have to fold the ace-10 suited. I think it's fine to use that as an open nonetheless, especially in the hijack there. Flock with the ace-jack here facing the raise from Ricci, and we could have some action here. We're a bit shorter handed now. You might consider just rejamming this one for sub 20 bigs, but it looks like he's coming in hot with a 3-bet here.
Gonna get bad news.
1,450,000.
quite a large 3-bet as well, considering we've only 2.5 million behind. Perhaps this is better than just jamming, because you're not going to get exploited here too often by Ricci's 4-bet jamming range. But now you've put in 1.5 million almost, you're going to be forced to let it go.
Unfortunate.
Possible to call a service.
Calling there an option as well, Al, even though we're going to be out of position.
Yeah.
I mean, given we're 6-handed, it's probably not the worst consideration. I mean, what Ricci's going to be opening UTG, bro. I'm not going to say it's going to be out of line completely, but, you know, not going to play the worst ace-jack off there against an under the gun on a 6-max table. Again, from a cash game format with rake being taken every single hand, probably less incentivized to call there, but obviously this is not the same thing in a tournament. So yeah, I don't mind the call. I also don't mind the 3-bet, bro. You're going to get folds a lot there, so can't be bad, but just unfortunately ran into the Os Kong from Ricci.
Yeah, it looks extremely strong to be 3-betting off that stack depth out of position there, sub 20 bigs to start the hand. So he is going to get a lot of credit. So you're getting your info without having to just jam all in. If we're getting under any less there, I think he's just got to jam though instead of 3-betting.
Yeah.
Fam with the kings yet again, running hot in these first few orbits of the day. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the €550 World Series of Poker Europe No Limit Hold'em Colossus event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. And look at this flock with the aces on the button.
Nasty.
5 seconds.
We're seeing a lot of this, Dan, in fairness. Premiums being dealt and another person picking up something more than reasonable behind. Money is for sure going to be going in the middle. Actually, just a call.
Oh, setting the trap. This is sick for both players. Both players probably think they're trapping the other here. Obviously, we haven't seen the flop yet. Ricci could close the action, would normally maybe just flick it in there with the 6-5 offsuit, but not when there's 14 remaining. We'll let it go.
Oh my god.
King 7-5. That is so disgusting. If you're flock, not so much if you're fam. Flopping top set. Wow, we walk. And this looks like music to Flock's ears as well. He's got the ace of diamonds, which blocks some combos, or would want her opponent to have, or his opponent to have the ace of diamonds, because it would have more flush draws. But that king high is going to hit fam's range a considerable portion of the time. So this is such an ideal flop for the flock. And his ace is right here, right now. Bet a 300k and a call.
Slow it down a little bit.
And the diamonds. Oh, he can still get there now on the river. 10 outs. It's never over. It's never easy. What a hand developing here. Fam checks once again. And now we just bet like 400k, 500k. Quarter pot. We have the deck crippled. In a sense. 600 is fine. Does Fam check call or check jam? There's a lot out there already. Flock only has 6 big blinds behind.
I think just check call here is standard. Oh, I take that back. Jesus. I suppose he's only 1.2 behind in fairness.
Yeah.
You're trapping.
It's just a spot where he's going to be
Aces for sure, no trapping.
aces for sure.
Sempre top 1. Sempre top 1.
So sick.
Sempre top 1 sono, fidati.
It's just a spot where he's going to be stacking off there most of the time anyway, Alan. He's only got 6 bigs behind.
Lui che flatta da lì.
Might as well get it in.
Cosa deve avere? E tu il trappo,
Fortunate.
Here's
He's not
the
dead.
river. Wow. Oh my god, it's an ace! Holy
Sick.
jeez.
Crazy.
Top 7
Oh, it was a surprise around the corner at Kings. Ace of clubs rolling off. Such a sick river for Fam. Such a sick flop for Flock. Gets there on the river.
Piace con l'asso di quadri, riverasso.
Oh, holy God.
Insane.
What a day of action this has already been. There's only been about 3 orbits. Apocalypse says that's enough poker for one day. I will be inclined to agree with you.
Huh.
But not if you're Flock. That will knock down Fam considerably.
Sick.
Easy come, easy go. She did just think with the ace-10 suited against the jacks.
Dramatic, just crucial.
That it seems like that's some rough justice, but my God, that was nasty.
Indeed. Not going to get much worse than that, in fairness. But in fair, like at the same time, Ace has still had a decent amount of not an unbelievable amount of equity, but you know, still had outs, man. A decent amount of outs as well.
You want to come?
Lady no code yet. Alexander train. There will be codes to hit on. I'll take that one out of no problem.
Yeah, so 10 codes again today, Lady Muck, or Lady No Muck, I should say. And that goes for everyone else in the chat. There will be codes given away for the raffle on the 10th of October. Amazing prizes up for grabs. iPhone 16 Pro and a MacBook Pro, just to name but a few. So yeah, we're going to do the same process as we always done the last couple of streams, lads, and just do it on the final table.
Sorry.
So each elimination I'll give away 1 to 2 codes in that situation. So on the final table we will start giving those away. And we have 10 of them again today.
Yeah, we've got to get that hand clipped. And I'd like to get that hand clipped as well with the bluff. That's going to make the highlight reel, I would imagine. Blinds have gone up. So it looks like we are playing 40-minute blinds today. That should be correct. If the blinds are up again. 125 is the small blind, 250k is the big blind with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. EM says his answer for every question is stick it in and think of Ireland. Let me know how many codes I won. Playing 40-minute levels, which is quite nice. Still loads of playability. Players are relatively deep. Well, we're getting spoiled for action so far. Sulof, this who should be very aggro with this amount of chips. Min raising with the king 8 offsuit. Ricci gonna call from the small blind with queen jack suited, and Fam gonna come along for the ride with the same hand. A bit shy, I would imagine, after that huge pot. Doesn't seem to have affected her demeanor in any shape or form, but she must be reeling on the inside. So much equity in that hand. I don't know how much, if you were to equate it in real dollar monies, but it would be a lot. Check, check, and Soloftis on this paired board, of course. Gonna fire a wee C bet.
Col pre-flop? Full pre-flop. All in pre-flop. Fold?
Maybe.
No, fold,
50-50.
Fold. Can I have one espresso, please?
Water, please. Water with
No
coffee.
information.
Shaking it down.
Bottle.
You fold. Devo sciogliere pre.
Swivel Steel says that's it. When you know someone has played a lot of poker, takes it on the chin and moves on to the next hand. Sign of a good pro right there, IMO. Well, she's no choice but to move on. She did have the worst hand going in. Did get there on the flop. I felt like something sick was afoot when I seen that diamond on the turn. I wasn't expecting to see an ace roll off. It's the way she goes, way of the road. And this is a good example of what I'm talking about. Soloftis, with so much chips, can afford to open hands like this 8-6 off suit from the cutoff.
But to move.
Pulsed.
I wonder
Very
how many.
short here.
I already moved.
I was going to say that. I wonder how many time banks each player are given at the start of today.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it either. I have the table sound way higher up now, so that's why I wasn't hearing.
I have to jam with you.
Sometimes you gotta open your eyes, take off your sunglasses and look at the situation.
Remember that I clicked that button.
I would say they're getting at least 5. I could be wrong. KM says about 350.
Because you don't really want to be wasting them pre-flop primarily, because that's what happened there with the big blind, the Dutch player. He had queen 5 off there and took his time making the decision to defend or not, and ended up using one when the dealer announced 5 seconds. So as I said, just kind of curious how many they have, but you really don't want to be losing them pre-flop. Is my opinion, anyways.
He had a quarter of his chips in play already invested with his blinds and antes, you see.
You seem to get longer on the turn as well, from what I'm looking at with the clock on the table. So I think it's like 20 seconds pre-flop. Looking at with the clock on the table, so I think it's like 20 seconds pre-flop, and then maybe 30 seconds on the turn. I didn't keep an eye on for the flop action, but I did notice that it was 30 seconds on the turn. So there is that extra leeway, I guess.
Yeah, I'd love to get the exact numbers. I believe you get 20 seconds pre-flop and then 30 seconds for every decision after that. That's the way it is in other things I've seen. And then obviously if you need additional time, you have to use your time bank cards. Trum will defend. Does flop a flush draw. Flock with the ace king. Hard to not get mixed up between flock and flop, so just bear that in mind.
$390.
KM says pre-flock. Yeah. Exactly. First to
Ton
act.
of puns, that one.
We do love puns around
Weißt
here.
du was? Bringst du mir einfach nachher nochmal eine. Okay? Dann ist okay.
Trum will call. Turn is an ace. It's a pretty good turn card for ace king. Had the best hand already, of course, but no harm in adding top pair to your repertoire. So Trum checks, and now if I'm flock, I'm just betting an amount that will set up a river jam. Doesn't really need to go too big, like 700k here, 800k. No more than a million.
1,300,000.
Really.
Goes for 1.3, it's understandable. Would you rather go big or small here, Alan? KM says he wants to go 66% or more. I just don't think there's any need to do that. If you're playing your hand as a 3-3 hand.
It's a pretty good turn card for the pre-flop raiser. So again, looking at from my perspective where we're usually going to be a lot more deeper in terms of strategy here, I do understand more polar of the sizing, but yeah.
I've no problem pricing in a flush draw again, or do we just want to flush out that kind of equity? Excuse the pun. Might still get called by a 6. You don't want to just get a jack to fold. If a jack's going to call anyway, then I suppose we go for a larger, but might just fold a jack X type holding for a larger bet. That's why I would be inclined to go for a million of a bet there or less.
I can see the merits to it, but you know, at the same time, bro, you do not want to give a good price to pair plus draw there. If you might have 6x of diamonds or something like that, pair plus draw on the flop. Not impossible for him to have, you know, some ace-x of diamonds as well, although that probably raises the flop, to be fair. I would say not entirely, but, you know, I think mostly it's just a good card for the pre-flop raiser's range, where you kind of want to polarize a little bit more. Again, this is what I'm assuming. You do want to polarize a little bit more on that turn, or even go for a depolar bet, like you mentioned, with some parts of your range. I think both strategies are fine, but I think with ace-king, I do think polarizing to a bigger size and makes the most sense.
5 seconds.
Sure.
Nicky.
I don't mind going deeper or bigger if we're deeper, is what I was alluding to.
I think on the turn cards, if you have like queens or kings, for example, or maybe some weak ace-x, like ace, I don't know, ace 8 suited and below, for example, you can probably go for a sizing like that. You know, it's one of those things that you can still get value from a lot worse hands for a smaller sizing, like you mentioned, but I think primarily with ace-king there, bro, you just want to try and get as much money in the middle there, because most of the time you're going to have the best hand, unless he slow played some set on the flop, which again isn't impossible. But I just think with that ace-king, you just want to try and pile money in the middle, mostly.
By default?
No action.
Big respect, Big respect,
Yeah, just we kind of have the deck crippled. I suppose if he has an ace X type holding, like you said, it will contain diamonds, and you would have heard about it on the flop. It's hard for our opponent to have an ace, especially when we have one in our hand. So that's why if I'm trying to target a jack or some diamonds, I would prefer a smaller sizing, all things considered, especially when the stack to pot ratio is going to be so small on the river.
Yeah.
500.
7 raise, 500.
Vici is going to raise. Min raise. Pocket says, this stage of a tournament to this size, you prefer charging them for draws or risking them hitting, or just take the pot there and then? I don't know, I'm just a value merchant. Pulse is going to be rejamming this one, and Richie is going to be priced in. 13 players remaining now. Laurie Shet is in the house, says, hiya. Hiya. Hello. Hello.
Never gets old, bro.
Yeah, on my outros, did a whopper of an outro now the other day after having such a lackluster outro after the PLO for 12 hours. I can't get that bye-bye bus driver in there just yet.
No doubt you have a plan in mind.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, YouTube it. My time is limited over here. We got all ins about to take place. It is a lady getting off a bus that says bye-bye about 1,500 times in 1 minute. It's a record.
Very polite.
Hi. Gotta get it in, brah. Richie is pretty much committed to any two here. Does call. Or looked like he called with all those green chips. No, he's just seeing exactly how much it is more. But we are going to see him call.
1,270,000.
1,270,000.
Call. Showdown, please.
Does call for 770 more, 3.2 million in the pot. Queen 10 against the Jabbercadders of Holst. Jack in the window. Followed by a 10 and a 9. Never easy. Open-ended for Ricci.
Vila. Vila contro top set. 8. Anche quadri.
6 of diamonds. Now has the better
diamond
flush
redraw.
Quadri 8. K.
River is the 5 of hearts. Holst will get the full double.
1 million.
Playing
1,270,000.
13 big blinds now. There's no pair, no draws in the house. Says maybe Quadzilla again.
All dramatic, huh?
No Quadzilla just yet.
Always, yeah.
Nice to have you with us. No pair, no draw.
Definitely a case of too many outs syndrome, I believe.
Looks like we did have to say goodbye to our Oktoberfest ladies on the felt this week.
No,
Did you notice that?
I did. I did actually. I did, but I didn't think to say it. Imagine.
Yeah, I learned this in psychology. Like, there's that video with the there's like these men that are dressed as gorillas, and some lady or a man comes through bouncing a basketball, and or it could be a hot girl on the side or whatever the case may be, and they're like, how many times did the lady bounce the ball? And I'm like, what ball?
Huh.
That's all the tricks your eyes play on you, whatever the case may be. So it's amazing what you notice and what you don't notice is what I'm trying to say. Yes, Phil Steele knows exactly what I'm on about, says the basketball one. See, I'm not going mad. I told you. Fam is all in from under the gun +1.
Fucking hell, what a flop here.
Let's see. You win.
6 pots.
And
green is better, I think.
All greens. Long.
$3,2 miljoen. Ja, ja. Hier is ook iemand er al uit, nee, hè?
Flock will fold. Round to the small blind.
5 million.
Man of the hour. Suloftis, 18 million. Ricci, sub 20 bigs to start the hand here. We could have some action. It's hard to raise from the big blind here and get away from it as Suloftis comes over the top. You're going to be inducing here with the ace-10 under a normal circumstance.
All in.
There you have it. This is just going to be standard enough stuff.
Yeah. Big flip.
Huge moment for both players involved. Suloftis has been running good since the get-go today. Ricci finds himself in an 11 million flip situation.
Not great.
Ace 10-9, amazing start for Ricci. Turn is the queen of diamonds. Just 5 outs to dodge now on the river. River is the queen of spades.
How much? 5.
4. 4.7.
That's a big hit to Soloftis, but he still will be playing over 50 big blinds.
Five million, 185.
Nice head.
Takes a bit of a hit there, Dan.
He does a bit of a hit there, Al. The 20 big blind hit to be exact, still will be playing 13 million. Richie, massive pop for him. We do have a lot of different nationalities being represented with 13 players remaining. Got Germany, Italy, Cyprus, Vietnam. We had South Korea, Hungary. Tim says Richie is probably the best player still in. Yeah, it's between him and Soloftis from what I can see. This feature, I'm not too sure about who's left on the outer table. 4 eliminations away from having them all sitting together as one big happy family, if only for a short while.
Vicky, prendi una sigaretta. Uguale, uguale, guarda. Vedi, vedi.
Fam's not going to defend with the 8-7 off suit.
Nice hammer.
Under normal circumstances, we would see the 8-7 being defended there, but against Soloftis on the button, going to apply so much pressure, and we're not suited, just decides to let it go.
I think it's cooler, like 6-handed.
This is a game.
Flock with the min raise in the hijack, Queen 10 off suit. Nice pickup. Uncontested.
Seemed like Fam was maybe considering a 3-bet jam there, but probably a little bit on the lighter side down with the 8-7 off, I guess.
Yeah, I just think that's going to be a relatively standard fold there. She has limited amount of fold equity. Wants to have something a little bit better to get it in. Now, having said that, you will see players, especially with 13 players remaining in such a prestigious event, will find those raise folds into those 10 big blind stacks. Laurie says, Apocalypse is taking me to a casino for the first time next month. Oh dear.
Jesus.
Oh God. Oh no. Call the cops. Keep your wallet closed, says Johan. Yeah, indeed. The Jack 9. Just not going to be shoving there on the button. Could shove that under normal circumstances as well. Would prefer if it was suited. If it was suited, I would shove.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Wouldn't be the worst shove actually into these two stacks because neither of them can afford to call light. Second thoughts there, I might have just shoved that Jack 9. Obviously, we can see it wouldn't have worked out.
Yeah. Bit of a tight fold there, possibly, Dan. Small blind shoving into the big blind there.
He only has 2k in live tournament earnings. The ace king shoving, and that was, I was so caught up there with the Jack 9. The king 9 suited should be calling there blind v blind. It's going to be too good of a spot. Pressure's on. That's a bit of inexperience you're seeing there, folks. You can make arguments for the king 7, king 8 offsuit, king 9 offsuit plus, and when it's suited, especially, going to have to be calling.
Yeah, agreed.
Stay away from the slot machines anyway, Laurie.
Ha.
Dependent. He'll never get you out of there.
Don't go to Kings either, because there's nothing but slot machines there, isn't there, Dan?
Meant to be promoting the place, Al.
Yeah, sorry. Go to the Kings. Go to the slot machines. Got a spot here.
We've got a cooler. Cooler.
Another one.
Alert. Flock with the ladies. Trum with the Jabbercattas. This is going all in and call.
La Madama zigzag. La Madama zigzag.
Six spot for Trub. Nothing he can do, of course. Flock with a wry smile. 6.7 million in the pot. Ace Ace 9 is the flop. Just a blackjack can save Trum's Colossus run. Otherwise, he will bow out in 13th place. Turn is the 4 of clubs. That will eliminate Trump. Nice pot for the ladies. 12 players remaining now. William Trump will take home €8,900 for his efforts. That means we are going to have 6 max action on both the feature and the outer table. 3 eliminations away from the FT. It is all to play for here at the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov. 12 remaining. Page unblooming from 8,900 to 11,300 on the next elimination. The grind is on. Let's go.
It's so sick how the premiums when someone picks up one bro, and like we've saw that many times in previous streams that we've done so far. The last 3 to 4 events. Well, definitely the no limit hold'em on the first stream Monday last week. Picking up a premium and somehow somebody else picks up a premium behind, man. Like anytime someone got dealt kings against like ace king or an underpair or something like that. So great content, obviously, but super unfortunate to be on the wrong end of distribution.
Sometimes there's nothing you can do, and that's just a cooler situation.
Yep.
Especially off that stack depth. Great run for someone who only had 2k in live tournament earnings before this one.
It's on leg day today, Dan, and I'm stiff as a board sitting down here.
I went and done a bit of mid-morning yoga, some breathing today. No exercise. Pumptober starts tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Going to get after it. Now, here's our moment. Fam, ace-4 suited. Heard she's had some big results on the UK scene. She even got second place in a World Series of Poker circuit event in the UK, I believe. She will take down the blinds and antes.
Good dealer.
KM says, all in the fella, all in the other fella. There it is, guys. It's so pretty.
Very.
That World Series of Poker Europe braces. Give me it someday. I'll take that jackpot in the background right about now. It's approaching 12.5 grand. The Christmas banker.
Badly needed.
At the tail end of September. We'd have it gone then before Christmas. So 11 players remaining now. Nine, 7, 3 is the flop. Richie checking his option. You're going to see many a battle between these two. They will know each other's game very well. Two very
Directly beside each other
formidable
too.
opponents, adversaries. Nice that Richie has position on Georgius. Quite the name from Cyprus. Quite the poker player indeed. going to see a lot of the shorter stacks tighten up as well. To open up the bigger stack. Colossus gets into high maximum pressure. He's going to raise on the foot with the king deuce suited. Bam with the king 8 off suit is going to go for the rejam. And you see this now, this is the spot where
You want to go home?
from before. He has that bit of extra hold equity. He's going to go for it.
It's definitely a nice 3-bet jam here, in fairness, to find it. We didn't see a lot of this in previous examples of other people not doing this in this dynamic. Button opens very, very wide, especially when you're talking about this guy with a bigger stack. Definitely going to be opening, I'm not going to say close to 100%, but a lot more than he should be doing. So really nice by Fam to find the 3-bet jam here with King 8 off, and it does work.
Tight fold.
Very nicely played.
Yeah.
Tight is right.
Tight is right. Double Steel says, very nice jam. I do agree. I do agree. Sometimes you just have to bite the bullet in that situation, and she recognised it was a spot to do it. We do have a player moving to an outer table. We might be 5-handed right now. Does that mean there's been 2 or 3 eliminations already on the outer table? Not too sure.
Looks like we are down to 10.
Ah, they busted.
That's one of those downsides, Dan, of not seeing the outer table, missing out on some of the action there, given that there was a 3-way elimination. If not, yeah, probably 3, given that there was 13 up until probably 5 minutes ago, or even less. But yeah, one of the downsides, as I said.
Yeah, said something about the mic there. I just plugged it out and plugged it back in.
As you do.
The old trick. Flock min raising here with the pocket 9s. Blinds have just gone up 150k, 300k, 300k.
How many players? How many players? 10.
Anytime you can scoop the booty here, taking down the blinds and antes, it's going to be so advantageous to your stack. Each chip just worth so much now as we get 1 elimination away from the final table. €11,300 is the current payout. Look at the difference, Al, between 10th and 9th. You're going from €11,300 to €14,400.
Quite a bit.
This is about 6 to 7 buy-ins. Richie 3-betting from the cutoff here to 1.8 million. This guy just
going
doesn't
back to
want
what
to
we were
give
talking
up.
about.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say this is what we're going back to talking about, man, with Richie being on Soufalatas, or Soufalatas, excuse me, being on direct left here. You might feel sometimes that Richie might be getting out of line, but not on this occasion.
Yeah, he's just going to eyeball him up anyway. It's like, okay, we'll let you away with it this time.
Yeah.
If they were deeper, maybe we'd see him go for a 4-bet fold there. Not the worst hand to do it with the king blocker.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Doesn't really need to do that against Richie.
Yeah.
Buckler says since he moved up here, he's after getting married. Be working with Laurie's dad on the boats. Is that where all these lobster pots are coming from? I presume so. And I think is that Vivian sitting in the background who won her first World Series of Poker Europe bracelet there a few days ago. Seeing an 888 jumper.
Didn't get a direct look now myself, to be honest with you. But I wouldn't be surprised, man. She's obviously still knocking around, or knocking around, I should say.
Yeah, an amazing achievement for her in the PLO realm. Taking that one down after a marathon stream of over 12 hours. Jack 4-3 is the flop here. They're at it again.
Indeed.
Richie taking that one down with a small bet on the flop with his top pair. Queen kicker.
Every time good timing you, eh? Good timing every time. 300, sorry. I give you.
Okay.
Put me 300, okay. 50 more, yeah.
What did you try?
I have.
Huh?
I have.
Ah, you have?
I'm okay.
Yeah, 2 times I have. You can look, you can watch it.
I believe you say.
Why do this?
Fam moves all in. 11.5 bigs. Playing 5-handed here on both tables. It's going to be a standard enough jam.
Tight folds.
That's a really nice pick up there. Now she's playing 4.2 million.
Bit of breathing room.
Yeah, she needs all the breathing room she can get with the opposition here having so much chips. Buckler says plenty of fishing, but not really base, mostly mackerel, haddock, etc. Got to be careful of the sharks. The sharks in the water, mate. Sharks in the water. They're off the coast of Ireland these days and everything, I hear. dangerous.
Mhm.
600.
So Loftus min raising. Richie now with the same chip stack as Soloftus. He hasn't had it go all his own way. Lost that big pot, of course. 8s against the ace. 10.
That is Vivian in the background. I just see her now, Dan, as well. So maybe, I think someone mentioned there's a boyfriend in the house. Maybe it could be Richie, but I could be wrong in that assessment, given he's Italian. But I'm basing that on a hunch, but there's definitely her in the background, bro.
This is how rumors start, Alan.
Yeah.
KM
Process of
probably
elimination,
knows the scoop. It would make sense.
Definitely supporting someone on this feature table at the moment. So there is only 5 people, by the way. There is only 5 people.
That was a good process of elimination. Quick
There we
maths. KM says he's not at liberty to say. Oh well. Swivel Steel says 5-handed sucks if you're short at this level. That's what I'm saying. You want all the breathing room you can get when you're playing sub 15 bigs. Those blinds and antes going to be hitting you hard and fast as they go around the table.
Can you put all one stack in front so I can see how many chips you have?
I have more than you.
I know, but
She wants to put the bigger in front, like the green behind. You know.
Like this? Okay.
You play like 3 point.
It's mine, yeah. It's mine.
It's a blind raise now.
Fam on the button here with 10-8 off suit. Lets it go, and this will be mandatory jam here for Branceforte.
Did he say anything? Just say something. Did he say all that?
yeah, he said all in.
So,
Branceforte will take down the blinds and antes. Laurie Shett said, swimming with sharks is better than dancing with them. Keep the sharks away from me. That's their home, not ours.
True.
My interesting fact for today, sharks are around on this planet longer than trees.
Imagine. Fun fact.
Quick facts. Quick facts. Well, that is quite a fact, because trees are around forever. The sharks are around longer. We're talking over 350 million years old.
Quite an amount.
Yeah, like some of these players are from the older contingent, Alan. They've been around forever. We come along trying to tell them what's up. What's up? The dinosaurs. I mean, sharks basically are dinosaurs of the sea. Fan with a nice jam takes it down. Or he says, in the wild, they have no reason to attack us. Yeah. If they took one look at me, they'd be like, oh, whoa, better get away from that guy. He's dangerous. That's when they could attack. I'd have to be able to swim first.
Yeah, that's true. I can't swim either, bro. Imagine living on an island and you can't swim. Irish logic.
Yeah.
I actually hate being on a boat, by the way, as well. FYI. Hate being on boats, man. It's not that I get sick around them. I just feel very anxious being on a boat. Probably doesn't help with the fact that I can't swim. And I'm thinking like the worst case scenario 95% of the time. That it's just going to capsize.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd be putting my sole trust in a lifeguard if there's a shark around.
Huh.
It's all well and good until the shark eats the lifeguard and then I'm next. Nice flop here for both players, blind v blind. They're not want to be getting in too big of an entanglement with each other this close to the final table. One big blind bet, one big blind call. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. So Loftus with the best of it. Both players check. River is the Queen of Hearts. Interesting card, giving Richie the straight and 2 pair to Soloftis. Guess we just go into check call mode for the most part if we're Soloftis, unless we think we can get 10 value from something worse.
Hard to. I don't mind a blocker bet here, which is probably what he's planning to do.
Blocker bet seems fine. Peppers him with the jab. Gets a double jab back to 900k.
This is a spot. This is a spot where I would like somebody to potentially use at least, well, definitely one time chip anyways here, or time extension. He did raise here very quickly, and I think if somebody is bluffing, they might consider thinking about it a little bit longer, and I think that makes his fold with the Queen 10 a little bit more easier, I would say.
Does take it down with the raise. He wouldn't like to see a click back from. It would indicate that Soloftis would have a flush at that point.
Yeah, they're pretty sick.
I feel like Richie raised that river a bit too quick for my liking.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. This is going back to what I was saying earlier about, like, if you're going to use a time extension, you really shouldn't use it pre-flop. Like, on the river primarily is when you should use the most, but we do have an all-in here from Brantifore.
This is going to be a call. Monster hand for Soloftis to pick up here, 5-handed against the all-in from under the gun. Well, under the gun, we are 5-handed. 2.5 million is the shove.
5-5-10-10.
Here we go. We could have our final 9 here if Salaftis can hold. Forte needing a 5 or something to that effect. 5.7 million in this pot. Just shy of 20 big blinds. King, Jack, 8 is the flop. Five and a 5 only. Oh, it's a 5!
Oh, wow.
50.
Bing, bang, boom. Turns to 5. Now Salaftis needing that one remaining 10 in the deck. So sick. Salaftis forced to pay the man. Will still have 32 bigs, but would have preferred to win that one.
Nasty turn card.
Just holds there, Al. He's eliminated another player. We go to the final table, and he's playing 15 million or so.
Yes.
Now he's under 10 mil, doubles up a player, and we're still playing short-handed. What did he say? Sick cooler.
Yeah.
Jack Troll says, was there an upgrade to the camera setup? It looks sharp. Oh, it's looking fantastic. It is on my screen anyway. I'm a sucker for that midnight blue. love the graphics, love the colors, love the details. There is always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Dan Fox in the house says, good morning, you beautiful humans. I hope your weekend went well and rested. I'm not allowed to use the catchphrase, always a surprise around the corner at Kings, too many times in a day. I learned that over time. Rinse, repeat.
Trademarked.
There's only so many times you can say the same things about the same hands, etc.
Ooh.
Fam with the shove. Forte has just got those chips. 12 big blinds total. If we weren't dealing with an FT bubble here, predict we would see the Queen Jack call. He might decide to just edge pass here because it's such a large portion of his remaining stack.
Like that, there is a pay jump here as well to consider, Dan. 3k, yeah, more or less 3k of a pay jump.
Yeah, I think this is a spot, if we're suited, I'm calling. If I'm off suit, we might be able to let it go. I'm getting tighter in my old age.
I was going to say, first instinct for me, man, I think I would fold, personally.
Queen Jack suited, I'm going to be calling, yeah. And maybe King Jack off. I'm definitely calling with King Queen off.
What about King 10?
King 10. I think we might have to call with King 10 if we're calling with King Jack. Oh, I don't know. It's close. How wide do you think Fam is shoving in the small?
I would say she's more than capable of shoving wider here, or at least have that awareness of how wide she is probably meant to be jamming here, because like that, man, again, I do think that she's aware of the pay jump here, given it is a final table bubble. She can probably shove wider. I mean, again, I'm trying to just base this on intuition here and what I think, but I do think she's more than capable of shoving, I don't know, 6-7 suited here, maybe 8-9 suited arguably, or maybe that just limps pre-flop, it's hard to say, but I think mostly just jamming is going to be the norm here.
Are you calling with King 10 off suit, Alan? I think we have to call King 10 suited for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's a King 9 suited plus sort of a spot.
I can get behind that.
So if we're calling with King 9 suited, we're going to have to call with King 10 offsuit.
She'll be pretty happy with that as well, FYI. Taking down that pot, getting Queen Jack to fold there.
Yeah, it does fold out the Queen Jack.
What do you have?
Jack Queen.
What's the minimum you're calling with there in the big blind? Let me know in the chat.
Jack Queen.
Dan Fox serenading again there. What's he say this time? Thank you for the best part of my week. Your voice that serenades the chat and gives me energy like how Superman gets energy from the sun. You're the goat. There's only one goat in here now, and it's Alan the giveaway. Go Finn. Thank you for your comment nonetheless. This is, oh God, I wish I had his accent. He can have it.
Keeps getting better.
No, it's not my burner account. I don't have time for burner accounts. So Loftus with a monster here, ace king off suit. Sounds like Elton John there in the background. Loftus taking down those blinds and antes. At some point, I don't want to say it's going to be a punt, but we have to, if we're going to keep posting those big blinds, the big blind ante. I know I said this the other day with a king-queen offsuits, but when there was 3 remaining, and I've kind of rectified what I said there. I think we do need to be a little bit tighter, especially when it was just over 20 bigs. When we're sub 15 bigs and we're on the FT bubble, yes, there's a 3K pay jump, but if we're going to keep posting that big blind and the big blind ante, at some point we're going to have to take a stand. So that's why I'm asking in the chat what you think the minimum you would call with there was, because at some point we just have to call. Can't just be folding out a huge portion of our range, because fam is just going to keep ripping and we're going to have to keep folding. If we're going to be playing 5-handed for a little while, at some point we have to make a move.
Agreed.
We've got Andre in the house. Says, yo guys, what's up, Andre?
What's up, mate?
9.
6 of these, 9.
Johan says the start of 25k is already delayed for more than 1 hour. Yeah, I thought it might have been a 10k, but it looks like we're commentating on a 25k tomorrow. The GG Millions. Someone said that it was a 10k.
25 from what I can see here on the site as well, bro.
Yeah.
Big buy-in.
Big boy buy-in. That's going to be a big one for us tomorrow.
Indeed.
I appreciate it.
Really looking forward to that.
The best one.
It was good enough.
It's going to be our last event out. Sad times.
Indeed. Sad times at the ranch.
I can't be calling out all your comments, Dan Fox. Kim says Bird is playing in the 25k.
Free roll.
Old trick from the hat says, you guys commentating 10k main. We are not. The GG Pro commentary team. will be with you in the booth for the next week or so. Henry and Co. Ali Najad, James Dempsey, Randy Lou. Who knows who else they've got tricks up their sleeves for days, that GG production team. I'll be watching from afar.
Likewise.
Some Cheeto dust on my chest. Lying on the couch.
Million? 2 million.
2 million is the raise
Million.
from Ricci. I really like this from both players so far.
Down.
Ricci does take that one down. Nice pot. For him, 14 million he's playing now. Banker says, Soloftis looks so angry all the time. Well, I've heard people have said that about me when I'm at live poker table as well. It's just focusing and concentrating. You can't just be smiling in the middle of hands. I mean, you can, but you probably shouldn't. Plenty of time to smile once it's all said and done. Flockman raising 10-8 of diamonds.
Better than you. You must not so good. Huh? Not the best one.
Not the best.
You want to know? I tell you. You want to know what I had? King 10.
King 10.
But I think I was ahead. I was ahead?
Yeah.
Yes, I swear. I got King 10 off. King of diamond and 10 of spade. Ahead or behind?
Ahead.
Ahead.
See Richie there, more or less saying what he's had both times, or sorry, 3 times that he's 3-bet. So Loftus there with the 10s originally. Well, I think he had, I forget the other second hand that he 3-bet him with. And he more or less said to him that he has King 10 off in the previous example where he opened King 2 suited and got 3-bet from the big blind. Or sorry, got 3-bet from the small blind. And yeah, I had no problem, no problem telling him each time that he's had it and not had it.
Well, he's very aware that he's going, that Soloftis will have that information once they have a break.
True.
Bird says he's going to buy into the 25k tomorrow with his 460k channel points.
Got to use them somehow, Bert.
Johan says in the Netherlands we have the iPoker satellites for the Dutch Classics in December.
Nice.
Dutch Classics is always a fan favourite here at Kings. Never see the chat box hopping as much when them events are taking place, especially if they've got someone they're rooting for. Avid fans, the Dutchies.
Indeed.
I'm not sure about the World Series Poker Circuit events yet in a couple of weeks. They're going to get through this series first. Can't get your number to fam. She's playing, mate.
Huh.
Richie min raising. I wonder if Soloftis will be giving away as much information there on the receiving end, Alan, or will be returning it.
I somehow don't think so, because Richie was saying it to him that he had X, Y, and Z, and Soloftis didn't really say much about what specifically he had. So, not sure what Richie's game is behind it, but you know, still could set up an interesting dynamic in future for sure.
Could be all part of a master plan.
700, 500.
Mantelino wants to know where's the German stream. Can't find them on Twitch. You're going Poker Room Kings and DE capital letters at the end. That's Poker Room Kings, DE at the end, capital letters. Richie going to bet $500,000 and Soloftis is going to call. Turn is the 4 of clubs. Richie against Soloftis again. Soloftis turning a pair 4s. This is a card that Richie most likely wants to keep barreling on. Wants to bet somewhere around half pot. That looks to be somewhere around half pot. 1.4 million. We're going for a bit bigger. 1.8 is the bet.
Yes.
Tough spot here, Al, for just a pair of 4s. He's going to call on the turn. Can't go anywhere. Notice he's got a pair. There is a tree.
Showdown now.
Showdown. The flop went check, check. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I was saying continue barreling, but he's just delayed. C-betting. I'll get my coat.
KM was calling for the 5 of hearts, which would be disgusting.
It would have been horrific, yeah. Now this one's just going to go check, check, most likely. Backdoor clubs comes in as well. There is a possibility here that he doesn't think he has enough showdown value with just a pair of 3s.
5 seconds.
6.3 million in the pot. See what I'm saying? 4 million is the
Big.
bet. Did have showdown value, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. So now he's just going to bet 4 million.
Pretty polarizing here. It's like, what, maybe some 2 pairs here that maybe still can do this. Some straights, obviously flushes. Does have the 5 of clubs in his hand, which does block a lot of the value combos. Stuff like 5-6. And maybe some 5x of clubs potentially. Barrels the turn, or bets the turn, I should say.
This would be a sick call if he can make it on the FT bubble of the Colossus for about 2/3 of his remaining stack. Wow,
Ooh.
he's made it.
Sick.
What a call. Richie is going to show the ace-3. Soloftis with the best hand back to 17 million. What a call. What a player. Incredible scenes here for the last hand
Really
before
nice
the
call.
break.
Oh, yeah, great.
We're going on a break, folks. That was action-packed to the rafters. What an opening frame it's been. Don't go anywhere. Things are really heating up. Just one elimination away from the Colossus final table. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments. Draw to the ATM says how many players left. We're getting close to a redraw already. We will have a redraw when there's 16 players remaining. And we have a wide range of nationalities being represented at this feature table. Italy, Germany, Hungary, and the Ukraine. The Germans will be out in force for this series for sure. They're always there or thereabouts.
For sure.
Never too far away from seeing a Romanian flag either.
There's an Irish player on the final table of the stream that I covered for you as well, Dan. I think that was one of the first times that might have happened. I think he ended up in 4th or 5th place or something like that.
It's a rare flag to see a Kings, Alan.
Throw. But
yeah, unless we were over there, of course.
Yeah. I was just going to say, and yet you have 2 Irish commentators somehow.
Oh, we love it. And Sirionis is going to shove over the top. He's going to get bad news here. Ladies out again.
Yeah.
2 red ladies for Trunk in the hijack. All in and call. 7.3 million in this pot as well. Wow. Things are kicking off early here.
For sure.
A few all-ins and we haven't even played one orbit. Nine's in big trouble. Jack 8-3, no help. Needs a 9 or runner. Turn is the 4 of hearts. It's looking grim for the pocket 9s as we hit the river. River is the 3 of hearts and Trunk wins sizable pot. To commit to my stack, especially in PKOs, but they want to give the impression that they are either of a nuts or air type of a holding, and I want to see how much I see this transfer to the live realm. I did go with the 9s, but I was like, this looks super strong, and I don't have a read to suggest that he's going to have a hand like ace-9 or an ace-6 suited, but I had seen it multiple times that week from good players, so I went with my hand. It's standard enough stuff. But before, you just wouldn't see that being a thing. These less than 3x 3 bets from out of position. If you see someone don't do this 5 years ago, you'd be calling them a donkey, etc.
Yeah. That's the thing, man. That's the thing. It's just like
yeah, I'm a bit confused. I don't really know if it's supposed to do that, but I just think it's so many of these schedules online now are PKOs that they don't want to commit themselves to the bounty, so they're making these smaller sizes. So perhaps it is only occurring in bounty tournaments and not so much in the normal vanilla no limit hold'em. But I'm interested to see what sort of things we can pick up throughout the week about adjustments players have made in the last 12 months.
Yeah, this is the thing, man. Like it's the game is like always evolving in some way or form, and sometimes it can be a big detail, and sometimes it can just be the latter, you know. And that's why it's very, very important to keep up with these trends, man, because, you know, if you're not doing that or being put in these situations, like there's one thing about poker, man, in my opinion, that it's always very important to put people in a situation that they're not comfortable with or they don't have awareness on. And because when that happens, man, they're going to make mistakes because you're bound to make mistakes in a situation that you don't have solid awareness over. And that's what I really enjoy with poker mostly. You know, battling against good competition, even when they put you in a situation, it's a great opportunity to learn something new.
Yeah, I'm actually glad I brought that to your attention because it's something that I've been wondering about. It's keeping me up at night. Just these spots. And Sabashenko gonna bet 300k here. I like picking your brain, Alan. So it's great that you've got the cash game background. I've got the tournament background. Obviously, a little bit rusty in terms of playing online. Not so much commentating on it.
No, but it's still good to, cause man, like you know yourself that like live and online, yeah, they're gonna share some similarities, but like they're both kind of unique experiences in their own way. You know, maybe live games are gonna have a lot more, we'll say, recreationals and stuff like that, where you know deviating against them in the right way is very important. And just like adapting. Like there's one thing that I always say to guys I coach and stuff like that, man, is like nothing is static. You need flexibility and strategy and being situationally aware in every, you know, like in every single moment. So important, man. As I said, flexibility and strategy and not playing static defaults X, Y, Z, for sure, very, very important, man. And that doesn't matter what format you're playing. It's like having solid awareness on any node against any player, massively important in the long run, bro, and how you deviate based on that.
Yeah. Obviously, the cash game is very intricate, especially how deep you are all the time. So you're not going to see too much of that, but it's still applicable in hands. This is a tough spot here for. Oh, you looked a bit shaky there.
Little bit.
So he bet calls on the turn, goes for a very small sizing, 300k, gets raised considerably to 1.25 million. Sabashenko's hands is going to be a little bit too good to fold just yet. Trunk is just going to have a lot of hands that beats him. Perhaps he's got some semi-bluffing hands or thinks he can get his opponent to fold a hand like a 7 or a weak 9.
Oof.
Obviously just wants to get more value on the turn. There's a lot of bad rivers. Case in point, the 8 of diamonds.
Shabashenko needs to donk this river. He has to. Like, it's absolutely mandatory. Again, like, it doesn't matter that he has the straight here. It's just like, even if he had the, I don't know, some naked 9x here, I think just going for like a 10% bet here or something like that is very, very good. But, you know, he has this here, so it doesn't matter too much. But, like, it's not like Trunk won't have some 10x here. But I do think it's going to be more favorable for Shabashenko, and he does end up donking.
I was going to say I want to see him bet around $1 million, and he goes for $1 million.
Yeah, literally. Nice.
Well, I didn't say it before he bet it, but that's well, I was about to ask. Well, as soon as you'd finished talking, how much do you want him to bet? I said he wants to bet about a quarter of his stack here, and he goes for about a quarter of his stack.
Quite an annoying spot here now for Trunk. The thing is, like, for sure he can have some bluff raises on the turn here. Obviously, it's not the case in this example, but really, really annoying spot for Trunk. It's just a matter of what his perception is on Shabashenko here. Does he think he's ever bluffing here, or, you know, going for that sort of range that I said with, like, maybe some King 9 that might do this to slow down the action? Well, yeah, I mean, not a great spot for 2-pair here. It's not impossible as well for Shabashenko to maybe lead some 9-8 here as well in this situation, but, you know, I don't think Trunk really beats too much here in this situation.
This is a really tough spot for Trunk because Sabashenko is not really going to have any natural bluffs on this river. So it is, like you're saying, a strong 9x. He did raise chunky amount, nearly $1 million extra on the turn to get his information, to get external value. It's such a horrible river for him in a sizable pot. Every chip mattering so much, and this one, 23 big blinds in this pot and counting. I don't know if he can fold that, and for the reasons you aforementioned there. What about if your opponent is betting with a hand like Queen 9, King 9, Ace 9? Jack 9 seems to be a bit of a stretch, although you would block the high end of the straight with that holding.
I think with the potential, you know, 1-pair hands here like 9x, I don't know, would Shabashenko even lead potentially? And if he does, man, I think he should go for a smaller one. Yeah, I mean, it's just like you said, bro. It's kind of hard to find the natural bluffs here that didn't kind of, you know, bet turn, call a raise, and then kind of find the bluffs here on the river. You know, it's just like I always think about these spots, man, where people have to study this and have good awareness on what they should bluff, and it's a really infrequent spot where, you know, flop checks through, probe small on the turn, get raised, and yeah, trying to find the natural bluffs here on the river. It's very, 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 very unintuitive, you know.
Such a tough spot here for Trunk. It's very hard to find any natural bluffs, like you just said. He's not going to have much 5x, so he will have a decent amount of 10x. Know exactly what's happening next. So it's always we talk about compound mistakes, but the opposite of compound mistakes, propelling you to learn more at a rapid rate and just can't get enough of it. There's nothing like getting the poker bug. There's enough times where you don't feel like playing, like we talked about earlier. You're on a lull, you need a break, and sometimes the best thing you can do is get away from the goddamn screen. But that's not what happens this time of the year. September, October, just watching all the online stuff, and that gets me hyped, especially the GG series, etc. Gets me hyped then for the WSOPE, and here we are. So I'll be sure to be listening in to all the proper pros now for the main event, etc. Sending in the big dogs. Shout out to Ali Najad and Henry Kilbane, Randy Liu, and Dempsey. They do a stellar job. But it's our time now, Alan.
Indeed.
Menga raising to 500k with the Kings. We've got more action here. DiPercio with the two black ladies is all in. He's in trouble. This is a cooler situation.
Indeed. We saw the ladies quite a bit, Dan, haven't we, so far?
Yeah, considering we've only played 33 or commentated on 33 hands. 6.3 million in this pot. DiPercio after doubling up. Sucks. You get your double up. You're back to 10 bigs. Yep. You're feeling groovy. Yep. And then, oh God, you're going to have 5 million and change now. But Menga with the Kings of Kings. It's going to be tough to beat. 6-7-4 is the flop. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Just one lady can save him, but it's not to be. Jack of diamonds. Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Still 10 players remaining in the Colossus final day, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. If you're just tuning in, it's the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. There's a bracelet on the line and €161,000 for the winner. We are on the final table bubble. Absolute scenes before the break. Tis myself, Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit and broadcaster, in the booth with me. I have my right-hand man, my co-host, Alan Finn. What's up, buddy?
What is going on, my man? Delighted to be back. Interesting final table bubble here.
I was trying to break that hand down that was taking place. I don't think he has a lot of Queen X that's just going to check back on the flop. He's kind of capped in what he can have. And a lot of those combos that we're worried about contain a flush draw that got there on the river, and we blocked some of them, as you said. So I'm not going to say it seems like an easy call, but a lot of his hands that bet 4 million on the river there just don't really make sense.
I think we might have missed the flop action, because I think KM mentioned that he check called the flop, which is for sure questionable. But either way, bro, how that hand played out was just a sick call on the river, nonetheless.
Yeah, I think both of us were laughing at something in the chat there, missed the flop action. It does make sense that it was a bet situation. It wouldn't make sense to check back that flop and then bet turn and the river. You said that he's going to have showdown value here in the river, and I was trying to think, I just don't know if a 3 is going to cut the mustard. Maybe it would be a deuce X hand. I don't understand how that went into check call mode from Soloftis on the flop. He obviously had a plan to do something on the turn.
That's the issue I have with that in that regard, man. As I said, we definitely missed the flop action, unfortunately, but according to KM, he did check call the flop, which is as I said, somewhat questionable, but, you know, as I said, how that hand played out and finding the bluff catch on the river was still very, very, very well played.
Having too much fun in the chat with all ye fine folk. We'll have to... You think if one of us was missing the flop action, the other one would have had it, but yeah, it just didn't make sense. I perhaps I did see the C-bet in the call. I was just... Didn't really make sense that there would be a call in the float out position there. Or I thought maybe he might have led or something. It just wasn't adding up. But the river action was what really, really mattered there. So we bet flop, turn and river. It makes his call even more impressive. Really and truly. Bit of Backstreet Boys in the background this time. Why not? Love that song too. Tatsa in the house. What's Tatsa? What's up, Tatsa? Dan Fox says, and we are back. Let's go. Let's go indeed. It is weird that those hands sometimes just don't make sense. It's like, how are we on the turn if there has been a bet? You would expect it just to go bet and a fold. So Loftus really playing out of his socks today. Bet 400k here. Takes another pot off Richie. It looks like Richie does have bottom pair, probably going to see a turn. Good call. Good call here for a double barrel. 4 for the 2.
Check mark for Richie here.
Just decide not to barrel on the turn. Now betting on the river. You can value bet green here. Decided to check on the turn. You can have some 2-pair combinations.
Hard to find a call here with a 5th pair on the board. He's considering it though.
Be a sick enough call from Richie. I don't think he can make it though. Here on the board. This will be some spot to put on his tape.
Does get out of the way, unfortunately.
Show George. Show George.
Now, too late. If you ask before,
Asking to show the bluff.
I'll tell you.
Negative from Jack
after.
8.
After, I must tell you now, and you.
No,
okay.
putting the table. No problem. If you ask before, sure. You know I don't mind. For you.
Swivel Steele's saying last couple of times Sufalalis has bluffed. It's been for 50% pot, maybe a tell on the river. I mean, you can definitely still go for 10 value there, bro, in that situation. But we do announce an all in here from Sufalatus. Sufalatus, I should say. Just going to be getting this one through. Fam not going to be able to defend with 6-4 off. Not sure why she is thinking here. That's so silly to do that. With the 6-4 to use a time extension there. Don't know why she's doing that, but again, I'm there, or I'm here and she's there. What the hell do I know? Apocalypse going making some dinner. Wrong graphic? I mean, probably not, if I had to guess. We have Flock here now with King 7 suited. Going to be coming in for a raise ski, by the looks of it. Andre Call says, if my friend Musa wins this, I'm coming to play the main. You should come to play the main anyways, bro. If at all possible. What's the worst that can happen? Lose 10k, cry yourself to sleep, move on with your life the following day. Take an extra time for the FT. I mean, still don't think it's justifiable. We were talking about this earlier, BK London, that you just don't really want to be wasting these time extensions, unless when you get to the final table your time extensions are replenished. I'm not too sure about that. We do get a 3-bet jam here from Branciforte. It's going to get that one through. But yeah, as I said, I'm not sure when they get the FT there might be a possibility of replenishing the time extensions. That I can't verify, but I know that is a thing. Or win 1 million and don't know what to do with it. Yeah, Jesus Christ, man. If I won 5% of that, Andre, I don't know what I'd do with it, let alone a milli. You wouldn't see me for 48 hours at least. Reinvesting it back into the economy, or the ecosystem, I should say, one way or the other. Yeah, that can make sense as well, Swivel, to be fair, in terms of that. As I said, I'm just not 100% sure of the dynamic on the outer tables because we don't have that information. Or he's out. I'll see you soon enough. Yourself and Apocalypse, hopefully be back at some point. Of course, I'll be the biggest whale at every table. That's my dream. Facts. Yeah, this is probably something got to do with maybe what you're talking about, Swivel, just to, you know, maybe just guarantee the FT, take a little bit more time pre-flop. So, as I said, there could be a possibility of these being replenished on the FT. If that is the case, then using them the way she's been using them the last 2 or 3 hands makes sense. We have Flock here now, more than likely going to be at least calling with the 10-9 suited. To go to a flop. Good shot for Flock here. Not a lot going on for Jack 2. Loftus here. Does have some backdoors. It's a good board for his opening range here, so he's definitely going to start off with a C-Betsky, which he does. Around quarter pot or so. Just give me a standard call here for Flock, I would assume. Which he does. See if Loftus here wants to be aggressive on the turn. Probably not the best turn card to stay barreling here with a complete airball. You block some Jack 9 and Jack 10. That's not great here. He is putting the pressure on. Man knows no bounds and never knows when to put the brakes on. The rich get richer. So Loftus chipping up. A very strong player, lads, no? Dan was saying earlier on that he has a decent amount in tournament earnings as well. See why, given how he's been playing so far. Richie here now a little bit on the shorter side. Sub 11 or 12 big blinds or so. Or sorry, above 11 or 12.
800.
He's in for a raise here. Probably.
Colossus has
You're back there, Dan.
1.2 million in tournament live earnings, Alan.
Nice one. What do you think of his raise here off this stack size?
I think it's okay, but he's going to get attacked on a lot, and he is committed to FAM.
Really? Really short.
And he folds?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Not sure on the open in the first place, really. It's probably questionable to do it off that stack size.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest of fans of that one now. You know, he's raising into Soloftus as well. He's committed to FAM, which, well, I would have thought so. She only had 6 blinds. it's only 4 big blinds more for us to call. Granted, it shatters our stack.
Yeah.
I think once we've opened, we're committed to anything up to a 7 big blind stack, I think is the cutoff. So if we've invested 2 and it's 5 more to call, anything after that we can start raise folding. 6 big blinds she had, was it 2.4 million total?
Yeah.
I think we have to call ICM or otherwise there's just going to be too much money in the pot.
Probably going to be a call here, I guess.
Colossus is going to just shove on Richie, and he is going to gamble here with the 9 suited. Don't love
Donna
the
9S, K5S.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever that means. 10 big blind. What's the bottom hands he's going to call with?
Suited.
There's a flop top pair here, Dan.
It's a big top pair for him. Oh no, it's a king on the turn on the 8-9-3. It was looking like he was going to be doubling up. He is backdoor diamonds working for him as well. But the king rolling off on the turn, not a good card. And now he needs a queen or a 9 on the river.
What do you have before?
He does not arrive.
Before I bluff. Jacket.
Grande, Giorgio. Good luck, guys.
Andre Ritchie, fan favorite in the chat, has bowed out in 10th place, taking home €11,250 for his efforts and that 10k ticket. He would be very disappointed with that, considering he was up with a little bit over 12 million not so long ago. But that man right here, right now, is the man to beat. Do not know who's on the outer table, but Soloftus has been playing out of his goddamn mind so far. We're going on a break.
We stay in the same seat, so...
Little over 20 minutes. I'm really excited and looking forward to this final table of the Colossus. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
Blind raise or what? No, blind.
Well, we're back after having a word with our 4th place finisher, Alessandro Poderoli, out in 4th for 66,000. And with that elimination, Randy, we're down to 3, 87,000.
You've got some customers.
Plus the ticket.
You've got some customers here.
Currently guaranteed. One more elimination away from... Oh my, Maroney's had the chance to defend the big. Closing the action. 7 million in the middle. And look at the check back from Di Nicola.
That doesn't mean he's not going to lose a lot of chips.
Perhaps, but the fact that he's avoided the c-bet on the flop could potentially save him 18 million.
Would like to see Moroni come in with a bet on the turn. He can represent a lot of missed straight draws or flush draws right now. See what he comes in with. 3.8 million, and the king's gonna have to go nowhere given how under-repped his hand is.
Went for more than half pot on the turn in the form of a probe 3 ways. Does put 15 million out there now. Less than 1 SPR. Sized it to perfection. To target some flush draws, target some set 10x. Ooh, the 10-10 run out though.
That's a hard one to bet, right? Because your opponent could easily have a 10x as played. It depends on how light he feels he's getting called on the button, whether to bet or not. And it looks like he's just trying to induce from the busted diamonds and straight draws, which I think is a fine play for his 7.
It's going to check through, and
I feel like he lost the minimum with those 2 kings.
Yeah, favourable run out there for Dinacola. It's getting pretty even. 32 million for Dinacola. 29 for Moroni.
Yeah, and it's important to note there, when we do have eliminations, we are trying to get the players to have as many interviews after their bust out as possible. So bear that in mind. If you see one of your favourite players getting eliminated or whatever the case may be, chances are it's going to cut to an interview from time to time. It's nice to be aware of that before it happens. Cito going to raise to 175 with the ace-9, 9-6 from the cutoff.
9 against ace queen 8-6.
And look, Pliashko is all in by default here, Alan, with the ace-queen 8-6. Again, you might need 2 questions.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll keep in mind, as long as you're writing down that stuff, bro, I got you covered.
And this one is 50-50 as well, as we see the flop of Jack 10-3. Pliashko, the favourite to remain in this tournament, as we see the turn.
Of course,
wow, nice.
Whoa.
It's for you, royal flush, bro. You just made the royal flush.
Not something we see every day, the royal flush.
Indeed.
Sit back down, Pliashko. He's probably raged that he only has 200k there after getting such a massive hand.
Indeed.
But better than being knocked out.
Oh, I don't think, man.
Yeah.
King 9. Fold.
King 9, you push me away already.
Only nuts.
A minute.
Joe back at it. This time with more chips, he leaves 600 back. Raised to $1 million, and he's run into an ace-king. And you see Emile Bisset happy to push forward 2.9 million. Suvarna with the ace-king suited, by the way. And might this be one of those situations, Randy? Because if Suvarna
3-9. No, 2-9.
comes along, maybe just maybe Joe looks at this and thinks it's a bad spot, or there's no way he's got a shot at a triple up.
The problem is that we're not in the money yet. So if we were, then he's got a lot of reason to fold, try to get a little pay jump. But he's put in like a lot of his stack, $1 million. Maybe if he made it like 600, had $1 million back. I don't. We'll see, but we know the ace king suited definitely is performing pretty well in this spot. Because let's just say Joe raises to $1 million and folds, leaves 3 big blinds, and Bisset happens to bust out. There's still 2 from the money. It's going to be so hard for him to still creep in there with the remaining 8 if that was the case. I think he just got to flick it in and hope for the best.
Yeah, and
it's crossing his mind as he threw out all the time banks first.
Hope is really all he's going to have here, but
he knows he's dominated in one spot, almost certainly.
The aces all block one another. The kings are blocking one another. His jack is the cleanest of cards available. The problem is he needs to hit it. The struggle is so real for him here, Randy.
Yeah, he wish he could have like a jack 10 right now, or like a pocket pair, something he knows that is not dominated. There's no chance that ace jack has ever just got 2 overcards against both these hands, or he's dominating one spot.
Okay, gamble.
Gamble, let's go.
1 to 30%. Oh, 30%. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Flush.
Last 600,000 comes forward, so the main pot will be between 3 players. 2.6 million on the side between Santosh and Bisset.
先算放一个。不用，就A 发勾就行。这把赢了，好起来了，510万。
So 7.9 million in total available to Emil and Santosh. The flop, somehow the case ace finds its way to the board, but facts remain in terms of Joe's need for a jack. Backdoor spades for Suvarna.
No pressure, but jack. No pressure.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, Suvarna picks up the nut flush draw. And you can see the stress on Bisset's face here. As currently he's chopping the whole thing with Santosh, but a spade on the end would dash his hopes. A jack would keep Joe Chuen in there. What's it going to be?
Wow.
It is a spade.
No.
Runner, spades, and we've got a double knockout here. And look at Dvoris.
Told you flush, you know?
Very thankful.
Yes. Wow.
Obviously, nothing for Emil Bisset to do. Ace king against ace king. Deeply unlucky.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asks, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
well,
Nojbau's going to have a hand? Oh, he does have a hand.
Jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, to a flop. Safe for the 6s.
9-9 for Adamski. Needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. One card from elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
Just you three.
Yep. Sounds juicy indeed. So I wonder if his chicken is as juicy as this cash game.
Indeed. This one is a little bit low.
Shame of losing the fucking pain.
What happens to me? What happens in Amsterdam always is that heads up, guy gets stacked 2 times, 3 times, and still has to pay for his new stack for the for stand-up.
Yeah, that's tilting. That is tilting.
Fold.
Bunker.
Raise 1,000.
Haven't seen much from Philip then, as of late. He's been relatively quiet from my perspective.
He had a score there about 6 weeks ago, 279k, and he was very aggressive, put on a masterclass. I think he got second in the end. He's been quiet at this table. He hasn't had too many big hands. I don't know what you call a big hand at this one. Things haven't gone too well for him, but he hasn't lost any massive pots, I don't think. He's just sort of maintained around that 20k zone.
And then in the end,
hard to keep track of all the action. I don't remember seeing him re-enter. Maybe at the start. I'm sure we'll find out on the screen. And they show an update the chip counts.
But
you like this card?
no, that's a completely different. See, that is a completely different game.
Worst.
It's the worst. Who likes to play that shit? I really. Because it's the worst, man. It really is the worst. So many people say that as well. So it's.
Yeah. It's not even fun for flips.
It's just. No, for flips it is fun. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Just because you're dead less often, so you can sweat to the river more often. But
if you keep it close, yeah.
But it's just terrible. Oof.
Yeah.
Just another.
Impossible to look at your cards.
That's another one. That is just. It just plays terrible. I don't know why. It plays terrible. I guess because
the way you feel about this card, a lot of people feel about 5 cards wrong.
Oh come on! I don't think so. You think? You think people call 5 cards a stupid game? Not anymore. You have
when I'm losing.
Yeah, like any game, no?
Long time. It took me a long time to get.
Ferry with a big raise here.
Because when I started playing Holland PLO, I was playing low.
Yeah?
I started playing 5 cards. I was playing minimum 25-50, you know.
Yeah.
So it's. I'm not gonna pay 1-2 just to get ahead. Try to know the game, you know. So.
I had kings. What is going on here? Look, I had kings.
You had kings?
I had kings. Like what the fuck?
3-way all in.
How do you fight kings?
Huh? I had kings. I'm like, I had race all in.
With 46.8k in this pot.
I like my hand a lot.
Max with 58% equity. Very flopping a set and is still
Oh, now it makes sense. Kings, king, jack, and jack.
just 33% to win this hand.
Who has the ace queen?
So twice, right?
Yeah, twice. Yeah, it's done.
You really like it.
I really like my hand twice, yeah.
They're only burning one out, just 110.
Yes.
Marta, you want me to pour it?
It's this one, yeah.
Turn is the 10 of diamonds and
I think your blow speed about fucking 100 meg then.
The tech match was
good for Max
Maxi!
on the first one.
Hey, now you do it fast, huh? Now the button goes very fast.
There's the second run out. It's the 8 of spades.
No spades, no good. This you? 7? Yeah, that's me.
50-50 between Ferry and Max as we hit the river. River is the 9 of hearts. Max wins both of them. Wow.
Oops. So I'm out.
Buckman was watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Martinson, once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
Just kidding. I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me, can I touch my top phone? Yes?
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, Chateau with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
He's seen enough. He's seen Martinson play every hand, though. I guess Randy's decided, look, I'm gonna make a stand here for 1 blind. I've got a short stack back.
He's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set because he needed a hit hand.
7 check.
Can Martinson find the check back, Randy? Against such a short stack.
I don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet and trying to induce a check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
$65,000. The bet very small. And a switch.
Oh my
check.
God! What is going on here? Made a move of just King 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blind's board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but that was spicy.
Posting on a delay, consistent with our stream, so there will be no spoilers.
Unbelievable, this guy, Santos. He's playing almost every hand. And that 98%. Right?
Yep.
Orpan, can you tell me how many white chips you have? I can't see that. Orpan, can you tell me how many white chips you have?
I'll count it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Thank you. $420.
Whoa. This is out of line. 6-5 up to 420.
420.
Now, do you think this is more designed to not let Orpin into the pot or to attack Brewers Open? Could be a double,
it's a double.
upside for him. Sizing, by the way, isn't going to clear a good chunk of what Brewer's opening with.
Man, Brewer's got a reasonable hand. I think he's actually thinking about multiple.
All in?
Yeah,
wow,
this is
just
one angle to
piles.
go with.
Kings again? Chris. Be honest with me. We are Team Brewer. You don't talk with me now? Why not?
All in.
Yes, so that then you don't make any more mistakes. You have kings? Yes or no? Be a man. Yes or no? Please. No more Team Brewer, yeah? Okay, official end of Team Brewer today. Are you set? How much?
Now, Martin, see, he's doing all this. He knows he's never making the call, Randy, and this is where I think a lot of guys get annoyed because he's milking clock, he's posturing.
Set, yeah? Again, kings, yeah? In Kings Casino. Hold. No show?
No show.
You had kings? Let's be honest.
Kings Casino.
You had kings?
Kings Casino.
I win. That's pretty good.
Amazing, thank you. Position number 2. Amazing. Position number 3.
Alrighty, folks, so welcome back. It's going to be the Colossus final table here. 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. Colossus is your chip leader going into this one. Mikael Schuh is in second place with 26 bigs. Pascal Flock with 18. Eric Van Hulst with 16. Vito Branchiforti with 13. Moussa Awad with 11. Hong Pham with 11. Paul Runcan with 9. And Thomas Kribski with 9 big blinds also. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for the duration of this event with my co-host Alan, the giveaway Go Finn. What's up, buddy?
Doing all right, mate. Just now that you mentioned the giveaway codes or something like that, mate, well, aka my name from yourself. We are going to be giving away 10 codes, as I mentioned earlier on, and for people that have tuned in or only tuning in now, there's going to be a raffle given or happening on October 10th, and there's going to be some amazing prizes up for grabs, like an iPhone 16 Pro and an Apple MacBook Pro, excuse me. So, yeah, 10 codes going to be given away, guys, and after each elimination on the final table, I will give away 1 to 2 codes, depending. So stick around for that. There are going to be no limit hold'em questions, semi-difficult, but yeah, until then.
Good stuff. What a final table we have in store. Just look at those graphics. That midnight blue. Better than any sultry sunset.
Thank you.
Additional like back lanes. Guys, one is like home, smart, right?
What a moment it is for these 9 remaining players. We've had some fun hands there.
Thank you.
To get us this far. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €14,400. Shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. Lights, camera, action. Let's go. Very stormy weather in Ireland at the moment. Was having some internet difficulties at 1 or 2 stages today. I'm on a different connection now and it seems to be tip-top Magoo. You'll be glad to know.
You can move a little your step, little. Thank you, perfect.
800? 8.
Branceforte with the min raise. We've got some interest in ICM considerations taking place at this FT. We've got a few players sub 15 bigs, which is really interesting in terms of dynamics.
Do you want to do picks then, or what way do you want to do it?
We're definitely doing picks tomorrow. If we're doing picks, obviously we can't have the overwhelming chip leader, so I don't know what way you want to do it after that.
I think what way we did it, if I remember correctly, last year, that each player had a number. Maybe if we could do the seat number and we just do random draws between each number, but I'm not sure if that would work, if that makes sense.
You want to just kind of leave it up to the gods as to who we get to pick?
Yeah, this I think that's what's, as I said, I can't remember. Let me have a think about it, but I'm nearly sure that's what happened last year, that we just did the, 1 to 9, and depended on each player's seat number, we kind of ran with that, but I'll have a think about it, but I need to do it swiftly if we're going to do it now before someone gets eliminated.
Right, you have a think about it there. I'll concentrate on the action. Fan with the ace queen off suit. Aces for Branceforte. All he has to do is click all in. This is a 6 bot for Fam. She's been really patient for the most part. Finds herself at the FT. Just over 10 bigs, 4.2 million, and runs into aces first hand.
Pretty unfortunate. Smart, eh?
She is really up against it, just 8% equity. We're going to have our first elimination at this final table.
Not looking good.
Up is 854. That is no help whatsoever to Fam. Branceforte going to be playing over 10 million now. Unless it comes ladies of the night.
Oh my
There's
god.
One.
Oh my god.
Fam needs another lady. She's got one in her hand, one on the board. One of the 2 remaining ladies in the deck on this river. She will bow out in 9th place. River is the 6 of diamonds.
Well played.
Fam has been eliminated. So sick.
So sick, man.
14,400 euro for her efforts. Really nice run, really nice score. That means 8 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of 18,700 euro, chasing the first prize of 161,000 euro and the gold bracelet.
And just to highlight to people, we're going to be giving away 2 codes for now, okay? So since there has been elimination, as I said, this is the way it's going to work, guys. Every player eliminated, we're going to be giving away 1 to 2 codes. So I'm going to give away 2 codes from the get-go. So unfortunately, this is only going to be happening on Twitch, people. So whoever is on YouTube, if you make the effort to have the Twitch chat open, you can win yourself a code here. But this is just happening on Twitch because that's the only one that I can see. And we don't want to be judging it on 2 chats from 2 different platforms. So hopefully you guys understand that. So first question for the first code. All right, so what is the term for folding? It's a 1-word answer, by the way. What is the term for folding a winning hand due to misreading the situation? What is the term for folding a winning hand due to misreading the situation? 1-word answer, people. Okay, so old trick from the hat. You are going to win the first code, my man. So the answer was muck. So congrats, my man. I don't think I messaged you previously. No, I did not. I need you to change your privacy settings on your direct messages as well. Old man or old trick from the hat. I can't direct message you on Twitch, so you need to change that for me to send you the information along with the code. So when you do that, let me know, and I'll contact you on Twitch. In the meantime, what I'll do is I'll just get the second code and second question out of the way, and I can talk to Old Man Trick from the Hat privately if needed. Okay, so second question here. Which poker hand is made of 3 cards of one rank and 2 cards of another? So, which poker hand is made of 3 cards of one rank and 2 cards of another? There you go, KM, you're winning it, bro. KM, you win that. Congrats, my G. I'll send you another call because I was talking to you already, bro. So let me just write you down. So I do see KM was the first one in there, so fair play. Just give me one moment and I'll send you one of them codes, my man. Where is the information for that? Okay. And yeah, I'll send you that now. Alan, give this one to Dan Fox. He got the first question kind of right. All right, bro. If you want me to do that, that's no problem. I'll send it on. Doesn't make a difference who I send them to, but if you're happy to do that, I will do that as well. Just give me a second here, and I'll copy this link. I'll send this to you, Dan. So. Code. Okay, and I will send you that code as well, bro. As I say, KM, if you're happy to do that, mate, I don't mind where the code goes itself. So I have sent that to Dan Fox, so congrats, Dan Fox, on that. So yeah, just make sure Old Man Trick or Old Trick from the Hat, make sure you change them settings and I can contact you. If not, you can contact me on Instagram, Alan F Poker. It's all the same, bro. Whatever's easier. Alright, Dan, we should be G now.
Didn't know which Dan you were talking to. Too many Dans in the chat.
I get you.
This is such an unbelievable spot for Georgios Suloftis. He's got double the chips of second place, Vito. He can really just be applying maximum pressure to the entire table at this point. No one wants to bust before the other. Huge payouts in the difference between all the positions, and you've got 5 players under 20 big blinds. This is a dream when you've got 64 bigs on an FT like this and all the skills to go with it for Georgios.
I was just thinking there that this probably might be very similar to what we saw on the 2K PLO from Wednesday evening. That it was very, very similar stack sizes, bro. There was somebody dominating it at this kind of 6-7 handed. Well, it's 8 handed technically, but you know, still 7 or 8 max. And there was one dominant chip leader, and everyone from second to third had similar, and you know, whatever 5th and below or 4th and below had something all around that kind of 10 to 15 big blind range as well, man. And we're seeing more or less a pretty close replica of what we saw Wednesday evening.
Yes, and it's important to note that Richie is out of the way.
That's right.
That was his biggest adversary left in the field, I would imagine. Now, I actually haven't done my homework on some of the players remaining at this FT. Was concentrating on the feature table we had in front of us. But I would imagine that Georgios is the most accomplished player left in the field. I don't recognize too many of these other names, to tell you the truth. A wad of cash is all in for 4.4 million on the button.
What a name.
And ICM wise, you might be saying Ace-9 seems a little bit too loose here, but facing a button open for 11 bigs, Ace-9 going to be doing very well. Perhaps because there's so many stacks shorter than his, you just want to let hands like ace-9 go and maybe go with like an ace-10 plus type of a situation.
Those seem to be around that threshold, right? Of you can go for it, you might not go for it. It's kind of very indifferent, I suppose, isn't it?
Richie's in the house, says good evening. Good evening, Richie.
Pretty close, ace-9.
I don't know, you will see on the stream.
A-Wad.
Ace-9 off.
Gets that one through.
You will see.
Vietnam, Romania, Italy, the Czech Republic, Cyprus and the Netherlands all being represented at this final table. The grind is on. If you're just tuning in, it's the €550 buy-in, the World Series of Poker Europe No Limit Hold'em Colossus event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Five-four suited for Soloftis. Like I said, he can really start opening up his game, and this is a fine example.
He's really relentless, Dan, in fairness to him. He's just not afraid to put like his chips in the middle within reason, and just very, very competent player by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, that highlight hand of the day there when he called on the river with the 4.
Yeah.
Is the best example of that. I still don't know what the story is with calling on the flop. That confused me. We talked about it
Definitely
already.
confused us. Yeah.
It was still in my head there when I went downstairs. Changed over my internet. It's way faster now. And I was cooking a steak. It always seems to be these highlight hands that come into my head when I'm cooking steak. With the pan sizzling. The brain will be sizzled after so many hands, but that one stuck out.
No, it's an interesting one for sure.
James says he's confident about his post-flop play, so he can open really wide pre or whatever those.
Yep. I agree with that.
Yes, and the ICM is just huge, as well as being a really accomplished player. It's a wicked combination, as you all know. Wicked. Average stack just shy of 22 big blinds at the moment. Shu is just going to rip the lot here for effectively 16 big blinds and change with 2 mystery cards. And this is a horrible spot for Flock. Just probably have to put 6s in the muck here.
That's what I was thinking as well, to be fair. I didn't think too long about it, to be fair, but yeah, I did.
This is a different story in the big blind.
Oh, yeah.
In she goes and up she flew. Ace Queen against the King of Hearts
something.
and
10.
Looks like a 10. Couldn't get my binoculars out in time.
Ha.
King 10 of Hearts with decent equity against Ace Queen. Gets the 6s out of there. I think you might have to go with like 9+ there in the small, considering there's already a few short stacks around the place.
Yeah, I can get behind that too.
Something needing an ace. There's the lady on the turn. You can get the words out of my mouth before he hits. Diamond rolling off. Now a king or a 10 needed for 2 on the river. A Runkin will double up to 7.2 million. It is Jack Spades.
I started on. From now, that's it, finished. I will win every hand. You don't believe it?
I believe
I guarantee. I guarantee.
You two have been fighting since the beginning of this days.
Really nice double up for him there.
Thank you. You have an ace?
Small pair.
Small pair.
I would jam against you.
So you say some good chips, you say.
It's good.
Just more stacks now for Georgios to pick on. Less short stacks though. Thomas Krivsky now the clear short stack. 18 bigs, 16 bigs, 15 bigs, 14 bigs and 14 bigs. Incredible stuff here. Between the 5 of the middle of the pack and Thomas with 6 bigs. It's Georgios' playground right now. It's his world and they all have to live in it. Vito separates himself from that aforementioned pack, playing 26 big blinds in second place on our leaderboard. Trick from the Hasses. Do you like dags? I like caravans more.
Great movie.
It's nothing like that, Mrs. O'Neill. He just really likes minding cars. Richie says JP almost 100% VPIP on the under the gun at the FT with his straddle. Oh, that's about a different event yet. Grand lads, talk about Utrecht there somewhere else. This is the World Series of Poker Europe Colossus final table. Francoforte, the hijack, open with 8-9 suited. Shoe goes for the rejam here in the cutoff.
This is really nice, no?
Very nice rejam. Standard enough stuff, but maybe not considering how close they all are in chips. And a 6 big blind. Short stack. But he just knows that Branciforte is going to have to fold so much of his range there. but on the flip side of that, will still be able to try steal with a relatively wide range.
Yep.
Blinds and antes about to hit the short stack now as well. King Queen opening. Flock with the same hand here in the cutoff. Wow, putting pressure on here with a 3-bet. 1.8, giving himself just 11 big blinds behind. Can get away with some of this kind of stuff, considering there's a 6 big blind short stack. No.
I assume this is going to get through, I guess.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I assume this is going to get through here unless Branciforte decides to get out of line here, but I can't imagine it's going to happen.
Branciforte forced to fold there, but getting 3.6 to 1 on a call. But Flock's 3-bet just looking super strong there from the cutoff with just 11 big blinds behind.
Just going to add to that as well. I wonder how well King Queen offsuit is going to be playing against that 3-bet range. If he did elect to call, they're probably performing quite badly, I guess.
I think it's just one of the best 3-bet folds we can have off that stack size.
Yeah.
This wasn't so much a thing, Alan, even 5 years ago.
I know,
3-betting off these tiny stacks. It's really come full circle, especially on GG. You see it all the time with these GG millions. And stacks tend to be shallower at FTs and putting every chip to work. It's really evolved and changed the game drastically. No, I'm saying 42 says, yup, Aer Lingus.
What a comment.
Shout out to Aer Lingus. Nice to have you with us, know what I'm saying. Brunken with the min raise. So Loftus is just going to call.
Aggressive shove.
This could work
short,
out very well. I actually don't particularly like opening with pocket trees here in the cutoff. You're going to be forced to stack off against the big blind, and you've the small matter of dealing with Loftus on the button.
Ooh, interesting.
This is not what I expected to see either. So Loftus will have all these kind of hands that he doesn't want to 3-bet, call it off.
Exactly,
like 6s, 7s, 8s, maybe even 9s. 9s is pushing it.
I would say that there's a lot of traps here, Dan, as well, with the big blind being short. No, potentially.
Yeah.
7.
Well, I don't think you really need to gamble here is the thing.
Guess the best hand fold, though.
Good luck.
That's the 9, 10 sort of falling off these 2 all-in ranges, even if they are any big. Still not a big fan of in there from the top. Krivsky with good equity here now to double up and getting back into contention.
Better pair? 6s?
5.6 million in the middle.
We'll see it anyway. 6 is looking, who this is?
Yes.
Does hit the ace indeed, Krivsky.
Okay.
Very good shape now. And Runken to be down to 12 bigs and change. Turn is the 10 of spades, 2 pair for Krivsky. Just a 3 can save Runken on the river. River is the 5 of hearts.
That was close. Wow.
Really nice moment for him, doubling up. I actually think it might be better to 3-bet on the button there the more I think about it, Alan, because
Win or lose, doesn't matter.
You said you're going to win every hand.
you essentially commit yourself to the big blind. And
You're going to win every hand.
It's good.
the original opener has
That's
to have
the
a
best
very, very tight range to 4-bet rip.
If you didn't call,
I was just thinking there as well. If that was to happen, I wonder does the ace 10 actually go with that hand? I know he's relatively short, maybe 5 or 6 big blinds. Maybe he still has to run ace 10 offsuit there. But there might be a possibility he gets all the way, bro. If he does end up 3-betting 8s, but didn't happen that way.
Yeah, the reasons I'm thinking it's better 3-bet on the button there as well. It's like we are showing that we are committed to the big blind, but not necessarily the original opener. We don't have to make it huge. We can make it 1.8 or 2.2 million. He's flattening on the button there because he doesn't want to have to 3-bet, call it off against the cutoff. But we've got to remember the pocket tree's opening there is opening into a 5 big blind stack in the big, so it's going to look pretty strong.
2 million now is.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah.
Crazy.
I think 3-bet fold is probably the best option though. 3-bet fold against the cutoff. And I think you are correct. Ace 10 probably going in the muck 10. It stops the big blind stacking off as wide as well.
That's the thing. Bunch of all-ins.
Block. Blinds have just gone up as well. 250k, 500k, 500k. That's half or $250,000, $500,000, $500,000. For $500,000 rupees. Now, under normal circumstances, this would be a call for 9 big blinds total, but it's going to be raise folding here with the ace 5 suited. He's only got 14 bigs behind. That's a nice pickup for the pocket 7s. So there's a good few players going to be sub 20 bigs now after the blinds going up. Suited here, sub 10 bigs. Well, I actually prefer this than shoving. It's going to look stronger. We've got 8 bigs behind. And Holt be happy to get his money in here. Fabricated.
All in.
Move all in.
Nice turns, yeah?
Fold.
That's the thing. You're not getting ran over there or exploited. If you're raising off 10 bigs and someone's shoving over the top, chances are they've got the goods. They have to have the goods pretty much all of the time. Don't want to say always, but 97% of the time, all of the time.
Yeah. pretty goddamn close.
Ace-6 suit is not going to be doing too well anyway, so you could just put that in your raise folding range. You know, everyone knows the only way to win with jacks is to go all in.
Definitely makes it easier to play, that's for sure.
So Loftus raising to 1 million here with ace-3 suited. Small blind is going to call for 750k.
6 point.
Jack 10 suited.
6.7 behind.
Flop is ace 10 9. Careful, both players. We'll check. Turn is the 6 clubs. Flop is controlling here. Against the small blind.
1.2.
Very interesting bet here.
1.2 million is the bet.
I don't think this really accomplishes much this way. I don't like it. You're not really going to get called by many worse hands. Yeah, you might get called by 9x, maybe 7s and 8s, maybe some 6, 7, but I think I'll mostly just check this on the turn, bro.
I guess he just doesn't want to have to call a larger bet, so he's kind of naming his price to see the river. Also, his opponent might just fold.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but I still think it's a bit too thin most of the time, anyways.
So Loftus will take that one down, and he's now playing 28 million. Loftus with pocket tens. Yes, guys, Ethan Fox and Johansen out with problems with tens and internet. Fast speed. They have top quality brand new headset. Is thunderstorm outside? You can't rectify the problem.
Loftus coming in for a raise here with the pocket tens. Block in the big blind going to defend for another 500k. Good shot for Flock. We're going to be continuing versus a bet with the backdoor flush draw as well. Good shot to the nuts. Not on a 5 of diamonds though, but sure going to be at least check calling. Might be tempted to check raise this as well, but off the stack size it might be a little bit dicey. Loftus does come in for a bet and a check call from Flock as predicted. Go to a turn card. There's a king. I can see Maris to both here on the turn, still value betting, and also checking back is going to be completely fine, but I honestly think he can get value from worse hands here. So he does elect to check. Pot control on the turn. Bad river for Flock. This does check to Cephalus here. He should definitely be value betting, which I think is very, very obvious. Might be an argument for Flock to even block bet here. Target some ace king, or not ace king, but like ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. There's some misdraws on the flop. He is electing to do that, which I don't mind. You minimize the amount you can lose here if you check on the river. And this is going to be a very, very quick call for Loftus. And that is it. I think that's finely played by both, in fairness. As I said, there's still some bluff catchers in Loftus' check back range there, like ace highs, as I mentioned, ace queen, ace jack, maybe even some ace 5, but blocking some of the bluffs there, I doubt it. We just take down the pot with the 10s nonetheless. Rich get richer, as I like to say. Thank you guys for tuning in on YouTube as well. I'm just keeping an eye on the viewer count. We're coming close to 1,000 viewers on YouTube and just over 300 on Twitch. Only 1.3k people watching this over the two platforms, so I do greatly appreciate that, both Dan and I, and obviously Kings themselves. Okay guys, we still have 8 codes to give away as well for the raffle that's going to be held on October 10th. Amazing prizes up for grabs. iPhone 16 Pro and a MacBook Pro as well, just to name but a few. Scripted that I keep saying this inside and out. But yeah, we still have 8 codes to give away. Give away 2 of them after the first elimination, and we're probably going to be giving away 1 after the next elimination. Probably do the 2-1-2 every time there's an elimination for the codes. So keep an eye out for them. Yeah. We get an all in here from Awad with the ace queen. Hijack. Luke says, what kind of person watches this on YouTube? A lot more than what's watching on here. 3 times more, technically. Hold on to shoe here on the dealer. I can't imagine they're going to be calling here. Still debating here what to do, but I think it's a pretty clear fold. Humans that missed a giveaway. Facts. Flock is just going to go all the way as well. Runcan fold also. Awad does get that through. Breathe a sigh of relief. Probably most of the time with that hand, you don't mind getting called. I mean, don't want to get called, but you don't mind getting called. Yeah, who the hell watches poker streams online? God damn it, get a life. I know, bro. Crazy times we're living in, huh? Crazy, crazy times we're living in. See, guys, still 8 players remaining. Just under 9 million average stack. Which is around 18 big blinds or so, roughly. 18, 19 big blinds. So a lot of these guys are sitting around. Especially between second and fifth, I would say. Definitely third and fifth places around that stack size. Francis Forte here now with the King 10 off in the hijack. I'd be tempted to jam this 11 big blinds, but decides not to, excuse me. Flock here just going to be getting all the way with the 6-3 as well. Runcan is going to be doing the infamous, famous words, people. All-in-ski.
Let's see what
Does do that. I don't think Sofalatas is going to be calling this as much as he would like. Although it is 5 big blinds.
10 million.
Might be tempted.
25. $29 million. How much you have now? 29 million is nothing.
He does get out of the way. Yeah, I mean, it's probably just too weak to call that with 6-5 off. 6-5 suited, you might question it, but he really doesn't want to double these guys up.
Next time you call. Okay.
Just want to keep that chip lead intact, which he is doing pretty goddamn well so far. Guys are having a discussion between what are the best platforms. Twitch is the best, Twitch #1. And Dan Fox mentions, I mean, realistically, I think Kick is the best, simply no ads for the viewers. Yeah, I stream on Kick as well, man, but viewers for poker on Kick is a little bit bad, or traffic-wise, we'll say.
I see.
I think we have Dan back, hopefully no issues with the mic. Dan, you there?
Hello?
There you go, a lot better, bro. Sounds better anyways for now.
How do I reach these keys?
Good question. Good question, my good man.
There's a thunderstorm outside, and I just restarted my computer.
Sounds better anyways.
Great. Sorry about that.
Are you,
guys. Actually, can't really apologise for something that's out of my control.
I was gonna ask there, are you connected to Wi-Fi or direct cable?
Ethernet, direct cable.
Okay, I was gonna say if it was Wi-Fi, it might be a little bit of an issue with that potentially, but if it's direct cable, shouldn't. Must be the internet.
I have 2 internet connections I pay
Upper
for
class.
a backup. Johan says no break, Dan. No. Worst case scenario, you'll have to listen to Alan for the next 2 days. What a crying shame that would be.
Even I get sick of listening to myself.
No, look, we got a brand new headset to make sure I had everything tip-top Magoo for this week. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't starting to irritate my insert. BALLS. Loft is still taking down the blinds. Yeah, well, we're a dynamic duo, so you need the two of us. Unless, of course, I've asked Alan to fill in for me and I want to be away. Then you don't need me at all, guys. Come on, you got Alan. He's the strategy guy, you know?
Giveaway guy.
Good to see. The numbers are huge today. At least 300 tuning in on Twitch alone. Another few hundred on YouTube.
Close to a K on YouTube, bro. I have that open as well.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, savage numbers.
I don't want any interference from anything, so I just have the Poker Room Kings on one monitor and, of course, the main event here on the other, the Colossus. Sitting stoic and motionless here in my chair to avoid any sort of interference. Johan telling me I need glasses. Yeah, I actually do need glasses to see your comment saying about the mic, but maybe, just maybe, I was trying to not punch walls. Temper. Shu taking that one down with the ace-queen off suit. See, you didn't have to give away any more codes in my absence.
No, sorry, I did not.
You can't say no disrespect, but the chip leader's not playing as a chip leader. Should he can't be a pro? Anyone got any ban hammers? Ban hammers in the chat. That guy has been playing out of his goddamn mind all day.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be
actually playing very, very well.
much of his decision making. Perhaps should 3-bet those eights just to take control of the hand, but he's on the button, he's in position, doesn't really need to, can comfortably call the 5 big blind jam from the big blind. It's just one of those spots where you don't expect your opponent to be able to come over the top with just pocket threes. It's actually very difficult for him to come over the top with any pocket pair under 8s.
Yeah.
Shu just with the straight up jam for 16 bigs almost. Oh, he's put in 5 million of his 8 million. Stratus in action. Dan has fixed his mic, so once again the golden tone of his voice may tickle our ears. Thanks. Need to hear.
I wonder what my voice is doing to their ears.
You're more aesthetically pleasing, Alan. Like I was always told I had a voice for radio, but jokes on them. Ended up in the commentary booth. We do have an all-in in the call.
Yeah.
A wad against Shu. Ace King against the pocket 10s. 11 million in the pot. Big moment for both players involved. A wad, the at-risk player, and that's looking very definitive there for Shu. Some backdoors working for a wad. Big pot here for Shu if he can take it down. He will eliminate another player. Another player will be eliminated. Turn is the 6 of spades, and that will seal the deal. Shoe is home and dry. A wad has been eliminated. And I guess you know what that means, class.
We're going to give away another code, people, for the next elimination here. So, as I said, guys, this is only happening on Twitch. I know there's a lot of you guys tuning in on YouTube, but this will only be for Twitch for the code giveaways. So, third code giveaway here. So, fingers at the ready, my good people. What is the name of the first betting round in Texas Hold'em? What is the name of the first betting round in Texas Hold'em? One word answer, peeps. Alright, so Ito, you're going to win that, my good man. Pre-flop is the answer, so congrats. I think I messaged you with a code already, bro. Just let me double check. Fairly sure I did. So Ito, you are the winner of the next code. And let me send that over to you now. So congrats, my man. Pre-flop was the correct answer. So I have messaged you, Ito, with the next code. So congrats, my man. We still have 7 codes to give away. Transylvania Poker, not from what I can see here, bro. Not from what I can see on the Twitch chat. So first one was Ito, and the second one was Mr. Ed, who said flop. And then you were third on that list from what I can see. So we should be good, Dan.
Still off this min raising. Sometimes, guys, I'll let Alan take that one. It's just about what name comes in first. Sometimes on your computer it's going to come in, like what I see here is Ito XXX pre-flop with the first name. No, I'm saying he sees on his screen that it's coming in first, but that's just whatever way Twitch works it.
Hungry for codes.
Flop's going to go check here on the 10, 8, 5, 2 diamond flop. Turn is the jack of diamonds. Loftus opting to check back on this flop. Lancefort is going to bet 800k here on the turn. What do you do there if you get jammed on? I suppose you just have to fold.
Pretty nasty spot, to be fair. But, you know, he's just going to be opening very, very wide. That, like, I wouldn't put it out of the realms of possibility that it's a thing. But, yeah, pretty interesting nonetheless.
And you mentioned in a different hand with him that you didn't like him leading the turn. What about that time?
I forget which hand that was now, bro, to be honest with you. Was it him?
Yeah, I think a lot's happened. It's okay. I was just going to say, do you prefer... Okay, let's just talk about that hand. Do you like him calling or just betting on that turn? He doesn't have much behind. He's betting 800k with like 3.2 million behind.
Yeah, as I said, bro, it's going to get dicey. It's going to get dicey with either direction or either situation, but I don't mind how he played it, to be fair.
If you check and Suloftus bets, you kind of need to just go all in because you need to protect your hand.
Yeah, agreed. It's a very, very dicey board, man. Very dynamic as well. There's a lot going on, in fairness.
Yeah, I might just bet a larger amount on the turn because if I'm going to stack off anyway, I really don't know. If he bets 800k and gets jammed on, he might have to fold.
This is the thing.
Krivsky all in from the cutoff. Brancy calling from the small. Has him dominated with the ace-10 against the ace-9. 7 players remaining now. –
10 for you.
Sorry?
10 is coming for you.
For me? And 9, man. For two of us.
Yeah.
Jack 7-7 is the
Chop
flop.
out. For a diamond. 8 of diamond. Just a sweat.
It's a fun card, yeah.
Put an 8 of diamond to have some sweat.
It's a pretty good flop to get a chop out of it. Turn is the 3 of hearts. And now Brandt C4 with 72% equity to eliminate Krivsky in 7th place. River is a 7.
Chop.
Chop it up, boys. Damn, there was me thinking there was going to be more codes given out.
You know, on the flop like that.
I was getting ready for it.
I remember.
Where it says, please know all that it depends on your internet connection. When you see your message, we take our view to decide who was first. Yeah, please also note that I am not in control of the thunderstorms outside with regards my internet connection. It should be top speed. I mean, it's not Starlink or anything, but should do the trick nonetheless. Runken under the gun. Gonna have to go all in here with King Jack suited.
One four behind. 1.4.
Can't imagine this is a call, Dan.
Just about to see what he's doing here before I comment.
Huh.
It's 5, 6, 7, 8 bigs total. No, I don't think 5s are going to cut the mustard. Maybe 7s or pocket 8s. Probably put 7s in the book. Could be like an 8s plus type job.
Seems reasonable.
Maybe I fold if you shove.
Seems like a bit of a character, this run can guy. Let's take it down.
Does take it down indeed. That's a nice pickup to get that one through. Van Hulst lets that one go. Krivsky in the hijack. Krivsky shoving for 4.6 million. Gets that one through. Lovely pickup, these ones. 1.25 million adding to his stack there.
I was just noticing there as well, Dan, I was mentioning that with the time extensions, that they seem to be replenished on the final table by the looks of it, but I think that's a kind of a common thing anyways, I believe, isn't it? Or something like that.
It seems like they all have around 5.
Where's my aces?
You don't mind losing your hand, innit?
3 is the magic number, but 5 will make you get down now. So that would equal about 2.5 minutes, maybe. Any existing ones they had, they could bring forth to the final table also.
Yeah, that's another thing as well. I'm not too sure about that, but as I mentioned, it's kind of one of those things that I noticed that it seems to be a little bit of a higher stack with the time extensions.
Didn't look yet. He's a shop, because of him. I wait for him first.
It's nice to see them
would have got it through.
Talking to each other. You would have got it through, yeah.
I'm sure you will.
Just such a big pay jump between 7th and 6th. You're going from 24,300 to 32,100, all chasing that first prize of 161,000 euro and the gold bracelet. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. It's the Colossus, the 550 euro buy-in. It's the final day, it's the final table, live from the King's Resort in Rosledov on this Monday evening. Welcome. The shoe guy is quite jazzy. You know, it's 12 million. So Flock raising to 2 million. Don't know if that's correct. Oh, he's only got 75. Perhaps that's a graphical error. Can't have 75k remaining. They're always testing me. So it looks like he had 5 bigs. Okay, so he had less than 5 bigs total.
Good luck.
So 10-8 of hearts against Van Hult's ace-7. Van Hult's needs a hold. Flock's got decent equity to get back into this. Not after that flop. Ace-King 5. Van Hult's with top pair. Flock with about 3% equity to remain in the Colossus here as we hit the turn. Turn is an 8.
That's a card.
A half a glimmer of hope here.
10 of spades.
The hope is a dangerous thing. Just 3 outs as we hit the river. It is the 3 of clubs. Nice run for Flock. Nothing he could do there, of course. He will be eliminated in 7th place, taking home 24,300 euro for his efforts and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And I guess you know what that means. There has been elimination.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So we're going to give away 2 codes this time, my good people, in the Twitch chat. So fingers at the ready, as I like to say. It's going to be a 1-word answer. A very semi-difficult question. Okay, so code number 4 for the giveaway, people. What is the term used when a player continues betting after the initial pre-flop raise? So what is the term used when a player continues betting after the initial pre-flop raise?
If you fold, I shove.
Ito, you're going to win that as well, bro. Congrats, you're going to win another code, Ito. Well done. You are the first that I can see there, so let me forward you on another code. So congrats. Gotta be quick here, lads. Gotta be quick here. I'm going to message you on Twitch again, Ito, so congrats on the second code.
Not too much.
Said, lads, you got to be quick. But we do have another code to give away, so as I said already, fingers on the buzzers. Buzzers, excuse me. So let me read the question. Okay, so 5th code giveaway here. So what is the name of the 5th and final community card in Texas Hold'em? What is the name of the 5th and final community card in Texas Hold'em? One word answer, people. Oh, Jesus Christ, Ito's after winning it again. Ito was first, lads. Ito was first. So, he's quite quick. I'll give him that. So, congrats on another code, Ito. Max you can win, by the way, is 5. I think I've sent you 4 already. You're nearly maxed out, my good man. Gotta be quick indeed. So let me message you again, my man. Okay, so that's your 4th code, I believe now, bro. So you can only win 1 more. Not sat next to me, Apocalypse. But yeah, we still have 5 more to give away, people. We'll give away the final 5, probably 1 the next time and 2, and then the remaining 2 before we get to heads up. So stick around for that, and congrats again, Ito, on winning the codes.
Rigged the mortis. Am I good to go here, Al?
Oh, you're good to go. Good to go, mate. Sorry.
Phew. Off this with the 4 deuce. Lance forte. 10-6 of diamonds defends. Flop is ace queen 8, and Loftus can put maximum amount of pressure here. Big blind shouldn't have too much ace x in their range, and a lot of their bigger queen x would rejam pre. He will see bet and take that one down.
Hello.
He's going to be hard to catch, Dan.
Half cut.
Yes. Cream is rising to the top. He just hasn't really put a foot wrong in any hand.
No.
He is a man to learn from. Every day is a learning day, and class is certainly in session. And if you like the class being in session today, then tomorrow, put it in your calendar because it's a big one. Me and Alan are delighted. I'm very grateful to be in the booth for the 25k GG Millions.
Sick.
That's coming to you live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov at 17:30 Central European time. So 5:30. Be there or be square or be a triangle or whatever shape you want to be, but that's where we'll be. Really, really looking forward to that one. Yeah, maybe Ito has that Starlink that I was talking about.
Possibly.
Starlink has officially reached native tribes in the Amazon. So it's everywhere. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Krivsky moving all in with ace queen. Shoot calling with the ace king. 10 million chip pot up for grabs here. Shoot, all he had to do was click call, and Krivsky in a world of hurt here, just 22% equity. A lot of these pots have been gold shoes way. Let's see if it continues. Here's the flop. 10-3 deuce. Pretty good for Shoe. There are some clubs that can give Krivsky a flush draw on the turn, or a lady of the night. Turn is 6 of diamonds. Just the lady and the lady only on the river, or we will lose Krivsky in 6th place. River is a jack.
Nice.
Next door, but no cigar. We will lose Krivsky in 6th place. He takes home very nice score for himself. 32,100 euro to be exact, and that all-important 10k ticket. GG. Let's back over to Alan with the weather report.
What is going on? What is going on, my good man? So yeah, we're going to do another code here. I know there was an issue with Ito. I'll get around to that in a moment with an issue with the codes, and that's fine, bro. I'll get around to it as I mentioned. But in the meantime, I do want to do another code giveaway. So the 6th, we're just going to be giving away one right now. This is only available to the Twitch viewers. Unfortunately, guys, if you are tuning in on YouTube, if you open the Twitch stream right now, you might have a possibility of getting involved. But in the meantime, we are going to give away the 6 codes. So question is, one-word answer as per usual. Which term describes the last player to act in a hand? What is the term described?
What's that?
Sorry, which term describes the last player to act in the hand?
Not yet, yeah? Wait.
Yeah, KM, you're going to win that code, my G.
3.8.
KM, you are the winner of that code, so let me send you over that 6th one. So congrats, my man. So that's 1, 2, 3.
No, yeah.
This one here, bro.
Let's see.
Yeah, so button was the correct answer.
First is a 5.
I do see KM with the button answer, so I'm going to whisper you another one here, bro. So congrats, my G. But yeah, correct answer was not Ireland, correct answer was a Bhutan. Oh yeah. Still 4 more codes to give away, people. Next elimination, I'll give away 2. Next one after that, 1. And then finally, before heads up, we'll give away the remaining 2. So stick around for that. Congrats again, KM. Over to you, Dan.
Nothing else to lose now.
Giving away them codes like hotcakes.
Facts.
Van Hulst. Some of those shorter stacks have busted now. There is obviously huge ICM considerations, but they will be happy with the knowledge that they've got a few bust outs and got a few pay jumps already secured. There's 5 remaining now. So Loftus is going to call here in the big blind with the 8-4 offsuit. Very wide defend, but it's because of what he's able to do to players post-flop on flops, turns and rivers, and he's got all the chips. So we do see him call. Most players would just put that one in the bin, especially when we are unsuited. Just go check, check, turn is the jack of diamonds. So Loftus is going to bet 1.8 million here on the turn. And Van Hulst is going to call. Did see it go check, check on the flop. Backdoor spades working for Van Hulst and wanted to control the size of the pot, even though he's in position. really interesting to see what Soloftis wants to do here on the river. It does go for a check. I was going to see maybe he would go for a blockerish type sizing. And Van Hulst missing out on a C-bet, perhaps. Might have to turn his hand into a bluff on that river, or is he going to have enough showdown with just King High? Find out next time on an all-new episode of What Do You Think, Alan?
It's kind of whatever, man. There is some thresholds where King High might be good enough to check back there. It's going to be close, man, because I think what Sofaloftis is going to be leading on the turn there. He probably has a decent amount of bluff catchers when he checks the river, so might be a little bit less inclined to bluff because of that. You do beat some of the random like 9x and 10x that he might stab on the turn that have some equity that King 10 is like ahead of, obviously, so I think it's okay to check it back, but like when you do check it back, you're losing the vast majority of the time. But sometimes that's just, you know, the norm of the situation, in my opinion.
I might have just been more inclined to bet on the flop than check. I know we do have King 10 of spades, so we check, and then we have the flush draw working for us on the turn also, and we'd only get bombed off our equity. But when we raise there and the big blind defends, I think we just want to be betting ourselves more so than checking on that flop.
Yes, it's going to hit our raise first in range quite well. It's not like it's going to completely miss the big blind's range in terms of like cold call and pre-flop also. But yeah, I mean, I think checking it back is fine, bro. I think c-betting it is fine. It just really might depend on the exact situation or who you're up against and whatnot. And, you know, maybe checking that back against Soloftis from the big blind, excuse me, might not be the worst thing to do. But
you're all in blind.
We do have something going on here as well.
Yeah, I've been seeing some players do work on them kind of boards that favours us, that you'll see a lot of players just check back. And, you know, we have all the hands on that board. Maybe not 9-10 for a flop straight, but maybe 9-10 suited. And we've got all the two pairs, we've got all the sets, we've got a lot of hands that Soloftis can't have, so I would start by betting on that flop and decide whether I want to continue firing on the turn and river.
Yeah, I can get behind it.
Fuck it. Yeah, well, I didn't expect this. 1.4.
1.4 million is the bet from Soloftis. This is pretty sick for Runken. This has to fold.
One more card, yeah.
No, only one.
I'm joking. 8-4. 8-4 is good. Maybe it's coming, maybe not.
I don't know if are we supposed to call there for 2.5 bigs in case our opponent has a flush draw or a straight draw.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Pocket trees. But how much of his stack had he got invested there? He's essentially committed himself.
It's a horrendous board for an underpair. Like, if it was like Jack, if it was Ace, I don't know, 7-2 or something like that, or even Ace 10-4, you might call there. But like Ace Queen Jack, bro, you're in really bad shape. Like,
yeah, you're not doing too great against a flush draw or a straight draw that I just mentioned. So I just was like looking at the size of the pot and what we've to call. But even if we are winning on the flop, the chances that we lose a showdown are just
I never expect this to happen
astronomical, really. So now at least he's got some form of a spinnable stack off the 2.5 bigs.
5 million.
Chip in a chair.
It's committed, but if I'm dead, what's committed to what? I have pocket trees.
What a fun final table this has been so far.
Who knows? Maybe I should have put it in and go home.
That is going to be a nice situation for Branzaforte to double up with his ace-queen suited.
I'm losing, but maybe I still have to put it, you know. Look, maybe Jack is coming and I made 15,000 for this one. No, Jack.
Queen 9-3 is the flop. No jack involved. However, the turn is the 10 of clubs. 4 outs now for Shu.
Clubs as well, yes.
That's no diamond. King of diamonds.
It's an 8. Oh my god, he got there. Runner.
15,000 fold.
Now he's made 15,000 euro from folding his trees.
One fold.
You got to really feel from there. Vito Branciforte coming in second on their leaderboards, coming into the final 9. Has been eliminated in 5th place with a very nice score of 42,800 euro and a 10k ticket.
Sorry?
And I guess you know what that means, class?
No problem.
That is it. We are doing another code, lads. We are doing another code. Just let me see how many's left. That's 2, 4. So we're on the 7th one here. We've got 4 players remaining. So we'll do 2 this time. Okay, so we're going to give away 2 codes. ECW King in the chat. I get these codes. All right. So the 7th code giveaway here, people. So fingers on the ready. As I said, this is only for Twitch chat, unfortunately. So if you guys are tuning in on YouTube, jump over to the Twitch chat for the opportunity to win some codes. All right. So 7 code here, as I said, and the 7th question. So what is it called when you bet all your remaining chips? What is it called when you bet all your remaining chips? One word answer, peeps. All right, we got Scareface 57. You are the winner of the code, so congrats, Mr. Scareface. Or SCX or F, whatever that is. So Scareface, you have your whispers on private, so I need you to change that. Either that or contact me on Instagram, Alan F Poker, and I'll send you over the information for what you need to use. As I said, if you do end up changing the settings, let me know on Twitch and I'll contact you there. And if it's easier for you, I will just do it on Instagram. Just contact me, Alan F Poker.
That's not hard.
Okay, so in the meantime, I'll just do the 8th code giveaway here then, alright? This one might be a little bit of a tricky one, but...
20 million behind.
Okay, I'll do a different one here because I don't think that's correct in terms of the answer. Okay, so the 8th code here.
There's no option.
Okay, so what is the action called when a player checks and then raises after another player bets? So what is the action called when a player checks and then raises after another player bets? It's a one-word answer. There we go. So RNG Master, you are the winner of the 8th code. So well done, mate. Congrats to you. And another guy that has the whispers on private. So I need you to change that RNG Master from private to public. And if it's easier for you, just contact me on Instagram and I can do that for you there. Again, whatever's easiest for you, bro.
It's really good, sir. Come on. 3. 1, 3. That's it.
I need you to change your settings, RNG Master, bro. Either that or contact me on Instagram, as I said.
We do have an all-in call here, Alan.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, go ahead.
Don't apologise to me again. 5 deuce 10 6 is the board. 2.8 million in the pot. 38% equity for Runke with his Queen 4 diamonds. Shu still has the best of it here.
10 is good.
10.
A lot of outs to dodge, however. That's a 3. Runken can get there on the river, and now he has close to 5 bigs after folding his pocket trees with just 2.5 big blinds behind. He has netted over 15,000 euro and the spin is on.
Nice one. I'm happy for you.
Thank you, thank you.
So Loftus is happy for him there because he can continue this forehand dynamic going with such a short stack and such a huge pay difference between 4th and 3rd.
21 million 500. Sorry. Good. How many? I have 38 big blinds.
A milli. 57,500 euro is the current payout. Survive one more player, just a 5 big blind stack, and you've netted yourself a minimum of 78,000 euro.
How much you play,
Like 22. You have like 25?
30.
30? Okay.
Loftus is going to
54.
call.
Oh, wow, okay.
36 million behind. Jack 7-3 is the flop. Very nice for Shu. He's got 2 overs, no flush draw. All the equity. Turn is a 10. Loftus might lose some more chips now. ECW King saying 54 million to 36, same thing. Yeah, I know that. He just said he had 34. I was correcting him, but I don't know if he could hear me. KM says I'd like a check on this flop with the ace-10. Either or, you can see the merits to betting and checking. Loftus will bet 1.8 million here. 1.8 million is the bet, 1.8 million is the call. River is the 4 diamonds. But that's a brick, lads, unless you've got a hand like 5-6 of clubs or something to that effect.
Huh. 10% bet.
10% bet, 10% call. As Apocalypse says, there must be a strong wind at Kings today. I definitely couldn't rock that hairdo, considering I've no hair.
Huh.
And Shu, a very accomplished player in his own right, is up almost 600k in total live earnings. So although everything has been going Georgius's way, he's got some strong competition left in the field if he wants to take down this title. It's not just going to be easy breezy.
No, sir.
Nearly 200k for Paul Runken.
You have like cats.
Yeah, I'm happy with live cards.
That ace-9 suited is like the nuts there, in fairness, isn't it? He might as well have picked up aces.
Especially now they're four-handed, Alan. A lot of the pressure is off. Speaking of pressure, though, Eric van Hulst, who finds himself in the mix with 4 players remaining, has total live earnings of less than 2k.
I can make
I
2.5
handed mobbed them
million
earlier.
again now. I have 4 million back.
Now, mightn't tell the full story, as we always say.
Yeah.
Maybe some Dutchies in the chat know Van Hulst and can confirm or deny how much other accomplishments he has or experience in the poker realm. Really nice to see someone left in this field if he's never had a score before. Incredible stuff. That's the thing that dreams are made of. Okay, we're getting about 5 Dutchies saying they never heard of him. Confirmed. Apocalypse saying must be attacking someone with a blue and orange paintbrush.
Thanks.
Very sick accomplishment for him. This is the stuff of dreams, this World Series of Poker Europe. At an event like this, the Colossus, battle your way through well over 2,700 players. 2,795 at this stage. Entries in a 550 buy-in. You have secured yourself well over 100 buy-ins in this now. So Loftus going to bet 800k here on the turn. It's going to get raised from shoes. Floosh.
It's going to be the end of the hand.
Yeah, so Loftus just taking a stab at it for 800k. Gets his information.
Which I'm a fan of.
I'm a fan of that. I don't know if we want to raise into someone like Loftus, who might put us under additional pressure on the river, considering there's such a short stack still in the mix.
If there's one thing I've known from playing poker online, bro, if you're against an aggressive lad, give him the rope. Give him the rope.
ECW King saying amateurs winning are way better than these semi-pros who think they're top shit. Yeah. Hot shit. I'd be inclined to agree with you there. I love seeing a rags to riches story. But I'm a sucker for seeing a excellent player like Loftus still in the mix. So much more to be gained and learned from watching these players. But thankfully, this coverage has been so great over the last week. We've had a really good mix of amateurs and pros at final tables.
True.
I don't know how much that's going to be the case tomorrow now. You never know who might pop up in a 25k GG millions. He does have serious Ace Ventura kind of vibes, shoot. Well, alrighty then. Not going to do that any louder. Burst a few eardrums. Runken is going to defend here with the Queen 9 with 4 big blinds behind. King A5 all diamonds hits the flop. I might just sneeze one big blind off me stack there if I'm Loftus. Does put them all in. I mean, who doesn't love a Chris Moneymaker kind of a story?
You should travel in pre-flop. Why you make it like this? I have Queen 9, no diamond, nothing. Of course you call. What do you think? You think I'm thinking you're gonna pass if I shove? Only 13,300,000.
I wonder if Shu will do a shoey if he wins.
Only one way to find out.
Good? It's not good. It's very good.
Don't want to be wasting that good check beer though.
Oh, this is going to get cold.
Runken going to shove.
What's that,
So
fold?
Loftus going to call.
Fold? Fold? You say fold, yeah?
Call.
Floor. Yeah.
It's a not so good for Runken here. The Romanian might be about to bow out here in 4th place. Needs help, just 28% equity as we hit the flop. 7, 9, deuce, rainbow.
On the river, I think it's coming.
He reckons it's coming on the river. Let's find out. Needs a 5. There's a jack.
Oh, good though. I thought it was the other way around.
Needs a 5. It is an ace. We will lose Runken in 4th place.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Three, Dan.
That means 3 players remaining now. 3 is the magic number. Paul Runken has been eliminated in 4th place, winning €57,500 for his efforts and that 10k ticket. That means it's back over to Alan with the weather report.
I don't think I'd respond until you did the or whatever. But anyways,
you're better at it than me.
So yeah, we've 2 more codes left, lads. We're going to do one now, and we're going to do one after the next elimination before we get the heads up. So as I said before, this is only available to Twitch viewers. So if you guys on YouTube are interested in the last 2 codes, I would strongly incentivize jumping over to Poker Room Kings on Twitch. But in the meantime, we're going to be giving this away, as I said. So the second last code of this stream, people, and the question is, again, one word answer. Okay, so what is the term for a bet designed to disguise the strength of your hand by betting small with a strong hand? So what is the term for a bet designed to disguise the strength of your hand by betting small with a strong hand? So one word answer. This one might be a little bit of a tricky one now, lads. Value bet is not correct. Please wait for commercials. There's a couple of people getting the ads. I'll repeat the question in a moment if there's no answer in the meantime. So the answer still isn't correct. So I'll reread the question again for some people that, again, I didn't see the comment. This is going to be a tricky one. Anyway, so what is a term for a bet designed to disguise the strength of your hand by betting small with a strong hand? No right answers yet. I knew this would be a tricky one. I'm delighted with this one now. Keep you on your toes. Not a block bet. All right, yeah, okay. We have a winner there. So Tash Sash Leech, trap is the answer. Trap is the answer. So Tash Lash Leech, if I said that correctly, bro, I'm going to send you the information. Kalenshu in the chat, mate. How art thou? ESTI. That's not the correct answer either, mate. Welcome on in, sir. Okay, so I'm going to message you with the information. I'm going to send you a code alongside that. So just give me one moment. It should be this one. Alright, so I sent you the information there, Tash. So congrats on that code. We have 1 code remaining for the next elimination. So be sure to stick around for it, guys. You're going to stick around for it anyways because they're playing for a lot of pocket change up top. But obviously you're here for the codes. Over to you, Dan.
Lovely stuff, Alan. And Shu in the small blind here with King 7 offsuit. And Van Hulst has got another page jump for himself. Has got a podium finish. Has less than 2K in total live earnings. We're basically saying that he's never had a proper score before. What a moment this is for him. Incredible stuff. I'd say you might be seeing him in a few Dutchy casinos, guys. All the Dutchies in the chat. Shu going to bet 600K here, and Soloftis. You know what has to be said here, Alan, as well? Soloftis hasn't done anything that's been crazy out of line. It's just been this solid stuff, like
solid
double or triple barrels. Yeah, you're saying solid's not something you'd use because you've been opening a lot?
No. I said playing solid poker, man. If you can do that consistently, man, you're going to make a lot of money in poker in the long run. Seriously, if you can just like play a solid, not like ABC style or any of that sort of like, you know, robotic stuff. But man, if you can get good at poker and just play solid and, you know, don't tilt, keep your emotions in check, man, you're going to go far in poker. It's just a matter of like being consistent with that kind of perspective. So yeah, man, like it's not like we've seen a massive bluff or anything like this. Like check raising this hand here is really good, but like again, he's ran into it against Hugh. But like, you know, the 4 or 5 hand from earlier on and stuff like that, bluff catching in that situation, blind v blind against Richie. You get 3-bet here, but yeah, very, very solid player, man.
Well, I say all that. He did make that huge call with just a pair of 4s. We also had that other huge hand with him. Where he had the Jack 10. You wouldn't necessarily call that solid, but an expert
that was the only one.
Nonetheless.
Yeah. That was unbelievable, to be fair. I actually forgot about that one, by the way. This is an interesting peel, though. Interesting turn card as well, by the way.
Wow. I guess Shu bets relatively big here now.
I wouldn't say big, because this changes the dynamic quite a bit. Where this is a 3-bet on the flop. Like Shu checking here. Yeah. So you know, I don't think Shu is going to be 3-betting many flush draws on the flop. So if he's never doing that, he has to check here a bunch, which he ends up doing. But having 6-4 here with a club, man, it's not unlikely that he can have like Ace-4 of clubs here, 4 or 5 of clubs. So it could be an interesting one boiling here for sure.
I was going to say we see him bet about half pot there, Shu, or maybe 6 million, or go into check call mode. I don't think he's going to be check folding 2 pair on this turn, but it is not a great card to see the club roll off.
Yeah, he's definitely, like, if the thing is, man, as I said, it's just like what, if he's never check raising flush draw or 3-betting flush draws in the flop, which I highly doubt he is, by the way. Again, it's not impossible, but he has to check here a bunch on the turn. But like, man, ranges are super, super wide here as well, blind v blind. Like, again, never check folding here on the turn. But yeah, there could be some tough river spots here.
It's a pretty great float here on the flop to do something funky on the turn. We've got another explosive hand taking place here. And surprise, surprise, Soloftis is involved. It's interesting to see what Soloftis makes of Shu's range once he has 3-bet the flop. And why he thinks Shu is raising with in the first place.
I missed the pre-flop action here. Did this go raise or just limp?
The pre-flop action, I believe he just limped. And
okay, so I was gonna say he doesn't have like king queen here or ace king. Arguably, maybe he has some king 10, but like he doesn't 3-bet that pre-flop or on the flop. Excuse me. Yeah, just a limp. So you can disregard, like, again, not impossible for him to trap hands here, but you get where I'm going with this. It's very polarizing when he does this on the flop.
This pot now on the river has 21 million in it. Well, at least we got the pre-flop action right.
Yeah.
He's bet the flop. Got raised. He's 3-bet the flop. We've seen the turn action of 5 million bet from Soloftis. There's 21 million in the pot. 3 of diamonds rolls off on the river, pairing the board. And now it's over to Soloftis with the weather report.
Ah!
Soloftis can't find the jam on the river, or maybe even a bet of about 11 or 12 million.
I wonder if it didn't pair the boards, would he have followed through more often? I think there's a strong argument for it, but like, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
How funny is this? We've got Barney Nuts in the chat. The last time I seen Barney Nuts in the chat was when he cleaned up with the codes this time last year. Look who it is coming out of the woodwork. We are going on a break. That was a fascinating hand. I believe we would have seen more action if the river wasn't a 3 pairing the board. We can talk about more of that hand when we get back after the break. See you all in 10 minutes. We are still 3-handed. One of these 3 remaining players is going to become your Colossus champion.
Indeed.
We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments. So we've had another beauty school dropout on the outer table. 11 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €7,075. Johan says, good luck, enjoy the stream. I have to go. I'm playing bridge this evening. Boo.
Boo, indeed.
You picked the right day to play bridge. You're going to miss this amazing event, Johan. But alas, you can catch it on the replay, I'm sure. Go give them hell, son. Thanks for your help. Best of luck in your bridge. More big pairs. Aces again. Sabashenko. Very nice hand.
So many premiums, Dan.
Very much so, Alan. Queens, kings, and aces. Like they're going out of fashion here. We haven't even played that many orbits. Trunk going for 3-bet to 1.7 million. Sabashenko with such a nice hand here with the Jack-10 suited. It's just a tough spot when your opponent has sub-20 bigs behind. Sucks to put this in the muck all the same. I was going to say he's going to be tempted to peel.
I think I'd be tempted to peel myself, man, to be honest with you, in this situation. Small blind, big blind, or small blind button dynamic.
Yeah, it's just that trunk isn't that deep behind, and it is a significant portion of our stack. But for just 1.2 million more, it is less than 5 bigs. Could go either way. You would prefer if your opponent in the small blind had more chips. That would make it more advantageous to call, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
Now, if you made it any bigger, you could just let it go. Like if it was 2 million or 2.2. Again, trunk has 4.4. So it's just an ideal spot. He goes for a sneaky check. And that should induce about a bet of $1 million from Sabashenko because he's got backdoors working for him. He could get his opponent to fold some sort of holdings that contain an ace that he might just be check folding with on this 8-5 deuce board. You'd be inclined to bet here yourself, Alan.
Yeah, exactly for the reasons you mentioned. The thing is, I would like a check call, and he does check call, man. I was hoping he wasn't going to check raise. It's like, there isn't many bad turn cards. I mean, that one's still pretty irrelevant for the most part, but like his check call range, man, just looks like king queen, ace jack, ace queen, etc. So Sabashenko might go for another bet here again on the turn potentially, but I really like the flat and the flop for sure with the aces.
Yeah. Now, what's Trunk's range looking like, though? It's got to be pretty strong to 3-bet pre and check call the flop. You will have hands like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, maybe. We block ace jack. Might have. I don't think he has something like king jack or a king queen that's hoping to get the showdown. So he is kind of capped in this exact spot.
There might be some king queen of diamonds here, for example. Although maybe that might be better to just bet yourself and just deny equity and get some folds on the flop. So yeah, I think the bulk of what we kind of mentioned in terms of the check call range is like that strong ace high region. And in something like, kings and aces. So it's an interesting spot nonetheless. And Shabashenko does go for another bet on the turn.
Yeah, it's a smallish sizing, but it's not really relative to Trunk's stack. Goes for the second barrel, and this is what Trunk wants his opponent to do. The only problem is how much 8x does Trunk think Savchenko has? He shouldn't have too much 8x in his range. Perhaps this is just a bit of Hollywood. I'd expect to see him just call again.
Yeah. Like, the thing is, man, with if he's considering raising here, I really don't like it because, and he does, I think, announce it, yeah. It's just like, if Shabashenko is bluffing, man, just let him bluff. Like, again, I think if a flush completes on the river, yeah, it's not the cleanest, man, but bunch of queens. Not many of the other ones. Seen a lot of all-in situations with them combos of hands as well, so I have doubles here under the gun. Just going to be getting out of the way. So all players guaranteed about 7k right now on top of the ticket that I just mentioned. If you manage to make the final 9, you are guaranteed 9k. And then obviously pay jumps escalate after that. That felt is so ugly. Yeah. Feedback has been indifferent, we'll say, with the Fable felt. Can barely see the cards. Yeah, there might be some adjustments made in future about that old trick. We'll have to stick it out for this stream for today. So yeah, just 105k up top, lads. Not any amount of small pocket change by any means. We do have Menga limping in here on the small blind. With a 10-6 suited. We got Daniel here now in the big blind with 9-4 off. One would assume he's probably going to check this back. He does elect to do so. Does end up flopping trips here. Does go check, check. Menga does pick up a flush draw here. I might start betting on this ace turn. Just surprised to not see that. Menga's going to have some possible limps with ace X in his range. He does have equity here with a gut shot and a flush draw, so surprised to not see him at least take a stab here on this turn card. Daniel, on the other hand, coming out for a bet. It's under half pot, around, well, more or less half pot, you could argue. And Menga does elect to check call. Very interesting river. Gives Daniel the full house and Menga the flush. He does check. So I assume Menga is, oh sorry, Daniel Shammer. I'm just going to say Shammer because it's easier. Wow, big all in here. I don't expect Menga to call here, but it's hard to see a bluff here in Shammer's shoes. He's asking for a count here. I mean, it's hard to say what's right or wrong here, but I do think we could find a fold here. Like, is Shamar going to try and bluff Menga off an ace here? Arguably. It's a pretty ballsy move, though, if he decided to do that. Just a horrible river for Menga because he does improve to the flush, but you really got to piece together what Shamar is going to try and bluff this river here in this situation, you know. Hard to find bluffs. And the thing is, they're playing the board here. If Menga decided to check call, maybe with some king high on the turn. He does call. Not going to be happy with that. Not going to be happy with that. Very difficult to fold there. I get it. But it's also difficult to potentially find a bluff. Yeah. As I said, worst case scenario there, he might have some king jack, ace jack that, you know, rivers 4 to a straight there. But even then, it's not like a snap call by any means when he picks that sizing on the river. I mean, I don't think you can fold a jack there, but he has a lot of ace X there. You know, maybe king X, as I said, maybe some queen X, whatever the case may be. So, main thing, in my opinion, is just his hand doesn't really have that much showdown value that you're probably just going to be incentivized. I honestly think a good kind of thing to do on the river when you have 4th or 5th pair in that kind of bet check line is just probably bluff most of the time, and it's going to be profitable with them sort of holdings. And that's kind of what 10x was there, 4th pair, more or less.
Yeah, it's also not too likely your opponent's going to have an ace there. The turn might check.
You can still have some like ace 5 and ace 4, to be fair, if he has that some of the time, which will definitely take a passive line on the turn, like which is what happened in this hand. So it's just like, you know, in position there on the turn is not checking back many nuts or any strong hands really, like flushes, for example. So like when they check back that turn, man, as I said, best case scenario or worst case scenario, although we have a hand here, I'll talk about that in a moment.
Oh, holy God. Szymanski is going to be forced to let ace jack go. Fadiv not going to be folding. Ace king of hearts. Those little strawberries, or the large strawberries in this occasion. Gavrila gaining traction. This could be a very important pot. It is going to be a very important pot. 15 million in this one. That's 50 biggins up for grabs. Huge flip for both players involved.
So someone here has a short stack as well, Dan. That's the thing. That's the downside here. Like, it's not like the biggest pay jump in the world here of 2k, but or even 3k. But like, there is this situation of him having one big blind, Menga.
Yeah, that is actually very important to note, but it's not going to stop Fadiv.
No.
Calling with a hand as strong as ace king, but it does suck for Fadiv if he loses this flip because he won't get that pay jump. 7-3 deuce. Gavrila looking very good here. Backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draws working for Fadiv, but needs an ace or a king. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. Looks like he's just got 2 outs as we hit the river.
Oh, Lord.
Oh my God. Always a surprise around the corner of kings. The ace of diamonds knocks it out of the park, and you see how much that meant to Fadiv. And that is music to the rest of the table's ears because such a strong opponent has lost such a sizable pot. But Gavrila hating that one. You got to feel for him. Looked like he was home and dry. Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Three-handed action for the Colossus final table. Mikhail Shu. Those graphics are incorrect. We'll see exactly how many bigs they have in a second. Shu did win a massive pot before the break, but I don't know if that's going to give him 58% of all the chips in play. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. This is the final table, 3 remaining in the Colossus, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. €161,000 for the winner. Well, it's going to be a hell of a fight for the last piece of pudding. My name is Action Man Dan. I'm here with Alan, Finn. Welcome back.
Howdy. Welcome back yourself, bro.
Howdy doody. That was a huge swing, though, that's taken place just before the break.
Would have been a bigger one if he decided to jam all in, though.
Yeah, down there getting me berries now, I was having a ponder about how many flushes he would have in that situation arriving to the river. Soloftis, that is.
Yeah. He's going to have a lot more for sure.
You think he just 3-bets that flop with some flush combinations?
I mean, he should. Whether they do that or not, being out of position, man. This is, again, what I know from kind of mass database analysis and just playing poker online, that population as a whole in a situation like that, again, not exactly what I would normally do when I'm playing cash online, but they don't 3-bet aggressively enough in that situation when they decide to c-bet. I know, again, it was a limp pot and not a raise first in, but just in general, 3-betting from the small blind v blind, people are not really that close to it in terms of like optimal frequencies. I don't want to go into that realm of complexity, but yeah, mostly what I'm getting at here, they do not 3-bet enough. So they are supposed to have like some top pair, top kicker, but I know, again, it was a limp pot, so that's kind of not going to be the case. But yeah, as I said, in general, they are supposed to 3-bet some flush draws there, but most people just end up calling them, man.
But it was a 3-bet on the flop, so he's check raised, and then Soloftis has made it like nearly 6 mil.
I thought Soloftis called in position, man.
Oh.
I thought it went bet raise 3-bet with the King 7. That's what it was, I believe.
Bet raise 3-bet.
All in?
Yeah.
Of course.
Count, please.
Yes, you are correct. So he's called with the 6-4, so he does have way more flushes than his opponent will.
Yeah, exactly.
Just easing myself back into the boot after the break. Of course, we have to have a blunder in the first 3 minutes.
That's what I always tell myself when I'm warming up for a football match, bro. That, you know, if I make a big error or blunder, like we call it in poker, I just say to myself, better to do that now than during the match, you know.
Very good. Applying your professional skills in different rounds. I like it. And Soloftis is going to be priced in here.
Swift.
Van Holtz
All in.
with the Queen Jack. This guy is creeping around corners, and now he's up against it here. Soloftis with the King Jack, Van Holtz with the Queen Jack. Is there to be another twist in the tail for Van Holtz, who has done unbelievably well for an amateur, it seems?
These are going to be neck and neck in terms of chip stacks here, bro. If he does get the double up, close to it,
And
a
those
little
chip
bit less,
counts,
but yeah.
Yeah, the chip counts were correct on the screen. I didn't realise
Yeah.
how much more chips Shu had now. Here we go. 10-6-6, not looking too hot for Van Holtz with just 16% equity as we hit the turn. 14 million in the pot. And they will be neck and neck out. Yes, Loftus be down to 15 million if he doesn't win here. Or be back up to 30. Oh, it's a lady! Was not expecting that. Lady rolling off on the turn. And that's going to hurt, but it's not over yet. Look how many outs Loftus has as we hit the river. But it isn't to be, it's the 8 of hearts.
Fortunate.
Van Hulst takes down a huge pot. What about this man, Van Hulst?
Yeah.
Vamo, vamo. The chat exclaims. Get your blunders out of the way,
so? I was going to say, wouldn't poker be so easy if you just like won when you were meant to win? Wouldn't it be so much easier?
Would make things a hell of a lot easier, all right. Is that Phil Helmut quote? If there was no luck involved, I win them all.
True.
Shu's going to be tough to beat now. He can start applying lots and lots of pressure to his opponents. He's played so well. Granted, I mean, that pot was gigantic with the King 7. It's very hard for Loftus to fire that river. The more I thought about that one as well.
Like he never has kings or sevens in that situation. He can have like 7-3 and like king 3 in the big blind that would check behind, but like he probably never checks behind, like as I said, any strong king X, you know, any pocket 7s, probably not pocket 3s as well. So if he did decide to jam that river there, he's specifically repping king 3, 7-3, and you know, flushes. That probably can still jam on the river, I guess. But you know, in terms of like strongest hands that he could have there, like king 7 was blocking a lot of that value portion as well, blocking king 3 and 7-3, which is important when if he decided to go all in there. But he still can probably still jam flushes, as I mentioned. Just depends on the strength of the flush, I guess. But at the same time, if the small blind never has flushes, it probably doesn't matter too much. You can still value jam probably anyone technically. But a super interesting hand nonetheless.
Yeah, flushes mightn't even go for it all on the river.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Not the weaker ones. Like if you're talking like, I don't know, 6 high flush draw or something like that, or you know, 6-5 suited can be a possibility there to kind of, you know, raise and then call the 3-bet, for example, that might not want to go for it. But he still has like random Jack 2 of clubs, Queen 2 of clubs and stuff like that as an example.
Loftus betting 800k here on the King Queen 6-2 diamond flop. And Van Hulst is going to be very inexperienced against these two players. But if Lady looks on his side, he's going to be hard to beat if he gets a stack going. But I'd imagine he's going to find it way more difficult to navigate his way through flop, turn and river. He's going to take a lot of his spots pre, and he's going to have that condensed re-jamming range. He's going to have to play back at these guys if he wants to put himself in a position to take down this title. A lot of things have worked for him so far. I love seeing a scrappy underdog in there. Be interesting to see how much he's going to let the lads batter his blinds and antes before he takes a stand, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, KM say he just needs distribution on his side.
5 seconds.
Then it won't matter at all, KM. And look at this. He's got the kings. Interested to see what sizing he goes for here. 2.8 million. I actually like this sizing.
How much is it?
2.8.
See him shipping here, Dan.
But he stands up like that, it would indicate he's going to ship. They don't normally do this, Al, and then sit back down, go into the tank and fold.
True.
Perhaps he's getting his binoculars out. They don't look like they'd be the easiest glasses to see through, if I'm being honest.
Huh.
The hair, the glasses, and the t-shirt. Quite the character.
Indeed.
Cool.
Just calls.
Just calls.
We haven't seen much opportunities for Van Hulst to raise blind v blind, so we don't know really what he's about. He is
true.
Not just folded his way. There's obviously been some hands he's been involved in, but my God, like he seems to have been very quiet and launches himself into a gigantic score. Whatever happens now, the rest is gravy for this man.
True. Free rolling, you could say.
Like he's guaranteed €78,000. He's got kings against Shu here, betting 1.8 million on the Queen Deuce Deuce. I reckon against a different player, Shu probably just rejams pre. Really,
yeah, that's true.
Seemed like he thinks Hulst is at the topper part of his range. There's the 4 of hearts. Does call the very small bet. Stack to pot ratio less than 1 to 1. Do we bet something small here, like 3 mil, and then shove 5, or?
I was just looking at the chat there.
The river?
yeah. I was just literally going to say that what KM said. I really like it, man, because you just like unblock so much of the kind of floating range on the flop. You unblock a lot of Queen X as well, so I much prefer checking this hand. Like aces and kings are going to be in the same kind of checking on the turn here more often for the reasons I mentioned, but definitely kings unblocking some ace highs.
Time for talking.
And just anything else worse than that, to be fair.
He says the time for talking is over and wins a nice pot. Well played by Van Hulst. Yeah, perhaps what you said there looks very like you're just giving up there on the turn, checking over a hand like Ace Jack or Ace King, and you might induce a bluff from your opponent. We can always just jam then on the river or bet small, depending. It's just going to be very hard for him to get paid.
Yeah, true.
He does now have 18 million.
Tens.
And tens. You got a feel for Saloftis here. His steamrolled this FT, finds himself as the short stack.
Didn't expect it. But that just shows poker in a nutshell anyways, bro. That just like it can fluctuate, like it's so goddamn volatile.
That 6-4 hand was huge.
It was,
I would love
that was
to, if we could, turn back time.
yeah, true.
If it was a different river, would he just jam or make a huge bet? I think someone said 12 or 13 million. That seemed like about half your stack there, or a little bit more. Seems like a great sizing.
7 bet, 1.5 million.
Van Hulst spent 1.5 mil. King, Queen, 5. Would see him check there a decent amount of the time, but decides to go for C bet. We'll take it down. shoot, love and life here with the guts of 50 bigs. And just keep peppering them with the jab. Loftus here, Jack 10 off suit, 15 bigs in the small blind. He'll be wanting to play as many small pots with Van Hulst as possible. Who knows? Maybe this guy is in his basement somewhere in the solver, 16 hours a day in the lab.
You just wouldn't know.
Pretty well here so far. He's flopped the best. The Queen 5-3. Loftus bets one big.
Nice, I like this. Find out where you are.
Didn't think too long about it either. Whoa.
And this guy's got moves.
Yeah. Seven of hearts hits the turn. Surely Van Hulst now slows down. He's looking at his chips, glancing at them, which would indicate he's not slowing down.
Interesting bet there on the turn, bro.
To 24 million. Yeah, it's the sizing he chose as well. Like, it's very difficult for Loftus to do anything unless he has a hand. If Loftus has some form of a combo draw or even diamonds or picked up hearts, maybe he might pounce on a small bet like that and check jam. I don't really know what Van Hulst is repping with that size, and it's tough to go that small with a queen on the turn. A lot of bad rivers.
In hindsight there, I'm not the biggest fan of the flop call as well, out of position. Like, in position, I'm all for floating, something like that. But, like, out of position, bro, it's going to be a lot more difficult to realise equity by the river. And if it's the case where... Well, we'll just talk about this in a moment, because there's probably going to be a situation here.
Oh, boy. Van Hulst wants a count. He's not going to be folding ace-queen. So Loftus not looking too happy, but I mean, he hasn't been smiling much throughout the day. A lot of people saying he looks very cranky. Unless he gets lucky here, this could be it.
All in. All in.
7 raise all in. 2 pass.
We've got action. So Loftus with ace deuce, Van Hulst with ace queen. 20 million in the pot. Three to 1 favorite here for Van Hulst. Here's the flop. Ace in the window. Ace King 10. Good start for Van Hulst, 82% now. So Loftus with 6 outs as we hit the turn. Turn is a deuce! God. Oh my god, that's horrific.
Poker's so cruel, man.
Van Hulst has done everything right. That turn is a very cruel one indeed, Al. 13 outs for Van Hulst on the river, but it is a 9.
Come on.
And we see emotion from Georgios Soloftis. Van Hulst will have to sit back down now. Knock down a peg or two. Unfortunate for him, but still in the mix with the guts of 20 big blinds.
What a turn card, bro.
Buckler says, to be fair, the way he's played, he deserves a bit of luck.
Yeah, I can get behind that too.
Yeah, it doesn't always happen though, does it? I played so well today, I deserve a big dirty suck out.
Nice hand, man. Thank you.
ECW King, I think he's been sarcastic. He said he was running really bad, kind of fair. Gotta run good to make these final tables. Gotta run even better to win them. Loftus completing his option with King Deuce offsuit. Van Hulst into big with Jack 6 offsuit. Was flop best on the King 5-5. And Hulst lets it go. That was a very strange float with that Jack 10 out of position. He's obviously planning on doing something strange on some runouts there, Al, a few hands ago.
He definitely had a plan in mind, but, you know, it's just like, if the in-position player there, man, is betting the turn too often, then floating a hand like that is really bad, because you're just going to get like punished far too often. So, you know, floating something that wide. I think, like, again, I don't want to reference Solver World and all that, but I think that's just going to be a pure fold on the flop, man.
Yeah.
In general, like.
In a sense.
In a sense.
Loftus with the min, Shoe with the call. King 10 against the 7-5 of diamonds. Ace Queen 7 is the flop. Shoe checking. Loftus going to continue here. 1.3 million. KM wants to see a check behind. I think there's merits to both there. Shoe loving that turn card.
No. You did like this.
No, I didn't say check.
Interesting.
These guys gonna fight it out.
2.5.
Shoe bets 2.5 mil. Loftus calling. He's been so calm and collected when everything's been going his way, but he seems like he could be a bit of a hothead if things aren't going his way.
I think so too. This is quite the interesting river, to say the least.
Because it's a club, yeah. It is a pair of boards. Shoe with the full house.
This, I think, is a really nice hand to check on the river here. I don't mind betting, but like blocking the reopening range here with any ace-x or river flush or something like that, it's a very nice hand to check on the river, man.
9.5 million seems a bit too rich.
Yeah.
You're just trying to induce bluffs by checking that river, or someone like Solaftis might go for thin value sometimes with a queen or an ace. Probably not too thin with an ace.
Just to verify, this one check on the flop, did it, or did Solaftis c-bet on the flop?
He c-bet one big blind or so.
Yeah, and then he led on the 7. The big blind. Shoe. That's what happened, I believe, wasn't it?
Did the turn not go check?
No, he led on the turn when it paired the 7.
So he's always led into him on the turn.
Yeah. So the thing is, man, like what Solaftis here is going to be calling on the turn in that situation is going to be a bunch of like ace-x and stuff like that, and improved flush, or like flush completing river is going to be a big portion of his calling range on the turn. A lot of it. If you think about it, you know, he's gonna check back some ace-x, and that's obviously a downside. But I don't think ace-x is going to call 9.5 million on the river as well. That's the thing, especially when it's a flush completing river. So either or is fine there, I guess. But having that in your checking range on the river is very, very good to be protected.
So when he check calls the flop, leads the turn, are you saying it looks like he's given up then when he checks the river after leading the turn?
Well,
It's going to be a mix of both. He's gonna just target the hands that improve from Solaftis' range. As I said, he's going to have like flushes on that riverman when he just calls the turn, like, you know, any 8-9 of clubs, whatever flush draw combos on the turn. So that will be a decent portion of his range by the river. That obviously has to value bet when we check. So again, you're going for a check raise here with that hand, obviously. So like I would probably always bet that hand if it doesn't come a flush on the river, if that makes sense. But when it comes a flush on the river, you can have a lot of, like, you know, improved flushes itself on that river card. So you can probably check that more often, if that makes sense. I hope I made myself clear there.
Yeah, you did. I just wanted to make sure I had everything correct, like yourself. I don't know if I'm too big of a fan of leading on the turn. Why not let Solaftis continue firing?
well.
We'll go back to that in a minute.
Solaftis obviously calling it off here with the ace-queen. Shoe with the ace-6, making standard good jam, putting both of the players against him in a blender. Solaftis waking up with a monster, and now Solaftis could be your chip leader if he can hold.
Insane.
He'll be back to 31 million. Swings and roundabouts at this FT. Solaftis is 3-1 favourite to be very much back in the mix with nearly 40 bigs. King, Queen, 8 is the flop. Fantastic start for Solaftis. This one is all but signed, sealed and delivered. Turn is a 9. River is a 9. Solaftis scoops the booty.
Big one, Dan.
That's a huge swing. All momentum shifting in Soloftis' direction once again. As the Apocalypse says, something tells me a heads up between these two would be very fun. Sure would be. Don't be writing off the amateur just yet. He's still very much in the mix. KM has a few comments saying, if he bets and continues on the club, he can get called by a flush draw and walk into it on the turn. What you're saying is not wrong. It's just that on the board, he doesn't get called by hands like 7-6 no club, so he doesn't need to bet deny equity to those kind of hands. I just don't think there'd be much leading on that turn as well.
Depends how he's constructing the c-bet range on the flop, man. If he's just c-betting range for a big blind there, he could definitely have some 7x. But it's definitely a thing from the big blind to lead on them kind of, I'm not going to say mid to, yeah, like the third worst card on the board in terms of leading that on the turn. In that example primarily. It's definitely a thing. But off these stack sizes and stuff like that, it's hard to say what the correct strategy is or what, you know, the other possibilities are overall.
Oh, I definitely think it's a thing, especially it's more of a thing in Hold'em if your middle card on the flop pairs on the turn, there's more leading then. But I just want to keep Soloftis betting for me.
Yeah, as I said, man, like turn I think can go either way between one option and the other. It's going to be a good board for his raising range in general versus the big blind's cold calling range for obvious reasons on that specific texture. So as I said, I don't think either option is wrong on the turn. So yeah, as I said, I agree with you regardless, you know.
Thanks, man. It's nice to know that you agree with me.
Noted.
Yeah, KM said that's why I prefer check because he has no checks, it seems. It is a range c-bet spot, but we're on about the turn.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, yeah.
Well, how did Barney Nuts just appear out of the woodwork anyway a year later? Hope you're keeping well, Barney.
Likewise.
I don't know if you're allowed to win any codes this year, personally.
How much? 1.6, huh?
Not that I'm the poker police. I'm not the guy who sorts out the codes.
That's me, baby.
Van Hult's going for the min, Soloftis going for the call. We seen him defending with a4 offsuit earlier, so a5 offsuit going to get in the mix. Ace King 3 is the flop. Turn is the ace of diamonds. After the flop going check, check. Turn going check, check. Van Hult's playing this one tricky. Certainly wants to be going for value now. Commotion on a outer table for a different tournament, it seems. I do believe there's a 5k PLO going on somewhere in the room. Somewhere in the vicinity.
The 5k going on right now, you have the 25k that's going on right now, 6 max, race to event number 17 also. Day number 1 for that, and then you have a 5 card 1k PLO as well, but I think that's a separate event from the WSOPE, or sorry, yeah, I think so, but I could be wrong. I don't think it's a bracelet event.
I never liked
3 or 4 events.
School anyway.
You've 3 or 4 events going on right now, yeah.
Barney saying, "I'll buy merchants if you don't give me stuff this time." Surely you won something last year, Barney. You had that many codes, you probably kept some of them for this year.
5-8.
5-8 has been declared.
Man, this has got a tough guy to have in a three-handed format, bro. Tough guy to have in your table.
Yeah, I really like this Soloftis's game. Not to take anything away from Shu.
True.
Soloftis has just been the guy we've been talking about with more spots. Shu done the same as Van Herst, just laddered his way up and then got lucky in one or two pots. Was very patient in some other spots and has played all his hands very well.
Agreed.
He won an AirPod. Well done. Dreams can come true. Every pot meaning so much right now, though. You see, just taking down a few pots, you extend your chip lead. Now you're the one in command. You get that 10 big blind separation. It really means a lot at this late stage.
Hello. One Red Bull Light. Okay.
Red Bull Light. I don't even know if we have such a thing in Ireland.
It's probably going to be the low sugar. Oh
Look
wow,
at this.
sorry, never mind. Oh, this is rotten, bro. What is this flop?
This is insane. This could be GG Soloftis. He's not going to be left with too many millions.
Ah, what a flop.
He's like, can't cancel that Red Bull. Turn is a 4. We might get deprived of a huge pot here if the board pairs again. Other than that, I don't know how Soloftis doesn't lose a large chunk of his stack. He has Shu covered as well. And as for Shu, he's licking his chops here.
Day 5.
$3.5 million is the bet from Soloftis. We just see a call from Shu. 13 million in this pot. Big river coming up. It is a king of diamonds. Check from Shu. How big does Soloftis think he can go? Is it his turn to bet around 10 million?
Probably an all-in, no? Or is that too much? Too excessive?
There's 13 million in the pot. There's 19 million left in Shu's stack. It would be fine to go all in here, but he might go for a smaller sizing to make sure he gets paid. As for Shu, if Soloftis doesn't push Shu all in here, Shu probably just calls in case he's up against the full house.
Yeah.
Seems like a really good spot just to, bet around 10 million. Sometimes I get it right, lads. Sometimes.
On the nose, man.
I know Shu just has a sick, it's not a side call, but I don't ever see a reason to jam for the additional 9. Just never going to get called by worse. Just going to be forced to pay the man. Yeah, I say forced to pay the man. He's got the best of it. It couldn't be the king of spades because Shu's got the king of spades. Pretty sick.
Yeah, I don't see the merit in jamming there because I just don't see what worse calls. I mean, again, if you could see both the players' whole cards or whatever, vice versa, you would say yeah, easy jam here. But man, there isn't many worse hands that call versus an all in there, except hands that beat you primarily.
Yes.
So sick. I was thinking whether to shove.
Yeah, I don't think you should. I don't think you should have.
Mikael Shushu now playing almost 42 million. 60% of all. Try put yourself in his shoes.
Tough times.
Tough times when you're coming up with useless humour like that, bro. $500,000 is now the small blind. I'm all about that low hanging fruit.
All in.
I like this blind level. $500,000 is the small blind. 1 million is the big blind with a 1 million running big blind ante for 1 million rupees. And the Greek man looks he looks like the Red Bull. I didn't even need to drink one. Shoot with King Queen off suit here on the button.
Thank you.
Two. Shu raises 2. He's got them right where he wants them now, Al, as well, after that hand.
Yeah. Very good chip position for sure.
Might be on tilt, reckons that was a shove and a call and Shu missed value. It's very hard to get called even by Jack 10 of spades there. You have to really be thinking that your opponent has turned a blocker into, and it would have to just be the king of spades without another spade in their hand. It's very unlikely. There could be some slow played full houses as well from the big blind.
Yeah, that's possible too.
Both of them.
Very possible actually. Queen 4, King 4, even some Ace 4 offsuit is possible, bro. So definitely. Ooh, we got some all in here. Never mind. What am I talking about?
Hold the phone here. So Loftus is rejammed over the top of Shu's open, and Van Hulst has decided to go with his hand here with Ace 10. I think this is about the bottom we want to be going with. There's such a massive difference between third and second. Now it is Ace 10, and he knows Soloftus is on tilt, or what would be perceived to be after losing such a gigantic pot, which is understandable. So I don't mind stacking off here with the Ace 10 personally, but I wouldn't be going with something much lower than Ace 9 suited. I think Ace 10 offsuit is a fine line of where we want to be going with it, but he could just fold, and if Shu calls, you know, he's going to make a massive amount of money. I like that he's stacking off here with the Ace 10 though. You will see a lot of amateurs just put their hand in the muck.
I suppose just the three-handed format is just important to take into account here, that Ace 10 is probably performing relatively well, I would say.
Yeah. I don't know. Even Ace 9 suited seems a little bit light to me, but Ace 10 offsuit is going to be good enough. The difference between third and second is from 78 grand to 107. Shu calls here, by the way. I just don't think he can, but he would have the opportunity to eliminate 2 players, win the title right here, right now, with 33% equity. But against those ranges, you know, it's gone all in from the small and a rejam from the big blind. He can just fold and get a pay jump because one of those players is going to have 28 million.
Yeah.
Doing the maths. Does let it go.
Live cards.
Fold ace jack.
Queen
King, queen,
eight.
King queen. Ace queen. King queen.
He knows Soloftis is going to be rejamming relatively wide there from the small blind. It's Van Hulst he needs to worry about. And you're against 2 players, not 1. So I just think King Queen becomes a clear fold there.
Ace.
Here we go, folks. 30 million in the middle. What a roller coaster this final table has been. Queen 8 offsuit. Has Van Hulst covered by a half a big blind. Flop is 5, 9, 7.
Outs.
Outsville here for Soloftis. He's got 32% equity now.
Exciting flop.
Big moment here for Van Hulst. Needs a hold. Turn is a 3 of spades. It's a pretty good card.
Too many.
7 outs for Soloftis, or Van Hulst will essentially be knocking Soloftis out. Soloftis will be down to half a big blind and change. River is another 3. That is the case. Van Hulst now, the amateur, playing 30 million in chips.
Gewoon lef hebben. Je weet dat hij dat doet.
Nice.
Niks fold. Haha. You have 14 exactly, and this is a little bit less.
13,375.
How much?
13,375.
Okay, yeah.
Nice. Very nice.
I wonder what the bottom of our calling off range is there in shoes.
I'm kind of thinking. I'm kind of thinking. Maybe some suited broadways like Ace 9 plus, arguably Ace 10 suited plus. I'd say is fairly standard. Although maybe I'm not too sure, bro. What do you think?
See, like I said earlier, you're going against 2 players, not 1. Ace Jack is a tough decision.
Gotta go for it.
To call 2 all-ins there. Might be just a spot where it's like Ace Queen plus. But we are 3-handed.
Cool. How much?
Like the whole point is we fold and either way we almost get 40 grand.
Yeah, it's a bit of a no-brainer in fairness, isn't it?
Yeah, it might actually be like Ace Queen suited plus. It could even be tighter. I really don't know. Jacks, I'll probably put 10s in the bin, or 8s and 9s anyway. It could be a 10s, Jacks type of a situation. Not folding Ace King, and I'm not folding Jacks. There you go. There you have it.
That's fair.
Queen 9-5 is the flop. Turn is a 7. We can just fold and still have the chip lead going heads up. Needs to be taken into consideration. Soloftis will be busting.
I didn't look.
Sir. I didn't look.
Nuts.
Shoe.
Again.
With the nuts, the second nuts, and we will lose this phenom, this beast of a man, Georgios Soloftis. He does indeed like to play, has been eliminated in 3rd place and will win €78,000 for his efforts and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. That means we are going on the shortest of breaks just over 5 minutes, we're going to come back with this heads-up battle. One of these remaining players is going to become your Colossus WSOPE champion. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
Yeah. Let's count and then decide. Yeah. Yeah.
Both these players, along with 12 others from this event, will be playing the WSOP Europe main later during this series. The Italian came in with a 3-1 lead over Saka. He's been doing a good job holding his own. Does flop best on the 5-4 deuce. Couple of hearts out there. Nicola with the 2 overs. Happy to just check back as he now pairs his 10, and that's a card that Saka may feel okay with pursuing value on.
Yeah, he's betting because when a player checks back the flop, they either just miss or have a lot of ace highs that has decent equity. Can kind of making the quick call.
Oh, music to the ears of the Italian as it runs out clean. 11 million in the middle, and Saka is reaching for blocking chips. Another bet of 2.5 million.
I actually think that Di Nicola can come in for raise against the block bet on this board. You shouldn't be too scared against like 2-pair plus. They might size up a bit, and then clearly you've got a really strong kicker of your 10, and even ace 10 probably just gets aggressive pre.
Raise 10 million.
I love this.
Wow, he does just go for all of it. Oh, I do apologise, he said 10 million. Action back on Saka. Has an interesting decision. Flop went check check. He probed turn for 2.5 million. Di Nicola called. Blocked river for the same price. Now getting raised. $7.5 million on request. Based on how fast these guys have been playing, this is the longest tank we've seen, and an understandable one at that. What hands would play this way?
He knows that when he raised small, it induces raises a decent bit. And when he just leads that tiny 2.5 into that big pot, he does block the nuts a bit, 6-7, although I wouldn't think that his opponent would need just the nuts to raise the river. Saka's also thinking that a 5x shouldn't raise the river 8x since it'll be thin with the 10 out there. So just, is this a thin value raise or is this just a bluff that he's just trying to pick off?
Given the moment. Oh, he's paid him off. Nicola scooping a 31 million chip pot, and you have to ask yourself, Randy, was there a bit of leveling going on in Saka's mind where he's gone small on turn, gone small on river, and then just convinced himself that it was the small bet sizings that Nicola was pouncing on with air?
I bust in a pretty standard way. I guess I was fairly short, and the guy on my right limped, and I just checked behind him. He was in the small, I was in the big, and I flopped a set, which is fantastic when you're, you know, and we got it in. He had a flush draw, and but he didn't make his flush, but he hit runner for a straight. But it was like, I was winning to the last card, so I was in there with a chance.
Sweat, man. Always a sweat. 10 of diamonds hits the river. Kim going runner to eliminate Boatman in 5th place, and he looks disgusted.
It's been a pleasure.
But really, the pot that did for me, I nearly folded earlier when the guy had kings, and he'd re-raised me. The guy who was a short stack at the table. And I nearly didn't, it was so short, I thought he could be doing it with a lot of hands, and it was a shot to knock him out. And so I just, on the chip stacks, I decided, although I was probably behind, as it happened, in that hand, I flopped a pair, I wasn't in bad shape. So it was those two hands, really.
You've heard the man shuffle up and deal. The grind is on. That's what's up. We are heads up for the Colossus bracelet. These two combatants going to fight it out in what's been an epic day of action so far. If you're just tuning in, that's what you're watching. No Limit Hold'em Colossus event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. €161,000 for the winner. And Van Hulst, what a story this has been. Has secured himself with a minimum of €107,000 now.
4 million.
So this is essentially over a 50 grand heads up battle. Really looking forward to this. And I'm really looking forward to 25k GG millions at half 5 Central European time tomorrow. Make sure you're in the Poker Room Kings or on YouTube for that one. My name's Action Man Dan. I have Alan with me back in the mix. Have you any more codes to give away, Alan?
Oh yeah, that's right. We have one more code to give away, people. Thanks for the reminder, Dan. It completely slipped my mind, and be honest with you, I'd rather get it out of the way now so I can focus on this heads-up battle for the bracelet. So as I said, guys, this code is for a raffle that's going to be held on October 10th. A lot of top prizes up for grabs: iPhone 16 Pro and a MacBook Pro, to name but a few. So we're giving away 9 codes today. This is only available to people on Twitch, so apologies about that on the YouTube.
Yep.
But yeah, final question here and final code, and as always, a one-word answer. Okay, fingers at the ready. So what is the term for having the second best possible hand, often leading to a large loss? So what is the term for having the second best hand possible, often leading to a large loss? There's a one-word answer, people. Not second nuts, no. Not second nuts, people. One-word answer. Oh, KM, you win it, bro. KM's after winning another one, man. What do you want to do with it, KM? I'll send it over your way, bro. Congrats. Cooler is the answer. So KM was the first one to mention that. So, as I said many, many times before, congrats, my good man. I'll send you over that right meow, as I like to say. There is the last one here. Alright, KM. So I'm going to send you over that code. Let me know if there's any issue with it, as per usual, bro. And if there is, I'll sort it out for you. But I'm after sending it over your way. And that is all the codes for today, people. So tomorrow, I'm assuming there's going to be possibly another 10 codes as well. So be sure to tune in tomorrow for an amazing 25k tournament, lads. Some top players in that, along with some top questions for these codes. Back over to you, my Dan. Or my mate, I should say. Anyways.
We pick up the action here on the turn. 9-3, King 4. That'll happen.
7.5.
Yeah.
6.5 hours into the stream. Get your mistakes out of the way early, isn't that what you were saying?
Allegedly.
It's pretty funny. That host is going to bet 7.5 million here. Shu will be forced to concede, and now Van Hulst is your chip leader. Wow. What a story this guy is turning out to be. He's really up against it, against a man of Shu's caliber. But now he's got the chips. I'm really looking forward to this heads-up battle. There it is, that gold bracelet. KM just wants to win some free Knights of Kings. Well, mightn't be free when you leave that night. Free to enter, give or take a tenner.
Yeah.
The rest is up to you. Bring your wallet nonetheless. Old Trick from the hat wants to know, is the bracelet worth anything? No, but it's made from the same things that they make to use those Fabergé eggs.
Fancy.
I mean, it's going to be worth a lot of money. It's gold. It's a gold bracelet. Gold is a very worthy commodity at the moment.
True that.
A more worthy commodity is playing heads up for the aforementioned gold bracelet. When you've got aces on the button, he's going to go the full 3x. Interesting to see what way Van Hult's plays heads up. We haven't seen enough of him. He hasn't been involved in too many hands. Anything he was involved with pretty much went his way. It'd be really cool to see him execute a well-timed bluff to add to his repertoire.
We shall see.
He's going for the full 3x on the button, which is a bit large for my liking on the button with aces. He will get some action here in the form of the Queen Jack. Shoe flop is 8, 9, 5, 2 clubs. Turn is a 7 of diamonds. Flop goes check, check. Now Shoe probably wants to start leading. Put pressure on with about half a pop bet here. Just go for 3 mil. I'm not going anywhere yet. It's hard enough to pick up aces at any point in the tournament. We're heads up. It's a monster. Sometimes, of course, your opponent is going to have 2 pair, a set, a 6. But c'est la vie, we will call. River is the 7 of hearts. She a pretty decent card for Van Hult's.
Yeah.
She wants to continue here. Might want to bet around 7 million. Something around that area. Instead decides to just give it up. Would
I don't hate this.
Firing there, Alan?
Yeah, like, man, I was telling you already that the amount of money that I probably wasted or overinvested, we'll say, on bluffing pair textures is just like, I say I'd like to see the number, but yeah, not a great spot to bluff to get people to fold some 1 pair hands usually, or even some ace highs possibly, depending who you're up against.
You know what? The more I look at this, I prefer to just give up. He's not going to fold a 9. He's not going to fold an 8. It's unlikely he has ace high or king high. It looks like he's deciding to make a move here.
Possibly.
But decides against it. No, he had his hand on the pink chips.
I would assume on that river card there's going to be a lot of different sizings potentially. Like I can see a lot of small sizings being used. I can see some pot size, maybe some small overbets with some parts of your range as well. Or maybe like, yeah, pot size or so is probably a decent sizing. But yeah, I can see different sizings being used there with certain parts of your range in that situation as the out of position player between bluffing and, you know, value betting.
It looked like a very strong bet there on the river, just milking value when he threw out those 5 pink chips. He's got a command and lead in this heads up battle now.
He goes, in fairness to him.
And do you like checking back on that flop, or would you prefer to see a bet with the aces?
I think at shallower SPRs I don't mind betting it more often, but deeper stacks I think checking that back a lot more makes a lot of sense. It's going to be difficult to get like 3 streets a hand with aces there, so you know, I always have that in my mind that like if you know, is this a hand that can go for 3 streets, and kind of sometimes simplify decision making kind of based on that kind of, I don't know, my way of thinking that like okay, if I'm going to bluff this, am I going to bet 3 streets always, and kind of have a game plan already in mind with certain hands, you know.
Yeah, I like that analysis a lot. I would have liked to see a C-bet there. Don't mind checking back for the reasons that you mentioned there as well. You don't want to get check raised, etc. But when SPR is, or well, just how many big blinds they have is like sub 30. I mean, neither of them have more than 40, I don't think. I think we can start doing some betting. We are heads up. We do have aces. It's way harder for our opponent to have a hand. And we've got the best pair we can have. The pocket
there's
rockets.
definitely still value to head, like.
Yeah, and we could, KM saying we could check raise the Queen Jack. Yeah, I also can get behind that, putting pressure on.
For sure.
I don't think I'm going anywhere with my aces if I do get check raised.
Raise.
Probably just run it.
And Holt's coming in hot. And you'll see a lot of players, they make these tiny 3-bets out of position. I like that he's going pretty large here. Now, this might be a bit excessive all the way to 10 million. But I'm glad it's not 5.2, for example.
Yeah, we're seeing that a lot yesterday, weren't we? Or the previous streams. Well, more so obviously in the low limit, but yeah, we definitely saw a lot of examples of the smaller 3-bets as the out of position.
Too much.
We've seen a decent amount of it at the mini-main event final table.
Yeah, that's what it was.
You're just going to be in a world of hurt a lot of the time. You've bloated the pot, you're out of position. Even if you've got a good hand, you want your opponent to call, you want to put money in the pot pre. He is picking up some hands. Van Hulst going to complete with the 10-6 offsuit. Looks like Shu's going to bump it up with the ace-4. He doesn't really look like the kind of guy who wears shoes. He reminds me of someone that would be more inclined to be wearing sandals.
He's got his style for sure. Jesus.
Someone dead?
Whoa. Someone might have hit the jack. Someone hit the jackpot. Either that or someone has been murdered. We could have a flasher running around the building. Who knows? Queen A3 is the flop.
Who knows?
I haven't heard the infamous classical music that would indicate that the jackpot has been reached.
Yeah, I haven't heard it either.
Perhaps she got a decent win that was, or some great news on the phone. Who knows? Find out next time on an all-new episode of What Happened That Lady. Van Hulst will call the 2 million bet a shoe. Nice equity here for both players. James says someone who won €27 on roulette.
Thank you so much. I know. You can now.
Van Hulst checking. Oftentimes when people turn away from what's going on, they tend to be stronger. It's like they're feigning weakness by turning away from the situation.
I get you, yeah.
Now, it's not always the case. Sometimes people just want to get the last up out of their coffee. before he's taken away.
That makes sense as well.
You just have a middle strength hand, and he might feel like he has to call this one. Busted clubs out there, busted diamonds out there. That jack completes a lot of hands though. Shoe gets nice value and regains the chip lead.
Actually knew it. Stupid call. I'm sorry? I actually knew you had the jack. Such a dumb call. You had an 8? Yeah, of course, yeah.
I don't mind that. He's going to be bluffing there as well. He's going to have some like absolute airballs that just check back the turn. They want to just bluff river. You kind of you're forced to call that, bro. I wouldn't be like them spots, man. They don't bother me too much as they used to, I suppose. You know, having to bluff catch with like some third pair in a single raise pot where there's, you know, turn check through or something like that. Should be really happy just calling like a lot of third pair plus in terms of bluff catching.
It does give Shu the chip lead once more. I would just be telling them nothing, Alan. A man of Shu's caliber, and you're up against it. You don't want to be telling them things like, "Oh, I knew I should have folded there," or "I knew I should have called there."
Agreed.
It's interesting to know what way Shu is perceiving Van Hulst and what way he wants to attack this heads-up battle. I would think it's the same as Soloftis earlier, where he was trying to play smaller pots against Van Hulst, knowing that he has the edge, whether he's in position or out of position. So just go betting the call, and the turn is the ace of spades. Very quickly going check, check. River is the jack of clubs. Perhaps he wants to go for value now. Not ideal that there's a third club out there. Probably go for, again, around half pot, 4 million, 4.5 million.
4 million, 7 past 2.
On the nose, boy.
Some middling pairs might call there, Alan. Like, I don't know, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. 4 is a bit of a stretch. Unlikely his opponent has a jack. I just think he needs to bet anyway, regardless of what your opponent has, because you don't want to run the risk of it going check, check. But a lot of the time it probably will. Call. Yeah.
Seconds.
4.
7 raise 4 million, 2 pass 7 million.
So 40 million now, playing 30. Still 70 big blinds in play. Big schlickens on the button here for Van Hulst.
3 million.
7 raise, 3 million.
Yeah, I think his approach will be what Barney Nuts is saying. He wants to play more post-flop poker.
Makes sense.
10-9 deuce, 2 diamonds is the flop. Shoe with the best of it, out-flopping Van Hult's ace king.
Bet. 1.8.
1.8 million is the bet. Goes for about quarter pot.
$5 million.
To raise 5 million.
All in.
7 raise up.
Whoa. Van Hulst instantly going all in over the top.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
10, 12, 14, 16.
I'm
He looks
gobsmacked.
he looks very confident here
The rest not 20, give me
to move all in like this quick. Didn't even think for longer than 3 seconds before going all in over the top of the 5 million raise.
the right, on the right side. This is not 20.
And I'm not loving life if I'm Shoe here. I'm probably going to let this go. Van Hulst has me convinced, and I can see his cards. We haven't seen him do any moves like this. This is just pure whimsical, in the moment stuff. He's just decided that he's got an ace and a king and he's willing to gamble for it all, and it looks so strong. That's all I can decipher from this, because it all happened so fast.
It's a mad spot, man, on the flop. Absolutely mental. I really don't know what to do with Jack 10 here. Like, best case scenario, you're probably flipping against like some nut flush draw here, or, you know, again, behind like an overpair. You know, you're in really dicey waters here, even if you do call and see a hand like this. This is, again, this should never be a possibility with Ace King, but like, this is something like the best case scenario where you're against Ace King here. The rest of the time, bro, it's just going to be a strong range here.
This pure looks like a king queen of diamonds sort of a job. Ace queen of diamonds.
Yeah, yeah.
Ace king of diamonds.
I can get behind that.
A better 10 occasionally. It's not going to be a 9. Well, I say it's not going to be a 9. He does have ace king off suit. No diamonds whatsoever.
What a move.
Van Hulst getting his opponent to fold top pair jack kicker, and I don't blame Shoe for letting that go. Reverse tells working there. Normally when someone does something that fast, they're very strong because they don't need to think about it. Their mind is made up. Van Hulst must be buzzing after that. And I don't blame Shoe for trying to get external value from his flopped top pair. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, agreed.
Not every day you're just going to get shoved on within 3 seconds.
Literally.
And what a move that is if you can get your opponent to fold top pair. Just going to throw it out there.
It's insane.
Check.
I remember when I was on the come up online and stuff, so many players overplayed Ace King. And it seems to be making a comeback in terms of you blocking your opponent having certain hands. When you do that, you're just repping like kings or aces straight off the bat.
Yeah,
or an overpair. Yeah. I guess Shoe would have to call with a combo draw, like a pair and a flush draw. Barney Nuts reckons non-regs are just going to call it off.
Possibly.
Maybe you're right, Barney, yeah. This is a 50 grand heads up battle and the bracelet is on the line.
Makes it even more ballsy, in fairness, to do it with that dynamic of like 50k up top here, or 50k extra, I should say. And obviously the bracelet to go alongside that, you know, to have the balls to just fire it in like immediately with Ace King. Fair play, like.
Van Hulst wins another one and emphatically fist bumps the air.
Right.
There you have it, Al. Van Hulst, 44 bigs. Nearly 2/3 of all the chips in play. And Mikael Schuh is up against it here, playing 26 big blinds. Anything can happen in the great game of no limit hold'em tournaments. And he seems so confident, Alan, doesn't he? He really does.
I know.
Just winning all these small pots. I'm really excited to see what he does next. They're getting through a field size of 2,797. Just one player standing in his way of becoming the Colossus World Series of Poker Europe champion. And it's a very tough opponent to get through, but he does have nearly a 2-to-1 chip lead. Piece of it here for both players. Schuh could lose some money here also. Van Hulst with the best of it. Now he is out flopping him in a few of these small pots, and they all add up. He's running pretty good. But he's got moves like he just done with that Ace King. Moves like Jagger. Turns the 8 of clubs. Turn goes check, check, river is the 10 of diamonds. Schuh gets there on the river. I was going to say we might go for a blockerish type sizing to make sure we get paid here.
Yeah. I think it's going to be the standard sizing usually on these 4 to straight boards, where you still want to have obviously protected with 9x if you ever get raised here. Again, it's probably not going to happen that often, but it's just more so you can thinly value bet, maybe even some Jack X here. Obviously 2 pairs sets if that's what somebody has. So yeah, I think building around bet small like that seems to be the norm on that kind of board texture and that run out, etc.
Noted. Oh dear. Van Hulst, another monster, this time pocket kings. Let's see what he wants to do here.
Raise 9 million.
Takes it down. We haven't seen him do any light 3-betting now. Every time he's 3-bet over the button open, he's had it.
Yeah, I was just going to say there as well that, like, he has been picking up hands, bro. It's not like, again, like you said, not been 3-betting light. Anytime he has 3-bet, to be fair, it's, you know, been a strong hand, not a weak one or anything close to it.
Shu gives him a walk with the jack 3 off suit. I actually think that might be a tad bit too tight on the
Very
button
close,
there.
I'd say. Very close, yeah.
I would imagine the Van Hulst would be over folding from the big, facing button open.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Definitely want to widen your race first in range at least. And if you think he's not going to ISO wide as well and you limp, I think that makes a lot more sense to limp some of them hands like that he just ended up folding, to be fair. The jack 3 off is probably a good example, as I mentioned.
Might be on tilt to just add some bluff 3 bets now when he is golden. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just going to have that balanced range. Otherwise, every time he's just 3 betting with the goods, it's going to become very obvious he has to have a very good hand to do it with. But this guy has surprised me time and time again at this final table, so I wouldn't put anything past Van Hulst. Men with Ven. Shu's going to call with a 4 high flush draw. Six of hearts rolls off. Shu's got a lot of outs here. 16. I was also going to say, is he just going to lead here?
Yeah. Them sort of hands that you don't really want to check call or check raise, they're just like always going to be better just to lead. And them sort of weaker draws like that, good example of it.
Nothing too much. There was nothing to protect. No.
He's got a great balanced range.
I'm bluffing too much. In heads up, you can never bluff too much. 1 million what?
They're talking. I like this talking going on. saying you're bluffing too much. He goes, you can never bluff too much in heads up. Van Hulst doesn't seem phased by this monumentous occasion in his poker career.
2-4.
That's the thing I love in all things like UFC, poker, anything else. It's like, if you're up against a player who's way better than you, what have you got to lose?
Agreed.
It's them that are forced to perform. You're not supposed to win. It's like if you're the goalkeeper and someone is taking penalties. You're not. The goalkeeper is never expected to save. The player is always expected to score.
Yeah. Exactly that.
Basically what I'm saying is, if you're up against the champion in UFC Apocalypse, yeah, but I see what you're saying. You've got your life to lose. It is it's like a high-speed game of chess that has dire consequences. Stick to the poker for now.
Agreed.
I have enough brain damage as it is. I've banged me head more times than I can count. But I'm still going strong.
Sorry.
So Van Hulst completing with 9-8 off suit. Shu with the Queen 9. Flops top pair. Now, after the speech play saying you're bluffing too much, you're betting too much, etc., he might be inclined to raise this one. Something small.
He does.
2,000,009?
3.9.
Probably just a fold.
He's got the arse end of it. If he had the King 10, he would continue. The 8-9's not great.
You're bluffing.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
You are the bluffer, not me. Yeah. Now you bluff again with your speech. Even bluffing with the talk. Huh? I have 10 bigs? No, I don't have 10
The
I can have some?
talking won't
Yeah, I
favour
would need some
Van
as well.
Hurst.
Yeah. You can
Van
agree
Hurst
to have 5
because
each, if it's okay.
a pro is just going to sniff out what you're trying to say and what you're not trying to say. I wouldn't be playing that game with the likes of
No,
Shoot.
neither would I. Neither would I.
Yeah, it went so fast. Didn't know what happened. You gave me the small blind. Can I have it back? It's gonna be a long night. Yeah. Looks like it.
Don't think it's going to be too long. It's already past 10 o'clock at Kings. The way these guys are playing, blinds have just gone up. Heads up battles can go on for quite some time. They are about 30 big blinds apiece. So great, Alan, in a structure like this with 40-minute blinds that they get heads up and there's still 30 big blinds apiece.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? Great structure, deep, long blinds. It's good.
Props to GG and the World Series of Poker Europe, of course. I think we say it enough times in a day, but there you have it.
Yeah.
Stone Resso says, wasn't Van Hulst the one who said the talking time is over? Yeah, it was, but he seems to like talking. It's okay to talk before you look at your cards and stuff. If you start talking on flops, turns, and rivers against a seasoned pro, mightn't go too well for you. That's all that they want. They want to get the information out of you. Squeeze every bit that they can. It's a game of incomplete information. So every time you open your mouth, unless you're doing some metagame stuff, you're just going to be giving away information. Next time I'm playing live poker, I'll just be turned into a commentator. Won't be able to help myself. Start talking through all the hands. I'll be talking out loud and I won't even realize it.
Talking about your own hand.
Yeah.
One wide too much? No. Yeah.
I did used to play with this guy in Scotland in a casino. And he had like Tourette's and he would whistle and he would sing. And so like Rihanna might come on or something and he would be like, start saying what diamonds he had in his hand. And then he would whistle it out because he would just go into it. And this was one of the most entertaining things ever. Like he would just start talking to me and then he would just go off on a tangent and he would say what was in his hand and then he would try to make it look like he didn't. I guess you'd have to be there, but this thing would have the whole table laughing their heads off.
Yeah. That's real meta.
He was like a celebrity around there. Everyone loved him. I won't get into the extent of the profanities that he was shouting at the staff because it was out of his control, but I love that dude. He was the best crack.
Nice.
Very fun character, as was a lot of the Glaswegians.
Cool.
Van Hult's going for the limp. Shu won that small one there and seemed to get giddy with it. Shu takes it down. Shu giving a walk again with the Jack 3.
$3 million.
Van Hulst raises to 3 million with the ace-8 offsuit. And I think it's very interesting that Shu isn't even going to defend there with Queen 8 offsuit.
It's a bit tight, alright, isn't it? You really shouldn't be folding. I mean, Queen 5 probably is going to be a fold, maybe Queen 6. Queen 7 probably gets a little bit closer, but definitely not Queen 8 offsuit for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I even think Queen 5, Queen 6, getting tough to fold there. Don't mind Queen, Deuce, 3 and 4.
I think versus 2.5 it might be a little bit more of a fold, I guess, but versus min raise or 2.1 or, you know, whatever online sizings people can use, probably shouldn't defend or shouldn't fold it, excuse me. I think versus 2.5 it might get a little bit closer, but again, not an expert in this regard.
8 million.
Old Trick and Passes is only raising good hands. Shu has catched on. I actually think there's merit to that. Oh, look, here we go. This is something that we haven't seen from Van Hulst.
Yeah.
I like this a lot. Shu lets it go. Pocket says you could say nice. He took the lead that the Shu was on the other foot. Might have said that one earlier. I don't know. I stopped doing the Shu puns because, well, I don't know whether you are laughing at home, but I couldn't hear any laughter coming through.
Revert to plan B.
If you were a card in the deck, which one would you be and why? The Joker. I would be the Joker.
Lol.
The guy who's not really supposed to be at the party, doesn't really fit in, but he tries to welcome himself all the time anyway.
3.
Surely there's a place for the Joker somewhere out there. The Tears of a Clown, eh? Van Hulst raising with the 5-3 offsuit. Shu going to defend. Flop is Queen 9-4.
$6,200,000.
Raise has been announced. Van Hulst will let that one go.
I think he's raised every single top pair hand when he's had it. That's like the third time he's raised top pair now.
I might be inclined to just call there with the backdoor clubs as well. Just get your opponent to maybe fire more than one straight. It's not really Van Hulst's way though, is it?
No.
So he's trying to get the value on the flop that he mightn't get on the turn or the river against a different opponent. Like there's a good point from KM. When was the last time the flop went check, check?
Through that.
Top of the pairs here for Van Hulst. Nice hand for Shu. Doesn't like that flop though. 8-4-3, 2 spades. Does go check, check. Turn is the queen of clubs. Turn goes check, check. River is the king of spades.
Check.
Shu going to lose that one. Shu not having it all his own way. Does have the chip lead. Been a really fun day with the chat again. Nothing too mad.
Yeah, through.
All the regular faces in the similar places. Thanks for joining us each day on YouTube and Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe and a follow. If you're enjoying all this coverage, there's lots more coverage to come. Myself and Alan have one day left in the boot, which is tomorrow.
Free?
As I already mentioned a couple of times, that will be at 5:30 Central European time. 25k GG millions.
God, that's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be excellent. Excited for that one. KM says, going to be very different than what we've seen so far. Yeah, we'll have our thinking caps on for that one. I'll be eating lots of steak and berries tomorrow, I tell you. Caffeine at the ready. No monster cans for me, Alan.
I might invest in one or two for tomorrow. It's just a special occasion, you know. Go out with a bang.
Did you go through your crate of monster cans already?
I may have dabbled, to say the least.
Oh, it's all fun and games now until I'm back on the sugars. I do notice the energy levels from time to time. It's hard to. It's a lot easier to think when you've got that caffeine and sugars from Coca-Cola coursing through your veins.
Oh yeah.
Chocolate as well needs an honourable mention. Welcome back, Dan Fox. Shu here, top pair. Good shot straight draw for Van Hulst, but it's not the greatest looking. With 2 spades already out there, 4.5 million is the bet. I think we most likely just let this one go, Alan. Just let it go.
Yeah, get behind it too.
There's Gnome saying, says, yup, chocolate. Chocolate bars on an Aer Lingus flight. and Werder's Originals, so your ears don't pop. And a big bag of quavers, lots of crisps. Crunching and a munching.
I think I've had quavers maybe once, man. Just tried them. Never really went into a shop and looked at the crisps selection and went for quavers, bro. Never, ever, ever.
They're nice when you're traveling. They always seem to be a light crisp. Who am I kidding? I love quavers. If I'm in the sky, though, you can give me a double Jameson on the rocks.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
That's fine. Get the emergency seat. Get the leg room. Gotta get that extra leg room out in the chat. They're more cheesy than a skip, that's for sure. Skips are prawn cocktail. They are
indeed.
What
Yeah.
they're.
I absolutely love that flavor, man. Love that flavor.
You know, getting COVID 5 times done severe things to my taste buds. I don't know what I like anymore. Whatever I'm allowed, whatever tastes good. Ace Jack 7 is the flop. Shoe with top pair. Van Hulst, not much going on from here with just the queen and the 3. Pickled onion, monster munch. Hot lips.
Yeah, got a fetish for that, I'm not going to lie.
Oh no, Van Hulst is picking the wrong moment to do this. This is very out of character for Van Hulst. He plays very whimsical, as you would expect from someone who's pretty much an amateur with just 2K live tournament earnings. Not anymore. However, but this just seems a bit out of line. I wasn't expecting to see him do this. He hasn't done much of this whatsoever.
No.
Maybe he feels like he's getting ran over from Shoe. We can see it hasn't really been the case.
Yeah, but you got to pick a better board than Ace Jack 7 heads up when you're raising here, like. Do you know what I mean? But he's firing, bro.
Oh. How do I reach these keys?
Yeah, that's justifiable.
He's put in 10 million. He just has 11 million behind. I'm not going to think of what Van Hulst is thinking here. He is repping a very strong hand, but...
Yeah, I don't mind this. I don't mind this at all.
Van Hulst almost
a lot of bad river
showing
cards.
that he had something bad there. I don't know how to dissect that one, really. He just went for a bluff.
Yeah, like what he did with the Queen 3, I don't know what that was about, with all due respect. I do like Shoe's jam on the turn there, because there is a lot of bad river cards, and there's enough in the middle there to just run it, and you just don't expect your opponent, like worst case scenario, that's going to be like some sort of combo draw, maybe some pair plus draw, whatever, and then like Jack 7, because Van Hulst should never have Ace Jack. You should always 3-bet that pre-flop.
Now he's all in. What was so close to a heads-up battle for ages has become disaster for Van Hulst. He is all in with his King 4 with the opportunity to spin it back to almost 20 bigs, 23 million in this pot. But if Shoe can hold with his Ace Jack, we will have our Colossus champion. All momentum shifting in Shoe's direction. He won a couple of those small pots. He's been patient. Van Hulst has had his moments in this heads-up battle. That last hand, quite the blunder, and now finds himself all in with his remaining stack of 10.8 million. The flop is ace,
basically
7. That's basically it. It is it. Game over. GG. The pro has prevailed against the amateur. Van Hulst, what an amazing run. He really gave it his all, just came up short in the end. That'll be a massive learning experience and lots of money that he has to learn with it. €107,000 and a 10k ticket to the main event. Well done to Eric Van Hulst. And what a moment that is, he winning a bracelet. She said, my bracelet. Ah, brilliant, what a moment. I'm going to let them all enjoy this together. I'm sure they're going to interview the champion. We're going to get out of here. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. We will see you all at 5:30 Central European time tomorrow for the 25k GG Millions. Until then, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.
See you guys tomorrow. Take care. I hope you enjoy the stream. GG, GG.
Já jsem byl tak, ne, tady ten ne, tady ten třetí, co byl, ten byl nejlepší. Thank you so much. Yeah, hey, amazing.
Second place and
finally won something.
A good result or
it's super good. I'm sure it's super good. It is. I want the bracelet. The bracelet.
What decided?
The bracelet. I'm not sure, but I think he had a little read on me. She's still yelling at you. I think he saw it, so I had to like push it a little bit more. And yeah, it's heads up, so anything can happen. And yeah, I'm down to like 10 big blinds. Let's gamble.
Was there any moment when you feel that you are self-confident that you can win?
Oh yeah, all the time. Sure.
Congratulations.
I still am.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
First in Czech television week. Congratulations.
Děkuju.
Super, můžeš spojit s televizor malý rozhovor, prosím.
Můžeme.
Já vím. V kariéře berete, jak to vidíte, jaké jsou vaše?
Je to tak, největší vítězství a samozřejmě je to perfektní. Mám hroznou radost, že po docela dlouhé době se mi podařilo nějaký výsledek v turnajích, takže fantazie, ještě k tomu ten bracelet, který jsem strašně chtěl, takže jsem spokojený moc.
Co podle vás se rozhodlo?
Já bych řekl, že štěstí. Já jsem dneska fakt měl jako svůj den, ten finál, to byl prostě můj finál a všechno.
We have just crowned our newest champion here at the World Series of Poker Europe, Mr. Michal Schuh from Czech Republic. He takes down the 550 no-limit hold'em Colossus for €161,000 plus the main event ticket and his very first WSOP Europe bracelet. Michal, how do you feel right now?
Amazing. It was a great experience. I finally won something big, so I'm really happy and I want to see the bracelet.
How would you describe your journey through this tournament? Was it a smooth sail all the way until here, or was it a roller coaster?
From the start, it was quite short for the whole day yesterday, and at the end of the day yesterday, I had a couple of big hands, and I managed to finish fourth on chips, and from that, today was only up and up and up. So I was really lucky for having so many great spots for me. I was really lucky against my opponents, and finally I won something.
What about the final table performance? Are you satisfied with it? I just heard you said that you don't think you played your A game today.
I made a couple of mistakes for sure. Some were small, some were big, but as I said, I was mainly lucky today, so that's why I won.
Okay. Let's talk about the bracelet. You said you can't wait to wear it. Was a bracelet something that you had on your bucket list?
For sure, yeah. Like everybody who plays poker wants to have a bracelet, so.
Sure. So I'll let you go. Enjoy your bracelet. Once again, congratulations. Michal Schuh, your newest WSOP Europe champion.